Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 123 Rating. Battles in the Dragon Spring Conference were often waged between squads belonging to the three contesting factions. Large-scale assaults regularly occurred as well, but only when a faction was trying to capture a specific site. Then, all nearby cultivators on its side would be roped in to assist in the fierce skirmishes. After huge losses in two such occurrences, no one had the stomach for such internecine conflicts ever again. The gains did not quite justify the losses from such Pyrrhic victories. Minor skirmishes were a wholly different equation because losses and injuries could be controlled or even be kept to a minimum. The squads of cultivators on defense could also withdraw during an attack if they felt that the situation was unsalvageable, and live to fight another day. Squads were divided into three different roles. Defense squads, where their members would stand guard on hills or any captured territory and defend it against other enemies. Vanguard squads that spearheaded assaults to capture more territory. And lastly, raiding squads that roamed the battlegrounds to launch guerrilla attacks against enemies, in addition to providing flanking support for vanguard squads during an assault. As it happened, Lu Ye's squad was a raiding squad. It was comprised of 5 good men, all of them being 4th-order cultivators with the exception of Xie Jin, the lone 5th-order cultivator in the squad. Due to the dangerous nature of raiding and roaming the battlegrounds without immediate support from others, the selection of members for raiding squads was more demanding than most other roles. Besides that, raiding squads were often mounted groups, allowing them to have the mobility that would be crucial to their purpose. Lu Yi met up with Xie Jin and the rest of the squad, 4 males and 1 female, before daybreak and got acquainted with them. To his dismay, the female cultivator was none other than the one who had tried to seduce him just 2 days ago. Even now, she could barely stop fluttering her eyelashes at him. Her name was Chao Chao Air, an independent cultivator recruited by Green Feather Mountain, clothed in a suit of flamboyantly revealing outfit that was a testament to how free-spirited she was. The rest of the squad was made up of another independent cultivator named Song Xia, and a Green Feather Mountain acolyte called Tao Tian Gang. Lu Yi was recruited to replace another Green Feather Mountain acolyte who lost his life in battle not long ago, also a 4th-order cultivator. Each of them had their own mount. One rode a wolf, another rode a leopard, while another rode a huge boar. Only Song Xia's mount appeared the most intimidating, a ferocious-looking scorpion the size of a dining table. The oversized insect's jagged outer shell shone with a dark golden luster, and the tip of its arched tail gleamed with cold fury. No one knew how Song Xia managed to tame such a frightful creature, but at least it could give any enemy the jitters. Song Xia himself was every bit the semblance of a man suffering from a weak and frail constitution, his frame gaunt and his skin mottled with a pale greenish shade. Lu Yi just couldn't help wondering if death was looming over him, ready to claim him any time. The company of 5 stayed huddled together in the cover of the thick wilderness around them, each of them silently meditating with their mounts obediently taciturn while they waited for their instructions. A dozen minutes barely passed when Xie Jin called suddenly, "Let's go!" The rest of the squad opened their eyes and hopped onto the backs of their mounts. With Xie Jin at the lead, they kept a close pace behind, maintaining the same bearing. Not far ahead, a squad of Green Feather Mountain cultivators was doing their best to ward off a Qin assault. Scorched patches scattered everywhere on the elevated terrain as the battle waged. The Qins would have wanted to take a more passive role in the conference, but Han Jiyu's tantrums were compelling enough for Qin Wanli to order more attacks on Green Feather Mountain territories to keep the pressure piling. Xie Jin's instructions were to lead his squad to flank the invaders. Such a maneuver that required high mobility was just a raiding squad's bread and butter. The enemies were still a vast distance ahead when Xie Jin suddenly yelled, "Brace yourselves!" It was an enemy raiding squad and it was heading their way. In mere seconds both squads would clash. It did not take long for Lu Yi to spy movements up ahead, enemies mounted on their spirits beasts prancing nimbly with dazzling agility amongst the trees of the woods just beside them as both squads closed in on each other. Lu Ye's squad employed an arrowhead formation with Xie Jin leading, Lu Yi and Chao Chao Air flanking him, and Song Xia with Tao Tian Gang in staggered positions bringing up the rear. With barely 100 meters between both squads, spiritual energies flared as cultivators from both sides readied themselves. As if they had been reading each other's minds, Xie Jin and the leader of the enemy squad each hurled at each other a golden wheel talisman paper. The strips of talisman papers erupted simultaneously, sending golden arcs of deadly energies zipping towards both squads. Golden blade-like scythes, forged purely of destructive energies, felled trees and split timbers, viciously carving trenches on the ground as cultivators of both sides scrambled in frantic chaos to escape annihilation. With the prelude of a miniature auric cyclone owing to the two talisman papers finally subsiding, both squads charged at each other. A pair of whips, one from each squad, came swinging into the air. One could almost make out the diaphanous membrane of energies imbuing the two whips, indicating that they were both spirit artifacts. The ends of both whips coiled into each other and the two wielders tugged with all their might, pulling each other forward, forcibly dismounting them both. From one end, Xiao Qiao'er scowled at her counterpart, another fourth-order cultivator with undisguised disdain, a man using the whip as a weapon. "Are you a sissy or what?" Her enemy did not respond. Instead, he flailed his weapon, ripping it away from the disentanglement before swinging it back around, aiming at Xiao Qiao'er's face. But the female cultivator was nowhere near a pushover herself. She threw herself forward and engaged her enemy with her mount following suit, mauling and tearing at the enemy's mount as well. The rest of their squads were not idle. Their clash marked the beginning of the skirmish, and as soon as bodies hurtled into each other, at least 6 cultivators fell off their mounts in just seconds. Few cultivators were accustomed to horseback warfare. Mounts were used chiefly for mobility reasons and support, and riding on a saddle only made it more difficult for a cultivator to fight to his fullest. So was the case for Lu Yi, only he vaulted off amber on his own accord. In the first clash, he managed to unseat a fourth-order enemy with a blow that almost connected. The latter had to leap off his mount in the most undignified manner to save his own skin. That gave Lu Yi the chance to dismount quickly. The enemy barely collected himself only to find Lu Yi swinging his saber at his throat. With lightning-quick reflexes, the enemy raised his weapon to parry the blow. But Lu Yi's saber did not arrive. It stopped just before it collided with the enemy's spirit artifact. The enemy immediately sensed Lu Yi's spiritual energies churning. He looked up at once and there was Lu Yi's hand, radiating a pale reddish glow in the center of his palm. The sound of flapping wings filled his ears and a large bird-like creature materialized from Lu Yi's hand and shot straight at him, pummeling into his chest like a cannonball. With a loud bang, the bird-like projectile burst, and a huge eruption of searing heat swept forth, knocking the cultivator off his feet and throwing him backward with his chest a sickening red pulp of scorched flesh and blood. The cold glint of steel flashed before he even realized what was going on. The enemy hectically summoned his powers, but to no avail. It was too late. What came first was the prickly sensation coming from his throat. Then everything went black. He was gone. Lu Yi sheathed his saber. Being able to fire spells changed things and made fighting so much easier. He would have needed more time and effort to defeat a fourth-order enemy like the one he just killed. He was not facing unarmed wooden dummies in real combat, but real enemies who could see his attacks and defend themselves. But the ability to fire spells provided an element of surprise that, unless the enemy had any defensive talisman papers, few could adequately defend against, giving him an edge to quickly seal the outcome or turn the tables to his favor. When everyone else was still in the heat of fighting after what were the initial exchanges of the skirmish, Lu Yi's fight had ended with him drawing first blood. He kicked and launched himself towards the nearest fight, Xie Jin against a fifth-order enemy. Being combat cultivators, Xie Jin and his enemy dismounted the moment they engaged and began trading blows in close combat that appeared to be a stalemate because of their similar levels of strength and power. In the midst of the fighting, the enemy felt a chill running up the back of his spine. Something was coming from behind, his senses warned. He ducked and something passed over the top of his head quickly, grazing his hair and skimming the top of his scalp. When he looked up and saw who it was, he jerked his head around and saw one of his men lying in a pool of his own blood. What on earth? Dead so fast? Then he remembered what happened recently. He stared at Lu Yi with shock and awe etched on his face. That was you? He remembered the story of a stranger who managed to fight straight through Tai Luo clan's territories despite whatever adversity that stood in his way, and still lived to tell the tale. One of the most conspicuous details about him was the snowy white tiger that he rode as a mount. It was said that the clan lost more than a dozen men on his account, including a fifth-order cultivator. No one from the enemy squad recognized Lu Yi because they were cultivators fighting under the Qin banner and none of them had seen Lu Yi before. Xie Jin himself was already formidable enough, and the enemy leader immediately realized how the odds were stacked against him with the presence of such a dangerous opponent like Lu Yi. The first impulse that flashed through his mind was to sound a retreat. But that was easier said than done. Xie Jin was not eager to let his first prey flee. With Lu Ye's addition, they both ramped up the pressure on the enemy leader, forcing him backward while overrunning him with a cascade of attacks until they managed to force an opening in barely 10 seconds. Seeing his chance, Lu Yi whipped his saber forward with all the speed he could muster with his spiritual patterns activated, and the weapon's blade imbued with his spiritual energies to make it sharper and stronger. The blade's sharper than sharp edge sliced into the enemy leader's abdomen, eliciting a howl of pain as he crashed to the ground. Xie Jin's sword trembled with brimming fervor in his grasp like it was struggling to break free before his hand shot up and the sword speared through the enemy's wrist, severing his tendons. The enemy leader's weapon fell to the ground with a clatter while Lu Ye's saber arced back around for its second stroke, cleaving straight through his torso and into his heart. Lu Yi withdrew his saber. A geyser of blood shot out of the hideous fissure on the enemy's chest. But Lu Yi and Xie Jin did not wait to enjoy the spectacle. They split up, darting left and right respectively to assist their other squadmates. They too were still locked in fierce battles. Lu Yi found Xiao Air, who was still caught up in a blurry whirl of whips curving back and forth dangerously with her opponent, the male cultivator from earlier. The thongs of the whips shimmered with spiritual energies at every swing, but Lu Yi could see the swollen bruise on her face and a painful-looking mark burning on the misshapen face. But it would appear that she managed to return the favor, for her opponent was scurrying around with his legs pressed firmly into each other, as if she had hit him at a certain spot below his pelvic area where it would definitely hurt the most. Xiao Air knew what had happened. Her opponent saw how his squad was down by 2 members, one of them being their best, a 5th-order cultivator, and that told him that he should withdraw. He knowingly took a blow from Xiao Air, enduring the whip's vicious lash on him while he used the chance to rummage his bag for a spirit talisman paper that he used to fire a spell at the female cultivator. The talisman paper imploded, becoming 3 square-shaped energy bolts that streaked towards Xiao Air. But it was just too fast for Xiao Air. She hastily dug inside her storage bag and found a golden spirit talisman paper of her own. Yet before she could use it, a shadow clouded her view of the front. A figure stood in front of her, shielding her from the blast. Clang! 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 With 3 strokes from his weapon, the person easily nullified the attack with barely any effort. Xiao Air looked up to gaze at her benefactor and smiled sweetly, although her swollen, misshapen face only made her smile look somewhat unsightly. A huge rumble distracted everyone and a huge boar charged into the fray. That gave Xiao Air the chance she wanted to dispense some vengeance. Her whip only just connected with the man, knocking him senseless before the hog rammed into him before he could do anything, breaking a few bones and leaving some bruises. The boar charged again and crashed into the enemy cultivator again, tossing him up into the air while its tusks tore through his skin, the pain itself knocking him out. Angrily, Xiao Air flailed her whip and whacked it at the person's head so strong enough for blood to pour out like a smashed watermelon. In the meantime, Song Xie let loose a little cough. His giant scorpion mount was scuttling just beside him with the body of a man impaled from the tip of its tail. The poor and weak old man was still barely alive with the contents of his insides slowly pouring out in a morbid avalanche of entrails and internal organs. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 124, Clash. What an uncanny coincidence it was that not only did Lu Ye's squad share the same number of members as the enemy squad, even their composition of cultivators based on ranks was exactly the same. Anyone would have hoped for a squad with better men or a stronger rank composition any day. But with the vastness of 100 peaks, a squad composition similar to Lu Ye's squad was only too common. The contesting factions in this conference needed to field a lot of personnel to cover as much ground as possible. To that end, with every faction similarly strapped for good men and quality resources, they needed to divide all their good men into different squads to make up the balance. In just a handful of minutes, the Qin raiding squad lost almost every one of its members. The final surviving member, a 4th-order cultivator, managed to flee with his tail between his legs. It was not because he was better than his opponent that he managed to flee unscathed, but rather due to his good luck. He wasn't knocked off his mount early in the initial exchanges of the battle, and before he could dismount and fight, he saw how easily Lu Yi had dispatched his squad mate. By the time Lu Yi and Xie Jin took down his squad leader, he had long been gone with not so much as a backward glance. Tao Tiangang had tried to give chase but to no avail. There was no way he could ever catch up to his fleeing enemy on foot. Xie Jin and the rest of the squad regrouped. Standing amid the blood they bled and the carnage they wrought, the members of the raiding squad traded disbelieving looks between one another. Is this it? Since when did skirmishes become so easy? Lu Ye's squadmates were no strangers to gritting and gruesome battles as members of Green Feather Mountain's raiding squads, and their battles never lacked pools of blood, maimed limbs and charred patches of soil. Skirmishes between squads of similar strength and rank composition were never cakewalks. But this time not only were they victorious, they were glorious. 4 out of 5 enemies were dead, and aside from Qiao Qiaoer, who was mildly injured, the rest of the squad were fine. It was incredible. Everyone's eyes panned to Lu Yi. They knew what had happened. They had seen it. It was Lu Yi who had made short work of his opponent, and that started the ball rolling when he went to assist Xie Jin, and together, they killed the enemy leader. The man who single-handedly thrashed his way through Tai Luo clan territories, no less. They thought in unison. As much as they admired Lu Yi when they heard the tales of his daring do, almost all of them could confess dismissing a huge part of his triumph to good luck. But now that they had witnessed his prowess up close, they could now concede that it was not all luck. It was his power and his skill that made all the difference. His quick defeat of the enemy fourth-order cultivator was the reason that their squad could trample over the enemy squad with unprecedented ease. Xie Jin exhaled heavily with relief. His faith and confidence in bringing Lu Yi into his squad were not misplaced. Small wonder why Tang Wu held such great interest in him. He gave Lu Yi a curt nod of approval, then he barked, "We have 30 seconds. Clear the area." Everyone scrambled to work. The victory was more than just the death of 4 cultivators. Amber too had slain one of their mounts, the one owned by the fourth-order cultivator Lu Yi killed at the start. The rest of the mounts had absconded during the chaos, and with their masters or mistresses now dead, they would never return to the Qin encampment. They would become wild spirit beasts, free to roam the lands unfettered until they were killed or captured by other cultivators. That would mean that this skirmish was more than just a simple win. Lu Yi and his squadmates have decimated a Qin raiding squad in its entirety, and this could prove very useful to the future outcome. Lu Yi scurried over to the carcass of the spirit beast that Amber killed and carved it into pieces before putting the meat away inside his storage bag. The meat could be a source of nutrition for him and Amber. When their 30 seconds were up, everyone clambered back up the saddles of their mount and followed Xie Jin's lead, continuing their original mission of reinforcing the defenses of a hill now besieged by Qin forces. The fighting had begun, and the Green Feather Mountain defenders were struggling to stave off the waves of attacks sent forth by the Qin invaders. But Green Feather Mountain controlled no more than 30 hills at the moment. This allowed them to concentrate a greater number of cultivators on the defenses of its current holdings. That made trying to capture this hill a fool's errand. But the Qin forces were aware of this as well. The attack was all for Han Zhiyu's benefit, to show that they were carrying out her orders to chip away at Green Feather Mountain's supremacy. The raiding squad that came with the Qin vanguard had broken away to intercept the Green Feather Mountain raiding squad, which was coming to reinforce the defense. Under normal circumstances, this should make the invasion, or rather the feint, a safe undertaking with few to no losses. Except that the circumstances turned out to be very unusual as soon as the raiding squads met. On the Shadow Moon disk, 4 out of 5 dots that were supposed to be the Qin raiding squad had vanished in quick succession when the skirmish had only just begun. There was only one survivor, a lone dot that managed to flee unscathed. Qin Wanli could not believe his eyes. But he quickly recollected himself and ordered a speedy retreat of the vanguard squad to prevent from being trapped on 2 fronts. On the other hand, the Green Feather Mountain forces weren't too happy either at recent developments. They had been losing a lot of territories and men lately. The Qin attack gave the defenders just the outlet they needed to vent their recent frustration, and perhaps regain some justice for their fallen comrades. That the defenders had more men than the retreating Qin invaders launched their morale off the charts. Their mission was supposed to be done the moment the Qin vanguard squad was withdrawing, but an order came and the leader of the Green Feather Mountain Defense Squad flailed an arm and gave his men a rousing call to arms: "Kill these mongrels." The defenders of the hill flooded down the slopes like a huge deluge. Spells zigzagged back and forth like the firework display of a circus as the battle ensued mid-hill, with the defenders now mounting a retaliation of their own. It was through great difficulty that the Qin vanguard squad managed to make it down to the foot of the hill when a raucous series of rumbles thundered from its wing. The leader of the vanguard jerked around and looked. It was a cavalry of 5, and once he saw who it was, he froze. Who else would it be if not Xie Jin and his squad? The squad of 5, riding on their mounts, came stampeding at full speed in the same arrowhead formation as before and plowed right through the Qin vanguard squad, sending them into total disarray as a clamor of steel gnashing on steel erupted and men began falling to the ground with pools of blood spreading from under them. But Xie Jin did not stop and dismount. Rather, he wheeled his mount around and led his squad into another charge to fully wipe out the Qin vanguard squad. The raiding squad smashed through the ranks of the vanguard squad, eviscerating what resistance still left before Lu Yi and his squad mates finally dismounted to mop up what was left of the enemy. Wielding his saber, Lu Yi darted around the mess, looking for more targets. With the spiritual pattern protection shining brightly, he parried an attack that came his way before he reciprocated, killing an enemy cultivator with one blow using his saber, smearing the grass meters away with his blood. There were 2 fifth-order cultivators in the Qin vanguard squad, but the rest were second- or third-order cultivators who could barely stand a chance against Lu Yi. He could finish them off with just 2 or 3 blows, while some were slaughtered with just 1 blow. One powerful stroke that could even snap their weapons in half, killing them instantly. Every once in a while he would fire a spell, making him so deadly that despite just being a 4th-order cultivator, no one could last more than 3 seconds against him. Shrieks of agony and dying curses filled the field of death and slaughter. It was a huge loss for the Qins. Qin Wanli could only watch with despair and disbelief as one after another, the red dots that denoted his men discorporated from the display of the shadow moon disk. Even Han Zhiyu was hardly amused, for she had never witnessed such a one-sided beatdown before, not since the conference was first held. Most battles in the Dragon Spring Conference ended with manageable losses, even if it was for the losing side. The victorious side would just take the win and refrain from pushing their luck and risk being ambushed or trapped instead. But right here, right now, the Qin vanguard squad was being decimated right before their eyes, and what remained of its members were swiftly being massacred. Its surviving members labored to defend themselves as they retreated towards another nearby hill, where it was occupied by Qin forces. The defenders there needed time to mobilize before they could come to their fellow comrades' aid. In the meantime, Lu Yi had found one of the 5th-order enemies of the Qin vanguard squad. Killing an enemy 1 rank above his would yield the most rewards. An additional 10 spirit stones to the original 20. That would mean killing a 5th-order enemy would yield a 30 spirit stone reward, allowing Lu Yi to purchase 3 flasks of spirit restoring pills. Right before Lu Yi now, he saw not a heavily bloodied and wearied 5th-order enemy, but a glittering heap of spirit stones. He had agreed to participate in this conference not only because he wanted to repay Green Feather Mountain for helping him, but more importantly, he needed more resources. Therefore, he would never let the chance of killing a 5th-order enemy slip away. Lu Ye's saber came up before curving back down so viciously that the cold and keen flash of the weapon's blade illuminated the 5th-order cultivator's stern and defiant countenance as he launched an attack of his own. Yet barely a split second later, he quickly regretted his belligerence. His attack fell harmlessly against Lu Yi as if he was trying to hit a wall. No amount of damage he dealt could get past the aegis of spiritual pattern protection. Yet in contrast, whatever Lu Yi was doing, it was working. Scarcely 10 seconds had passed since the moment they flung blows at each other, and here he was with numerous slashes and lacerations that had belched so much blood that his tunic was heavy and sticky. Verily, he could have long been dead if not for his timely activation of a golden body talisman paper which had saved his life. He gawked at Lu Yi with frustration, incredulity, and shock fraught in his eyes. How? What weapon is that he's wielding? How on earth could this be possible? But that was it. Before another thought came to mind, Lu Ye's hand shot up and a shiny red projectile the shape of a large and well-fed bird came darting straight at his chest. With reflexes that he could rely on to keep himself alive a little longer, he evaded the attack. The bird-like projectile brushed past him by mere inches, but that was all the opening Lu Ye needed. Lunging even before he knew his opponent would dodge the attack, Lu Ye's saber came slashing down right at his head. Having sampled its deadliness, the fifth-order cultivator would be tremendously appreciative to forego a repeat of what he just lived through. He ducked and rolled on the ground to escape like some filthy animal, something that was obviously a humiliation for one with his strength and power. He sprang to his feet immediately once he reached safety, or so he thought. The tail of a whip glowing with spiritual energy coursing up its length coiled around his throat before it jerked him backward. The force pulled him off his feet. Lu Ye pounced at the chance and attacked. The first stroke weakened the protective aura maintained by the golden body talisman paper. The next shattered it into oblivion, and the third disemboweled him. By the time he crashed to the ground, he was no more alive than a piece of oak with a pool of morbid red drenching the grass beneath him. Lu Ye looked up to find Xiao Xiao'er flashing him a flirting wink, but the blood stain and swell on her face only made her too unsightly to behold. "Watch out!" Xiao Xiao'er called suddenly. The tip of a spear thrust straight for the back of Lu Ye's head. But that attack too struck the protection of his spiritual pattern that deflected the sharp tip away. Lu Ye spun around and seized the pole of the spear and swung his weapon furiously down the spear's length. The blade of Lu Ye's saber carved through his assailant's hand, severing off his palm at the center, causing the assailant to stagger backward, clutching his maimed hand with blood still gushing out amid his screams of pain before a stroke by another passing by Green Feather Mountain acolyte with his sword ended the agony with a coup de grace. One's reaction and mindfulness towards his or her surroundings were what would ensure one's survival in a pandemonium such as this. "Green Feather Mountain scum! We're coming for you!" A sonorous roar boomed from not far away. The Qin reinforcements had finally arrived. They had been spoiling to ride the moment they received their orders to support the vanguard squad's retreat, and they thought that they could reach in time and form up with the vanguard for a renewed assault. But now that they had arrived, they realized that they were too late. The vanguard squad was all but decimated. In place of what should be the Qin vanguard squad were more than 30 Green Feather Mountain cultivators, all of them seething with the blood of their enemies and their morale as high as the clouds, surrounded by the corpses and broken limbs of what should be formerly the members of the vanguard squad they should be meeting up with. Even the ground was practically flooded with the blood from the dead. The Green Feather Mountain cultivators all panned their gazes at the origin of the voice with the same bloodlust glowing in their eyes. The Qin cultivator who yelled earlier immediately regretted his outburst. Even the rest of his men screeched to a halt immediately. Get back! Get back quick!" Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 125, Advantages and Initiative. The Qin reinforcements hastily withdrew to a safe distance and maintained their surveillance from there. It was not that they were afraid of battle but rather because of the vast difference in numbers. With more than a dozen men strong, if they could have arrived earlier to regroup with the vanguard squad, that would have yielded them enough men to renew their assault. But the Qin vanguard squad was decimated all too quickly that by the time the reinforcements arrived, the remnants of the vanguard squad were barely a handful. To charge right now would be nothing but folly, hence the reinforcements' decision to withdraw and cut their losses. In the meantime, the Green Feather Mountain cultivators broke ranks and surrounded the remaining members of the Qin vanguard squad inside a ring. The Qin cultivators huddled together, standing back to back looking desperate and absolutely forlorn. But none of them begged for quarter, for they knew as well as any other contestant in this conference that begging for mercy was futile. All the years of animosity had left bad blood between the contesting factions and their members. To beg for pity would only result in their being ridiculed and further humiliated by the enemy. "We charge!" cried the only surviving fifth-order cultivator. Despite his grievous wounds, he rallied his remaining kinsmen and rushed together. But none of the Green Feather Mountain cultivators were interested in engaging the stampeding enemies now going full berserk. Getting senselessly killed while their victory here was already secured was hardly their idea of fun. Thus, the only viable mode of attack was slinging spells at the enemy. In most cases, cultivators of the 5th order and beyond would usually have determined what specialization they would pursue by then. Cultivators still in the 4th order, on the other hand, might still be uncertain about their future, but some, especially those who aspired to be spell cultivators, would usually begin preparing themselves beforehand. Hence it was common for some to have already learned how to fire spells. Without being properly trained in casting spells and without the prerequisite rank, cultivators below the 4th order were not adept enough to use spells freely during battle. But a few of them had been readying themselves for this eventuality before the Qin Vanguard Squad's final breakout sortie, and that was all the time they needed to get their spells ready. Deadly bolts and beams of myriad colors crisscrossed everywhere, each of them of varying elements, and one in particular, one in the shape of a fiery plump avian, looked the most conspicuous. Only the 5th order cultivator was left standing in the aftermath of the anarchic onslaught. But he did not survive unscathed. Scores of smoldering wounds littered all over him, although he did not let his injuries hamper his desire to exact as much vengeance as possible. He charged at another independent cultivator fighting under the Green Feather Mountain standard, only to realize that he could no longer summon any powers. Realizing his good luck, the independent cultivator bellowed triumphantly, roaring what good fortune, while he drove his spear through the 5th order cultivator, putting down at last the final member of the Qin Vanguard Squad. A few other Green Feather Mountain cultivators peered at their independent comrade with envy. Being only a 3rd order cultivator, the latter had won himself 40 spirit stones from that last blow alone for killing an enemy well beyond his rank. The prize of 40 spirit stones was handsome enough, especially for independence. At his current stage, the amount itself could last the independent 2 to 3 months' worth of training and meditation. Still eager for some more? Xie Jin glanced at Lu Yi, who was just beside him, wiping the blood off his blade with the tunic of the dead body on the ground. Lu Yi nodded quietly. Xie Jin peered at the rest of his squad mates. Song Xie coughed again, still looking very much like he was on his way to meet his maker and not fighting on the back of his mount. "Count me in if it's more fighting," he panted with great difficulty. "Anything else, I'll just take a rain check." Tao Tiangang would hardly want to contradict his own senior fellow acolyte of Green Feather Mountain, and that left only Chao Chao Air, who did not want to appear weak at all. "If you boys are up for it, there's no way I'm gonna sit out." The others nearly giggled at her. "So be it then. Onward!" Xie Jin shouted, grinning broadly. The battle was still far from over. In fact, for Green Feather Mountain, their comeback was only just beginning. All 5 members of the raiding squad got up their mounts and Xie Jin gave another fellow squad leader, also a 5th order cultivator, a knowing nod. Then he rode on with Lu Yi and the rest following behind. It was time they launched an offense of their own. The squad leader quickly marshaled his vanguard squad and sped after Xie Jin's squad. The tables had been turned and the defenders were now mounting an invasion instead. The Green Feather Mountain forces arrived at the next hillock at such a good time that the Qin defenders there, the very same squad which had withdrawn to prevent being caught up in the massacre of their comrades earlier, did not see them coming until they were halfway up the slopes. The defenders were so terrified to see them, that for one split second, their ranks panicked. "Get a grip, men! Hold the line!" yelled the 5th order squad leader. "It's only 5 men. That's just a Green Feather Mountain raiding squad." He was right. Composure and discipline in the face of the enemy were crucial in battle. If anyone were to break ranks, that would only give Lu Yi and his squad mates the chance to isolate the defenders from each other, turning the battle into one-on-one duels which were raiding squad's most prominent fortes. Xie Jin and his squad tugged at the reins of their mounts and halted, stopping a few hundred meters away from where the Qin defense squad was waiting and peering at them. The eyes of the leader of the Qin defense squad met Xie Jin's, and that was all he needed to guess what Xie Jin was planning. "They're stalling. A vanguard squad must be peeling just behind. We need to get out of here before we get overrun out here in the open. Retreat very slowly." The leading 5th order cultivator barked at his men. The defense squad uniformly withdrew. But their movements did not go unnoticed. Xie Jin immediately gave his word to attack. "Hold the line," the leading 5th order cultivator urged his men. The rest of the squad immediately stood their ground and made ready to defend themselves. To their surprise, The Green Feather Mountain raiding squad suddenly veered off when they were just about 100 meters away, and circled around the perimeter before vanishing. The Qin defense squad did not know what to do. They waited for quite some time before deciding to pull back further. That was when the Green Feather Mountain raiding squad popped out of the woodwork again to maintain a close watch on them from a distance. This would repeat another few more times, and after every time, the Qin defense squad would emerge looking worse for the wear. This incessant harassment was taxing, if not humiliating enough, yet even so, the sullen squad leader could do nothing but mutter words of expletives under his breath. Xie Jin and his squad had all the advantages and initiative on an open field. But all was not lost. He had received word that a nearby defense squad was inbound towards their position to reinforce them. So long as both squads could regroup, then they'll have nothing to fear from this blasted raiding squad. Very well then. We'll hold the ground here and await our reinforcements, the Qin defense squad leader thought quietly. But another message arrived just when he thought he saw a silver lining. One that was enough to shatter what confidence he just discovered. Apparently, the Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad that he was expecting to join up with this raiding squad had circled around them to attack the hillock they were originally assigned to hold. The defense squad first received orders earlier to ride with all speed to support their beleaguered Vanguard squad. But by the time they arrived, there was nothing they could do, hence they withdrew, not wanting to get caught up in the massacre just now. This defense squad was half of the original defense squad defending this hillock area. This half was commanded to ride first while the other was supposed to be acting as rearguard and come meet up with them. The total number of the entire defense squad was 30 men strong. Yet, the Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad had intercepted the defense squad rearguard. All three contesting factions each had ninth-order cultivators keeping an eye on the Shadow Moon disk. Any troop movements in the field were no secret at all, but one could expect delays for messages to reach their intended party. The Shadow Moon disk shared between all contesting factions was a key reason why losses were able to be kept to a minimum. Whenever things went south, the ninth-order cultivators would immediately make proper adjustments to prevent further casualties to their respective factions. But the first battle between the Green Feather Mountain and Qin raiding squads had turned out to be a complete surprise, catching Qin Wanli off guard, so he did not manage to react in time. By the time the order for the Qin Vanguard squad to retreat reached them, it was already too late. The lopsided slaughter had already begun. And that was hardly the end. The dominoes were still falling one after another. Right now, the Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad was assailing the hillock. The information the Fifth Order squad leader received told him that the enemy Vanguard squad had a few shy of 30 men, whereas his rearguard only had about half that number. The entire rearguard could very well be exterminated if a battle were to break out right now. The Fifth Order squad leader peered around. The enemy raiding squad which had been harassing them was gone. They had gone missing. Where are they? He asked. They haven't appeared yet, answered one of his men meekly. Oh heavens, the squad leader yelped, realizing something was amiss. Have they gone to regroup with their Vanguard squad to support the offense? Quick! We need to go. He yelled frantically. As he wheeled around, he sent another quick message to ascertain the whereabouts of the 5-man enemy raiding squad. 5 seconds passed like an eternity before the answer finally came. The enemy squad closing in fast from the slopes. The squad leader only just digested what he just read when approaching cascades of padded thuds of mounts thundering towards his position could be heard. He looked up and there was the Green Feather Mountain raiding squad charging down the inclination. Talismans at the ready. We must survive. He roared. A series of whooshes filled the air around them as the defenders immediately activated 7 to 8 talismans and hurled them as quickly as possible at their enemies. One after another, the talismans erupted like dynamites, blowing up once their sparks finished off the last of their fuses, dispensing destruction and woe. But Lu Yi and his squadmates were already prepared. As soon as they saw the barrage of talismans heading their way, they dispersed at once, relying on the agility and mobility of their mounts to avoid the blasts of the magical paper-made incendiaries. That was the end of the first exchange. The raiding squad breezed past the gauntlet virtually undeterred and unharmed, with Song Xie as the only exception when he was caught in a blast that knocked him off his scorpion. Still, it was fortunate that the blast did not manage to hurt him at all. Again, the Fifth Order squad leader bellowed and his squad let loose another volley of talismans. This second barrage proved no more useful than the last. Lu Yi and his squad mates had managed to reach the cover of the woods that they could use to shield away from many of the blasts. Just as the second barrage ended, Lu Yi and everyone else peeked from their covers, readying their own talismans while they channeled their powers so that they could activate them on the fly. The talismans they used were all provided by Xie Jin, showing how Green Feather Mountain was well supplied with an abundance of resources and arms. All 5 talismans detonated into a flurry of projectiles of various elements, serpents of flame, scythes of winds, spears of ice, that rained down amongst the Qin defense squad. Xiao Xiao Air's was a golden wheel talisman paper that she employed with brutal but no less impressive efficacy when she doled out death and despair to the poor Qin cultivators amid her shrill and triumphant howls of laughter. The Qin cultivators ran helter-skelter everywhere to evade the bombardment, but without mounts, they were not able to avoid being hit like Lu Yi and his squad mates. By the time the raiding squad's retaliation ended, one of the defenders was killed with a handful more injured. But there was no respite. Before the Qins could reform their lines, the entire hillside forest shuddered with the same rumbling of padded thuds they heard before the skirmish began. The Fifth Order squad leader looked and beheld with dismay the sight of the raiding squad galloping towards them at full speed and fury. The entire defensive line was in total disarray, and nothing could restore discipline back to the chaotic situation. That practically made the Qin cultivators sheep ready for slaughter as the raiding squad steamrolled through their disorganized lines. Lu Yi wheezed by an enemy, lopping off his humongous head as easily as driving a hot knife through butter. Song Xie's scorpion whipped its deadly tail around and speared its tip through another, eliciting loud anguish screams of pain while Xiao Xiao Air had another enemy pinned down with her whip coiled around his neck, although he managed to free himself and escaped. Xie Jin and Tao Tiangang barely got any kills, but the former managed to keep the enemy Fifth Order squad leader at bay, while the latter helped to divert the attention away from the others during the first run. All 5 members of the raiding squad plowed through their enemies and halted about 100 meters away before they wheeled around at Xie Jin's signal, and resumed their positions back at the slope just over the discombobulated and scattered mass of the enemy defense squad for their next charge. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 126, The Qins Battered and Crushed. The battle lasted just over a quarter of an hour. Lu Yi and his squad mates rested in the woods, each leaning against a tree trunk while they recuperated and healed, leaving their mounts to lick their own wounds. Not far away was the site of the battle where the bodies of dead Qin cultivators were strewn everywhere. But they should have been thankful. Their leader, the Fifth Order cultivator, was the last one standing in the end before he was ultimately dismembered limb by Lu Yi and the others as he made his last stand. In just one morning, the Xie Jin raiding squad first encountered an enemy counterpart before joining a friendly defense squad in a concerted effort in thwarting an enemy offense which ended up in the complete decimation of the enemy vanguard squad. And now they managed to wipe out half an enemy defense squad all on their own. One could call it an extremely productive morning. The many engagements in such a short period had seen them collecting a few cuts and bruises of their own, but fortunately for everyone in the squad, there was nothing serious. "Thank you so much." The soft and tender body of a woman snuggled into Lu Yi, her fragrance filling his nostrils as Xiao Xiao Air tossed him a thankful wink. In the last attack against the enemy Fifth Order squad leader, Lu Yi had a chance to perform the killing blow, but he did not take it. Instead, he allowed his squad mates to have the final coup de grace. The opportunity eventually fell on Xiao Xiao Air's lap, allowing her to earn an additional 30 spirit stones. Beyond any doubt, Lu Yi had the most kills out of the entire squad in this morning's skirmishes. He alone made up more than 3/10 of the team's rewards for this morning's raids. In the final attack against the enemy Fifth Order squad leader's last stand, it was he who spearheaded the charge to distract him to prevent any unwanted losses to the squad against a cornered enemy of such powerful strength. Lu Yi was aware that he had profited enough and he knew better than to be greedy. After all, his fellow squadmates had been shedding blood and sweat of their own as well. Hence Lu Yi thought that he might as well give them a little hand. More so, since independent cultivators have often had to struggle against privation and destitution. "You earned it," said Lu Yi curtly as he shifted sideways to make space for his meditation. As much as he wanted to be nice to his fellow squad mates, he just couldn't tolerate Xiao Xiao'er's overpassionate advances on him. But Xiao Xiao'er was not going to give up just yet. "How about I come to your tent tonight?" Growl. A large white furry head stuck itself between them both as Amber hurled a fierce glare at Xiao Xiao'er. I was just joking." Xiao Xiao'er got up at once, her hand quickly caressing her backside as she trotted hastily away, still reeling with fright from that traumatic experience last night. A peal of giggles broke out amid coughing fits. It was Song Xia, who had been watching the whole scene as he healed himself. "I'll see if that coughing will kill you." Xiao Xiao'er scowled nastily at him. All of a sudden, a wave of rustling leaves swept through the woods, followed by the unmistakable emanation of spiritual energies coming this way. The entire squad tensed before Xie Jin raised a hand. "It's fine," he said, "friendlies." And he was right. It was the Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad that was sent to attack the other half of the enemy defense squad and capture the hillock. After completing their mission there, they rushed this way to help. The Fifth Order squad leader was astounded to find nothing but an empty hillside otherwise filled with dead corpses. What? The battle here's ended already. They were under the impression that this side of the two-pronged attack would be a most difficult one since the raiding squad would be heavily outnumbered by at least 3-1. Even with their superior mobility due to their mounts, the Xie Jin raiding squad was only expected to just hold off the enemy, while the friendly Vanguard squad finished off the other half of the enemy defense squad before coming back here to help mop up the rest. None of the Vanguard squad thought that they would come here to find that the battle here had finished. The Green Feather Mountain Vanguard did a quick survey of the bodies and in the end, the Fifth Order squad leader exhaled with disbelief. "Gods, this wasn't a battle. This was an all-out slaughter. Since when did this raiding squad become so powerful? Last I checked they shouldn't have been able to do something like this." The squad leader of the Vanguard squad gave Xie Jin a blank look before the latter nudged a chin at Lu Yi by means of an explanation. The squad leader finally understood why. It was not a question of whether the raiding squad was powerful or not, but rather because of the addition of a strong and dependable member. Lu Yi had demonstrated his ability to kill one enemy cultivator in every skirmish that had happened today, maybe even two if he was lucky enough. But the same could not be said for the rest of the squad. The half of the Qin defense squad that the Xie Jin squad was supposed to be holding off had lost what ability or morale to fight back, but without mounts of their own they could barely hope to flee. In the meantime, the leader of the Vanguard squad was rather sour. To make sure that they were in time to support the Xie Jin raiding squad, about 7 to 8 Qin cultivators had managed to escape. If they knew how well things here had progressed, they would have killed them all for a better win. Not that he could complain about today's win. Xie Jin and the leader had a quick discussion about their plans, and it was concluded that the Vanguard squad would retreat back to the hillock and occupy it for now. Meanwhile, the raiding squad would withdraw to the field infirmary campsite to refresh themselves. The raiders and their mounts could do with some rest and recuperation after all the fighting and exertions. The raiding squad rode past 2 hills and saw tents erected on a third that belonged to Green Feather Mountain, and there were more than 20 defenders there. Lu Yi was rather surprised to find Mu Ling, in addition to 2 other medical cultivators, being posted there. He did not have to be a genius to know why. Placing medical cultivators so far up the front lines was a risky business. As cultivators who focused on the magic of healing, they could barely defend themselves against cultivators of similar rank, let alone superior ones. Therefore, one could expect how dangerous it would be for them if and when the Qins or the Tai Luo clan were to launch a sudden attack here. Lu Yi and Amber went inside a tent where Mu Ling busied herself with dressing his and Amber's wounds. With only light wounds between both man and beast, Mu Ling's treatments and just a couple of pills were able to restore them back to fighting fit come the next morning. Xie Jin led his squad mates out for another day of raiding the next morning. Only this time they did not encounter any enemy raiding squads at all. In fact, it felt as if their enemy counterparts were all deliberately avoiding them. To this end, they eventually discovered that the enemy raiding squads had all been disbanded with all its raiders assigned to different defense squads. In the end, Lu Yi and his squad mates were assigned to assist their Vanguard squads in capturing more territory, and they were unstoppable. One after another, they took over other hillocks like knocking down dominoes. In just 3 days, the The Qin forces lost a total of 8 hillocks, which formerly made up a considerable part of its 27-hillock territory. They had taken over 2 of Green Feather Mountain's hills at first, only to lose 6 of their own instead. No one at the Great Hall sitting on the summit of the central neutral region could fail to notice how dismal Qin Wanli looked. From the shadow moon disk, the status quo of the conference could have not been any clearer. The Qin's tally of hillocks they controlled now numbered at 19, while Green Feather Mountain had caught up from behind with 32 hills securely defended, whereas the Tai Luo clan was leading with 49 hills, which was almost half the total number of hills to call its own. It was a most amazing feat for the clan, for even in its heyday, Green Feather Mountain could only boast 46 hillocks under its control. 49, an unprecedented record. But this was only possible because of the new Green Feather Mountain strategy to allow the clan's vanguard squads to freely occupy its hillocks while its own cultivators vigorously chipped away at Qin territories. All defense squads were given orders to abandon their assigned hillocks if and when a Tai Luo clan invasion was coming their way. This could help to prevent unwanted losses and preserve the bulk of Green Feather Mountain's strength. This was all Tang Wu's simple master plan. That Green Feather Mountain would first devote its entire might into annihilating all of the Qins, and once they were ready, they would deal with the Tai Luo clan later. But Qin Wanli was not a 5-year-old who failed to guess the obvious. Only what could he do? The rules were clear. Every hillock in the Qin domain made up the blind bets he placed to qualify for this conference. He could hardly say no. Come on, Tang. Qin Wanli peered at Tang Wu morosely. That's so underhanded of you. Underhanded? In what way? Tang Wu hissed placidly. We've not broken any rules last time I checked. So how underhanded have we been, pray explain. This is just us playing to win without infringing the rules of this conference, which I'm sure you'll agree. But at my expense, Qin Wanli wanted to say. The Qin forces have been bleeding men and supplies for the past 3 days with more than 100 casualties. Any more and the Qins would be ruined. The dots began shifting again, indicating more troop movements on the shadow moon disk. A mass of blue dots were marching straight for another hillock held by a cluster of scarlet specks, indicating another invasion. Qin Wanli checked the numbers of blue-dotted invaders and their ranks and sighed. Heaven forfend that the Qin casualties would be piling again this time. His face squirmed and distwisted with suppressed horror and disgust before he finally said quietly, Master Tang, a parley if I may? On behalf of the Qin forces, I'm permitted to say that we're happy to contend with just 18 hillocks. Tang Wu at him briefly before the corner of his lips curled into an imperceptible grin. Very well then. That was all Qin Wanli could have asked for as he quietly careened with gratitude and relief as he immediately dispatched his orders at great haste. In mere minutes, the cluster of crimson spots immediately teamed down the slopes of the hillock, giving way for the company of blue dots to occupy the place without any resistance. Qin Wanli stole a glance at Han Jiyu. There she was, hurling at him a most venomous glare. He returned a weak and sheepish smile. After all, he really was at his wits' end. The Qin forces could only take so much beating, and his request for just 18 hillocks in the parley was as good as admitting defeat and a pronouncement of surrender. And Tang Wu had graciously accepted the parley. That effectively ruled him out of getting involved in the feud between Green Feather Mountain and the Tai Luo clan. Naturally, Han Jiyu was hardly happy about how things were developing, but she could hardly complain. The Qins could have just watched from the sidelines, but it was she who dragged them into this mess. In the end, the Qins not only lost both men and arms, they had even lost a portion of their territory. In contrast, it was the clan that had benefited the most by gaining almost half the total number of hillocks in this conference with minimal losses of their own. Therefore, she could hardly direct any word of blame to Qin Wanli. The Qins were a noble house with a relatively young history of just 30 years and wealth and influence that the clan and Green Feather Mountain each could easily dwarf. For this reason, tossing him a scathing glare was just as far as she was willing to go. She swiveled around to lose her temper at the person who she thought most deserved it, Tang Wu. Scoundrel, she glowered at him. You can talk all you want, Tang Wu commented dryly. Hanja, you nearly blew her gasket. Come fight us then. What's with all that retreating whenever you see us? Are you wimps? Is Green Feather Mountain made up of nothing but a ragtag bunch of cowards? You wanna fight? Tang Wu said, "Very well, you got it." As soon as he was finished, the shadow moon disk indicated more abrupt troop movements. Waves and waves of blue dots were mobilizing, marching towards a hillock now being occupied by black spots. "Don't you feel that you're a tad too overstretched?" Tang Wu smirked. "You sure you'll win this skirmish?" Each faction only had a limited number of men signing up in the conference. That made defending a real science. One could control a great number of hillocks but at the same time had to sacrifice the integrity of their defense since the deployment of manpower would have to be stretched thin. Hence, Hanji you might have enhanced defenses laid out on hillocks skirting the peripherals of the clan's territory, but still, the defenses remained lacking in manpower. An invasion right now would be an easy win for Green Feather Mountain. "Just you look." Hanji Yu scowled. She quickly sent urgent orders to her men and in mere minutes, more black dots marched towards the front lines to reinforce the hillocks now closest to the enemy lines. The wry grin on Tang Wu's expression only creased deeper as if he had guessed this coming from a long way. Qin Wanli, who had been watching Tang Wu, knew better than to say a word. Tang Wu must be plotting something and the last thing Qin Wanli could afford was to meddle with Tang Wu's plot and face the full wrath of Green Feather Mountain. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 127 Hijacked. Smoke of war undulated up into the skies as battles waged on the hillocks closest to the front line. Even from a distance, one could almost make out the myriad-colored death rays weaving here and there, as well as the violent trepidation of spiritual energies rippling from there. The Green Feather Mountain offensive on Tai Luo clan territories had begun with more than 5 to 6 vanguard squads being mobilized on simultaneous assaults on different fronts, making at least dozens to hundreds of cultivators from both sides, trying to kill, maim and destroy their enemies with extreme prejudice. On the hillside of one of those hillocks, the Xiejin raiding squad was parked, awaiting orders. The whole squad waited in silence, using the time to rest and recuperate with anticipation. The task given to them was simple. They were to wait for the enemy raiding squad assigned here and intercept them if and when they appeared. Otherwise, they were to group up with the nearest vanguard squad to assist their assault. With the Qins now out of the picture, it was open season on any Tai Luo clan cultivator and territory. An hour had passed since the battle began. Xiejin opened his eyes. Quietly, he called his squad mates. "Let's go." Everyone vaulted themselves up their mounts and they rode on with Lu Yi taking point. Xiejin and Tao Tiangangpil just closely behind while Song Xia and Chao Chaoer brought up the rear. Lu Yi was asked to become pointman due to Xiejin's recent injury. It was not serious but it was bad enough to affect his performance. Hence the decision to have Lu Yi take his place. A decision that everyone unanimously agreed to since the whole squad realized how easy and victorious their battles had become with the addition of Lu Yi. With him leading their charge, the squad could easily draw first blood as early as the first exchange, allowing the odds to tip in their favor. His flair and ingenuity, which had been a great boon, often made everyone wonder more about Lu Ye's provenance. The squad sped across the sloppy hillside meadows, accompanied by the rapid padded gallops of their mounts. Xiejin gave Lu Yi a bearing that led nowhere near the crest. Instead, they were riding to the other side of the hillock. Lu Yi knew at once what Xiejin's plan was. They were going to intercept the enemy raiding squad. That would mean that the vanguard squad must be making good progress at the top of the hillock, hence the need for the enemy to dispatch a raiding squad to assist with the defense. 5 targets. 2 fifth orders, 3 fourth orders. Xiejin shouted from over Lu Ye's shoulders, "Take one down, Lu Yi, and leave the other to me." Lu Yi nodded without a word, knowing that Xiejin was referring to the fifth order cultivators. Chao Chaoer chuckled, "A pair of fifth orders? Looks like they're taking us seriously, eh?" That was true. That the clan had sent forth a raiding squad with 2 fifth-order cultivators indicated how wary it was towards the Xiejin raiding squad. Not that it came as a surprise. With Lu Yi being an integral presence in this squad, the Xiejin raiding squad had become greatly feared for their invincibility and deadliness. "They are coming this way." Xiejin roared at the top of his voice. Lu Yi did not need to be told. At the front of the formation, he could already make out figures approaching like a shot. Both squads closed in on each other until they were almost 100 meters apart. Lu Yi set his sights on a ferocious-looking fifth-order cultivator, that could only be the leader of the enemy raiders. With a tiny little goatee below his chin, he looked like a greenhorn in his early 20s. Lu Yi fired a spell, although it missed squarely. Riding on a mount galloping furiously contributed to the bad aim. He fired a second spell. This time it went straight for one of the enemy raiders, although his target was able to evade the blow by ducking low. With barely a few meters ahead, Lu Yi drew his saber. He could care less about what animal his target was riding, only that it resembled a lion and a tiger. As soon as they nearly brushed past each other, Lu Yi brought his weapon down on the Fifth Order squad leader. The enemy dodged, but his mount twisted and rammed into Amber. The beefy white tiger gave an apoplectic roar as it fell. Up above, Lu Yi knew that Amber was falling. He leaped off Amber and fell to a roll on the ground before he managed to get back on his feet. He scanned his surroundings quickly. Everyone was the same. The enemy squad was using the first exchange to dismount everyone. The enemy was trying to prevent this from becoming a mounted skirmish. Lu Ye's gaze turned intent and grim as his grip on the hilt of his saber tightened. The enemy must be confident in fighting them on foot if they had decided on such a strategy. But why on earth are they so confident? But there was no time to think. Lu Yi dashed forward as soon as he was ready. The enemy Fifth Order squad leader was only just getting back on his feet too, and it was too good a chance for Lu Yi to miss. He swung his weapon, aiming for his target's throat. The enemy quickly raised an arm to shield himself. A loud metallic clang resounded. Even with spiritual pattern sharp edge, the enemy's arm was somehow able to withstand his attack. In fact, Lu Yi thought for one second that he had struck metal instead of human flesh. He looked and realized that his enemy was wearing an iron manica. So that was why he dared to use his arm to protect himself. He might not fit the typical stereotype of the large beefy man who body-tempering cultivators usually were, but he was agile and nimble enough. He was quick enough that before Lu Yi could follow up with another attack, he lunged and barreled a fist straight into his chest, forcing Lu Yi to retreat with his weapon back on the defensive. The sharp, ear-splitting bangs of spells ricocheting everywhere with fiery sparks bursting around could be distracting enough if Lu Yi did not have an enemy flinging his fists at him. Lu Yi used the flat of his saber to shield himself as the blows rained on him, and the powerful impact threw him a few paces backward. Then he heard bestial roars and snarls. The mounts, all 10 of them, must have engaged each other by now, and apparently so did Xie Jin and the rest of his squad mates. Everyone had found their match and the battle had begun. All of a sudden, he heard a voice screaming, "They're not Fourth Orders." That was Song Xie, and he sounded distressed. That really was a bombshell. All real-time intelligence that Xie Jin received as leader of his squad was supplied to him by Tang Wu. The colored dots on the shadow moon disk were all participants of the conference, and each color represented a different faction while the different hues denoted the participants' varying ranks. Right now, the display on the disk clearly indicated that the enemy raiding squad consisted of 2 Fifth Order cultivators and 3 Fourth Order ones. The setup wasn't exactly powerful and strong, but Lu Yi and his squad mates weren't dreading the encounter at all. With Xie Jin as their resident Fifth Order cultivator and Lu Yi who had proven himself capable of handling one himself, the rest of the squad was expected to just focus on the rest and not make a pig's ear of what should be a manageable win. That accounted for the relaxed and casual mood before the battle began. At the very least, even if they failed to get the win, everyone anticipated a safe withdrawal with little to no injuries. But only after the first exchange did Song Xie realize that he was up against a Fifth Order cultivator. To make things worse, the enemy was a spell cultivator whose prowess in slinging one dead ray after another at him with tremendous efficacy and finesse prevented him from making the fight close-quarters combat. Instead, he had to duck and evade for dear life, and it would take only one mistake for him to lose his life. Another anguished howl came from another side. It was Tao Tiangang, yowling as he staggered backward with a bloody gash almost a foot long that anyone could almost see the grotesque viscera inside. But his enemy was not going to just let him go. He pounced on Tao Tiangang, eager to finish him off, and the flux of his spiritual powers clearly showed that he too was a Fifth Order cultivator. That almost sent Xiao Xiao Air into a hysterical fit. But fortunately for her, her enemy was only just a Fourth Order cultivator, unlike the others. Not that it made the situation any better. What was supposed to be an enemy squad with only just 2 fifth-order raiders had turned out to be 4 instead. They might not be outnumbered just yet, but they were still being overtopped. All it would take was for either Song Xia or Tao Tiangang to be killed, and the enemy squad would be able to snowball their advantage by having 1 extra cultivator free. Deep inside the Great Hall at the central neutral region, Tang Wu's face fell with despair as he tore his gaze from the disc and hissed with undisguised sarcasm, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." He would be a fool if he could not see by now how he had fallen for Han Zhiyu's ruse. The Tai Luo clan had methods to mask its participants' real rank, which was commonplace trick enough, if not for the fact that the clan would see the use of such talismans on cultivators as lowly as the 5th order. Ordinary talismans could not suppress a cultivator's spiritual energy signature, and breathing curbing talismans would only obscure one's spiritual energy signature entirely, not containing it down to a lower rank. To actually do that, one needed a special spiritual pattern. A spiritual pattern that needed to be branded on its wielder's physical body. To that end, the clan would require the outside help of a master in the arcane arts of manipulating spiritual patterns. Understandably, the services of such a virtuoso could never be cheap. Tang Wu knew for a fact that the Tai Luo clan did not have such a talent within its own ranks, so the 2 disguised 5th-order cultivators must have been a pair of hidden aces that the clan had kept specially for situations like this. No longer her incandescent and seething self, Han Zhiyu was now struggling to cover her wicked grin. What a naive little boy. She gave him a coy look. "What? You think I don't know that the white tiger brat is in this raiding squad?" All that outburst and histrionics were all for Tang Wu's benefit. "You've been making a lot of changes and adjustments lately, and I know it's all to prevent me from finding him. But you're mistaken. I've known where he was all along." Han Zhiyu's finger came up and tapped on the display of the shadow moon disk, poking at the spot where the raiding squads were battling each other. "I know for a fact that he's been instrumental in your trouncing of the Qins recently, so I'm sure you understand why I have to remove him as quickly as possible. In fact, maybe I should just wipe out the whole raiding squad just to be safe." Her finger traced upwards and stopped at where the nearest assault was underway, a cluster of black and blue dots mixed together on the crest of a hill not far away. "Then I'll have my raiders ride here and wipe out your vanguard after this. That way, I'll be able to tear through your defenses and make a beeline for your rear where your logistics corp is. That's where the true slaughter will begin. A slaughter that shall see Green Feather Mountain eternally castrated." Ha 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 ha. Tang Wu never looked so dismal before. Of all things, he did not see this coming, not knowing that Han Zhiyu had seen through his plans. In fact, Han Zhiyu's plan mirrored his in almost every way. The Green Feather Mountain assault was going smoothly enough, and if Xie Jin's squad could join in, then they could work on securing a victory from there. For the purpose of bolstering her defense line, Han Zhiyu had mobilized much of her forces to the front lines, leaving the rear in a very compromised situation. If only the Xie Jin raiding squad could succeed, then it would be the Green Feather Mountain forces instead who would be dealing a most crippling blow to the clan's logistical division, effectively collapsing the clan's entire defensive line. For this reason, the battle today was the most important skirmish of this year's conference. The most important showdown where the winner would take all, and the loser would be crushed. What was initially thought of as Han Zhiyu's mistake in moving the bulk of the clan's troops to the front lines was just a gambit, and a well-planned one since she had seen through Tang Wu's plans right from the start, and her irascible outlook were just so that Tang Wu believed her. She had allowed Tang Wu to set his plan into motion while she plotted to hijack it and use it against him. It was all Tang Wu could do to stifle the boiling rage and frustration swelling inside him. He had underestimated Han Zhiyu far too much, and now he was paying the price, one that he knew was far more grave than what he could possibly endure. Watching from the sidelines, Qin Wanli could feel his heart race. He could never compare himself to the likes of Han Zhiyu and Tang Wu. These two geniuses in the art of intrigue and conspiracy could easily eat him alive. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 128, Killstreak. The battle between the raiders of both sides had barely just begun, but the difference between the two raiding squads was clear enough. Tao Tiangang was wounded and Song Xia could barely defend himself. It wouldn't be too long before he too would find himself injured or worse, killed. Xiao Xiao Air's situation might be on the sunny side, But there was no way that a lone victory from her end could turn things around. Meanwhile, Xiejin himself was doing all he could by keeping his target occupied in spite of being already impaired by his injuries from last time. The situation could not have been any worse. Either Tao Tiangang or Song Xia would be dying first, and so would the rest of them in due time. We need to flip the tables. The notion flashed through Lu Ye's mind as he delivered a blow that forced his target behind, giving himself enough space to dig out the Bell Spirit artifact from his pocket. He infused his spiritual powers and activated the magical bell. The bell soared up into the air, growing larger and larger at an unbelievable speed before it slammed down on the fifth-order spell cultivator Song Xia was fighting against, trapping him inside. That was a tactical choice. Spell cultivators usually stood stationary while they fired their spells, making them the sweetest targets since they would be easy to aim at. Moreover, trapping the spell cultivator inside could have the best efficacy since any spells that he fired could bounce off the inner wall of the bell, and potentially hurt himself instead. With a deafening clangor, the bell had the spell cultivator securely captured inside. Song Xia was doing all he could to evade whatever death rays came his way when he saw the gigantic bell come crashing down on his foe. Doubt and disbelief swept across his face for one split second before he wheeled around and dashed towards Tao Tiangang to give him a hand. Whether the bell would hold, he did not know. All he knew was that this was the chance of a lifetime to turn things around. If he could regroup with Tao Tiangang and hold back his target for as long as he could, even if they failed to defeat the enemy, that would at least give the whole squad more breathing space. The notion to desert his squadmates had reared its head for one brief moment just now, although he quickly perished the thought. Beyond any doubt, he too would not be able to survive much longer than his comrades if he were to abandon them and flee. At least by standing firm and fighting, he and everyone might still have a chance of surviving this ordeal. His arrival helped to relieve the pressure on Tao Tiangang, and together, the duo realized that they might just give the fifth-order enemy a run for his money. In the meantime, Lu Yi renewed his attacks on Goatee as soon as he cast the Bell Spirit artifact, raining blow after blow with his saber and forcing his enemy on the defensive that the body-tempering cultivator could do nothing but depend solely on his iron manica to defend himself. Realizing another opening, Lu Yi immediately fired a spell. The crimson plump bird-like energy bolt tore straight into Goatee's chest and detonated, the blast incinerating half of his face. Yet somehow, he was able to prevent real damage to himself, all thanks to the protective cuirass he was wearing beneath his tunic. Nevertheless, the blast propelled him backward. Staggering unsteadily, he growled, "Impressive." In fact, he really was impressed by Lu Ye's strength. He was the superior cultivator out of the two, and yet here he was, being kept on the defensive while it was Lu Yi who has been maintaining the initiative of this duel. But the word merely just slipped out his lips when Lu Ye's foot was already heading his way. Goatee snarled and channeled his spiritual powers, sending every iota of them coursing through the veins all over him. A pale gossamer shroud like a veil of scarlet-red blood rose over the surface of his skin. Then he twisted around, throwing a punch of his own at Lu Ye's foot. The collision of both attacks and their various spiritual powers hurled both men backward. Lu Ye's foot grew so numb from the pain that he could almost barely stand up. But Goatee didn't get the better end of the exchange either. The impact had sent him crashing to the ground. Lu Yi saw his chance. He charged forward and unleashed another onslaught of attacks before his target could get up. Goatee roared with indignation and ire. With more of his spiritual power suffusing with his blood, the thick and crimson mist-like veil that was his protective shroud was looking more and more corporeal. But that did not go well. With Lu Ye's brutal and ceaseless barrage of attacks reinforced by spiritual pattern's sharp edge, the protective shroud thinned more quickly than it could manifest. Not far away, pops and bangs were coming from inside the shaking Bell Spirit artifact. The color of the magical relic, the indicator of its integrity, was quickly fading. Any longer and the enemy spell cultivator inside would manage to get out, and by then, whatever upper hand that Lu Yi and his squadmates had just found would all be for naught. Lu Yi realized how crucial it was for him to defeat his target quickly, or all of them would die. With desperation slowly waxing in him as he swung his saber recklessly at his enemy, distantly hoping for one of his attacks to work, Lu Yi could feel his patience waning. He slashed, chopped, and hacked all he could, but to no avail. The body-tempering cultivator's budding protective shroud and his iron manica were fending off every attack with tremendous effectiveness. Nothing Lu Yi did could penetrate his defenses and inflict any fatal wounds. Meanwhile, the Bell Spirit artifact was turning duller by the second. It was going to break. "You're dead meat," bellowed the body-tempering cultivator goatee with triumphant glee despite being overwhelmed by Lu Ye's relentless salvo of attacks. He knew that his squadmate was close to escaping the magical bell, and the initiative of this battle would be restored back to theirs. For this reason, he did not even attempt any retaliation. There was just no need to. The situation had been in their favor right from the start, and there was no need for any changes yet. All he needed to do was to bide his time and wait. Lu Yi refused to give up, and finally, his efforts bore fruit. The iron manica worn by goatee on his arm cracked at last, much to his disbelieving surprise. He was informed prior to this battle about how he should deal with Lu Yi with caution. That prompted him to equip himself with more protective gear. His purpose was to keep Lu Yi pinned down while his squadmates dealt with the rest of Squad Xiajin. Even though he had clearly miscalculated Lu Ye's ability, it would not be a stretch to say that the clan had specifically chosen him to be Lu Ye's nemesis. That was the spur Lu Yi needed to go on. It emboldened and encouraged him, and instead terrified goatee enough that he could no longer tolerate being on the receiving end of Lu Ye's abuse. He rummaged through his storage bag as if he was looking for something, and Lu Ye's best guess was that he was looking for a defensive talisman, most likely the golden body talisman. All of a sudden, goatee felt a strange weight crushing down on his shoulder before hearing a strange but sharp whistle ringing in his ears, disorienting him for one brief moment. Panicking, he hastily channeled more spiritual power, infusing every bit of it into all the vital energy he could muster to strengthen once again the thinning protective shroud, reviving it back to its deep red richness. A shrill cry of pain came from his back. He did not know who it was trying to attack from behind, but goatee knew that re-strengthening his protective shroud have somehow warded off the unseen enemy from behind. But Lu Yi saw who it was. She had materialized just behind goatee earlier, and seeing how his protective shroud had hurt his friend rekindled the flames of wrath in him. Furiously, he stormed toward goatee and attacked. Yi had never once shown herself in Squad Xiajin's battles before. Without a corporeal physical body, there was only so much she could contribute to their skirmishes. Yet right now, in their hour of need, she had decided to appear to create a distraction for Lu Yi. Goatee was just in the midst of retrieving his talisman from inside his storage bag when the distraction cut short his attempt of activating it. Little did he realize that he would never have the chance to. With the iron manica gone, there was nothing that goatee could rely on to shield himself against a blow reinforced with spiritual pattern, sharp edge. The blow carved through what defensive auras goatee conjured, defeating the scarlet-red protective shroud, and cleaved off the arm that was still clutching the unused talisman before slicing into the side of his neck, engendering a ghastly burst of blood oozing out like a fountain. Goatee grunted at the enormous pain, his teeth gnashing as he tried to maintain his hold of Lu Ye's wrist to prevent the saber from slicing any further. In the nick of time, he reacted quickly enough right after his arm was severed to stop what would have been a fatal strike and prevented his own death. Lu Yi took one more step forward to reposition himself for more leverage. Placing another hand on the front of his blade, he pressed down on the blade with hardly an ounce of mercy. Standing inches away from each other, both men stared at each other eye to eye. Crunch! The keen edge of the blade sliced through flesh and more blood gushed out like a geyser. Lu Yi stood over his foe whose huge and bloodshot eyes were transfixed to his. Kneeling and still desperately trying to stop Lu Yi, Goatee's mouth trembled as if he wanted to say something. Swish! If Goatee really had something to say, Lu Yi certainly had no interest in hearing it. Applying more strength, the long shiny steel of the saber sundered whatever fibers in his enemy's flesh, ripping through every tendon in his neck and exiting cleanly in a morbid arc. The headless body swayed in the wind for a couple of seconds before it finally tumbled lifelessly to the ground. The body-tempering cultivator was, at long last, dead. But there was no time for respite. While Lu Yi defeated his opponent, adding another notch to his belt of fifth-order enemy kills, all thanks to Yi's timely intervention, the durability of the Bell Spirit artifact was going to give way, as shown by its color which looked almost dark by then. Lu Yi wiped his face clean of the blood that was the souvenir that his dead opponent left him and peered around to survey the battlefield. Xie Jin was steadily losing ground while Song Xia and Tao Tiangang were just barely holding their own against their fifth-order enemy. The combined might of both of them should have been able to make it a fair fight, but Tao Tiangang was wounded before Song Xia's arrival, and the latter had to carry much of the heavy lifting himself. The overall situation for Squad Xie Jin really wasn't good at all. Whereas Chao Chao Air was still locked in a stalemate against her enemy, the only fourth-order cultivator in the enemy raiding squad. There was no time for second thoughts. He darted for the bell spirit artifact, his arms swinging up to withdraw the magical bell, and it obeyed, rising up to the air swiftly and flying back to him. Bang! A spell blasted out from inside as soon as the bell flew up, hitting an empty spot. That was the spell cultivator who had been trying to free himself. Then, thinking that he had defeated the magical relic himself, he couldn't help cracking into triumphant laughter. He had been firing spells after spells inside, trying to whittle down the bell's defenses from inside while getting himself scalded so badly by the very same spells he fired when they bounced off the inner walls. Fortunately, he was careful enough to prevent killing himself instead, and looking disheveled and smoldering seemed like a small price to pay. But he did not know that his elation would be short-lived. His vision was only just getting used to the light again when the cold glint of steel blinded him. Before he even knew what was going on, Lu Ye's saber was already hacking through his protective aura, and with his smile still frozen on his face, the spell cultivator's severed head hurtled through the air. That the most durable of his team, a fifth-order body-tempering cultivator, could be slain in such a diminutive period of time during his incarceration inside the magical bell was certainly well beyond his comprehension. He did not even see the blow coming, and there he was, as dead as a doornail. In mere minutes the tables had been turned. This time for real. 2 out of the 4 fifth-order cultivators that the clan had fielded specifically to wipe out Squad Xie Jin were dead. The sudden shift in the status quo not only shocked the remaining enemy raiders, and even Xie Jin and the rest were having difficulty believing this to be true. What followed was an ecstatic blur of frenzy. What was initially expected to be a fight to the death had just played out way beyond everyone's expectations. A fourth order who could slay a pair of fifth orders in one go? Never. No one would have been capable of such a feat, no one else except him. The one who had single-handedly survived smashing through the defenses of the Tai Luo clan could pull off such a kill streak. Lu Yi could feel his adrenaline still pumping as he darted towards Chao Chao Air's end of the battle this time. His spiritual powers were churning like a storm raging in his belly after his slaying of 2 fifth-order enemies, and he needed an easier challenge to cool things down. More so since Chao Chao Air's preferred weapon, a whip, was a good match to his fighting style. Both he and Chao Chao Air had formed quite an unlikely double act in the recent battles, sharing a chemistry that had translated into numerous successes in the field. Seeing Lu Yi rushing her way, Chao Chao Air instinctively knew what to do. She stepped aside and allowed Lu Yi to take point. Meanwhile, her target was reeling with disbelief and panic at seeing both his seniors killed. He turned around and bolted. But he barely took 2 steps when the crack of a whip reverberated in the air, and the end of it coiled tightly around his throat like a hangman's noose. Chao Chao Air gave her whip a furious yank, pulling the man off his feet. Before he could fall, the enemy slashed at the whip with his weapon. But before he could, Chao Chao Air had withdrawn her weapon. He tumbled with a big crash, and when he finally got up, Lu Yi was already upon him with his saber swinging down on his head. The fourth-order cultivator quickly raised his weapon, hoping to parry the blow. Only then did he see Chao Chao Air's whip already wrapping around his legs. Then he felt it pulling his legs from under him, and he lurched unsteadily. That was all the opening Lu Yi needed to chop him down. "Go help them!" Lu Yi yelled. Without even stopping for one split second, he tore right after Xie Jin. "Help who?" Chao Chao Air cried after him as she lashed her whip at her fallen target with one last blow to the head, blasting it open like a watermelon. Lu Yi gave no reply. He sped towards Xie Jin with every semblance of a wolf on the scent of blood, and rejoined his squad leader in a brief stare-down against the enemy fifth-order cultivator. The leader of the enemy raiding squad looked rather sullen and crestfallen at the astonishing, if not ignominious, outcome, but that dampened his rancor and fury not one bit at all. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 129, Annihilated. The Tai Luo clan squad leader was no fool, nor was he a 5-year-old who was still dubious about his situation. He knew that he would be dead no matter what, and he had every intention of bringing as many enemies as he could into the grave with him. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao'er surveyed the battlefield and decided to head towards rejoining Song Xia and Tao Tiangang instead, since she failed to get an answer out of Lu Yi. Song Xia might yet survive this day, but the same could not be said for the already wounded Tao Tiangang if their enemy was not defeated quickly enough. On the other hand, Han Zhiyu's smug elation dissolved into reticent gloom inside the Great Hall at the central neutral region as she failed to take her eyes off the display where the two raiding squads were battling each other. When one of the black dots there vanished, her grin froze. Then a second disappeared, and that was when her smile evaporated before a third faded, portending the failure of her intricate ploy and an unbelievable blow that had left her stupefied and petrified with disbelief. A usually stoic Tang Wu cackled so hard that he looked like he could almost double over in laughter as he patted the display of the shadow moon disk. Even he could hardly confess to anticipating such an incredible turn of events. He did not know what really happened out there on the field and how his raiders managed to defy such impossible odds and triumphed, but the display of the shadow moon disk showed the ironclad truth. The enemy raiders had lost 2 5th-order and 1 4th-order cultivators, and it wouldn't be too long before his raiders mopped up the last of the 2. His raiders had won. That was reason enough for a celebration, although his hunch told him that this could only be the doing of the new recruit, the 4th-order cultivator called Yi. He knew for a fact that the rest of the squad did not have the flair for such heroics. Recruiting Yi for this year's conference might have been the best decision he had ever made. But Tang Wu's laughter only managed to rile up an already miffed Han Zhiyu, whose very hands and shoulders were shaking with boiling rage, as she stared at the display of the disc. Another onyx black spot melted into nothing. She closed her eyes with frustration. If only she could unsee what just happened. What a waste. That would have been such a perfect plan if all those incompetent and inept fools had not botched its execution. Qin Wanli involuntarily shifted sideways if it was to put as much distance as he could between both him and Han Zhiyu. The last thing he wanted was for him to get caught up in the fallout of her rage. The battle was still ongoing, but with only the last enemy raider still standing. Lu Yi and Xie Jin had slain their target before coming over to assist Qiao Qiao'er and the rest. The last 5th-order raider of the enemy squad had thought of fleeing, but he could not risk exposing his back to 3 4th-order adversaries if he turned tail and ran. To do that would be tantamount to suicide. And his plight was not alleviated one bit at all by the addition of Xie Jin and Lu Yu, whose arrival had practically sealed his fate. Barely 10 seconds later, the final enemy raider crumbled to the ground and into a pool of his own blood after a final futile act of defiance where he fired his last talisman at Tao Tiangang. Mumbling curses with his last breath, he died knowing that his squad had failed their charge miserably and his attempt to kill at least one target had ended in vain. At long last, the gritting struggle was over for Squad Xie Jin, with Tao Tiangang badly wounded and Song Xia making it through without anything life-threatening. But their kill tally had just risen by 4 5th-order and 1 4th-order kills. Despite the vast differences in strength and power, they had managed to scrape a win as underdogs. A feat no one else would believe was possible. Everyone peered at Lu Yi with the wonder and awe of discovering a unicorn. They knew that it was he who first killed his target, the 5th-order body-tempering cultivator, before making short work of the spell cultivator who had been giving Song Xia a hard time. No one could dispute that it was they who would be lying on the ground dead and maimed if it wasn't for Lu Yi. Come on, we need to support the vanguard, Xie Jin called. Lu Yi swiveled around to peer at Tao Tiangang, who wasn't looking well at all with his massive hemorrhaging. Leaning against the trunk of a tree and gasping for air, the chalk-white green feather mountain acolyte looked like he could be sailing perilously close to the brink of dying any moment now. Junior brother. Xie Jin groaned with guilt. Tao Tiangang forced a grin. Weakly he said, "Don't worry about me. Go. I'll meet you back at the field infirmary. I've called for people to come get you. Win this for me," Tao Tiangang said gravely. Xie Jin nodded without a word. 2 out of the 5 mounts that the Tai Luo clan raiders had ridden here were dead, all thanks to Amber, who had shown that it was the strongest and most dangerous of the mounts they had encountered up until now. that allowed them a certain edge when it came to fights between raiding squads. The rest of the mounts had been routed the moment their riders were killed. Squad Xiejin got on their mounts and resumed their charge up the slopes with Lu Yi leading the front. The battle at the crest had been going on without them, and it was time the raiders made their entry. The Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad assaulting the crest was clearly in the advantage as per Han Zhiyu's original plan. It was also that she could send her raiding squad this way without arousing suspicion. She anticipated that her squad would easily decimate Squad Xiejin before assisting in the defense uphill. The raiders numbering only 5, but with 4 fifth-order cultivators, including a spell cultivator in their midst, their presence would surely be able to surprise the Green Feather Mountain Vanguard squad and reverse the circumstances. Yet instead, it was her raiding squad that was annihilated in its entirety, making the already unfavorable situation worse. Lu Yi could never forget the looks on the faces of the Tai Luo clan defenders when he and his squad mates reached the top of the hill. They looked utterly astounded. They were told that they only needed to hold the defenses until their raiding squad arrived. The knowledge that there were enough fifth-order cultivators in the raiding squad to make a difference in this battle had been what kept their morale intact. But seeing that it was the enemy raiding squad arriving instead of their own sapped their confidence and will to fight on. The raiders had just survived a grueling and almost fatal battle that had greatly fatigued and exhausted them. A charge straight through the defensive lines might do more harm than good. Hence Lu Yi led his squad around the edges, chipping away at their men and morale as they looked out for chances to exploit. Qiao Qiaoer rather enjoyed this way of fighting. The length of her whip made her the one with the widest range, allowing her to either yank an enemy into the dirt or hook him away from the defensive formation, isolating him enough for Song Xie and Xiejin to deal with him from a safe distance. Lu Yi allowed his teammates to rake up all the kills. Being able to fire spells of his own, he circled around, firing one phoenix-like bolt after another into the midst of the enemy defenders, causing more pain and misery, if not death. That slowly and steadily heaped more pressure on the defenders. More defenders fell one by one, firmly securing Green Feather Mountain's victory here. Han Zhiyu stared blankly at the display of the disc, watching how the black dots slowly vanished one by one. She could send more raiding squads this way, but help would take time to arrive, even if Tang Wu did nothing to make sure that the reinforcements were not intercepted and cut off. And she was right. For every raiding squad that she sent to the same hillock where Squad Xiejin was fighting, Tang Wu would send another to meet them halfway. She could barely mobilize some help from the nearby hills, for this was a multi-pronged assault by Green Feather Mountain, a joint offensive being conducted on at least 5 to 6 fronts, with more than a handful of the nearby defensive squads bogged down in a deadlock trying to fend off their invaders. Both her and Tang Wu's original plans respectively were for the men on this particular hill to break the impasse. That presented her with only one last viable option, to retreat before every defender there made the hill their final resting place. But retreating was easier said than done, for that would mean exposing their rear to the enemy. More often than not, this could turn out to be a dangerous mistake. The defenders might be totally wiped out instead, especially with Lu Yi and the rest of Squad Xiejin lurking around like a pack of wolves. The skirmish atop the crest manifested into a grind that persisted until sundown. The aftermath was a hellish sight of dead bodies littering everywhere along the descending slopes of the hill. The air was rank with the stench of blood and the hilltop plains were scattered with bloody maimed limbs and sickening chunks of flesh and viscera. Many of the dead were those killed when they were trying to retreat. Squad Xiejin and their friendly vanguard squad were victorious. Tired and weary, Lu Yi and his squad mates rode behind Xiejin as he led them back to the field infirmary campsite hidden in the glen at the far rear. But the day had not yet ended for the rest of the Green Feather Mountain forces. Those who could still fight quickly regrouped and reorganized themselves before they marched towards a nearby hillock to shatter the deadlock there. Han Zhiyu looked as if she was going to try and smash a chair at the display of the Shadow Moon disc. She tore her gaze off the magical surveillance device and hissed at Tang Wu with eyes moist and bloodshot with despondency. "You wish to put an end to us once and for all." Tang Wu snorted at the closest thing to a plea from her. "As if you lot would show us any mercy if we were in your shoes. We're enemies, remember? Don't you think that it's hilarious that you're saying such silly things to me?" Han Zhiyu gritted her teeth and swallowed what retort she was going to say and stole a glance at Qin Wanli instead. Qin Wanli quickly averted his gaze, trying to avoid looking at her. Life for the Cheens wouldn't be easy after this, of this he was certain. Even so, the Cheens could hardly say yes to the clan's appeal for help. He did not want to be caught between a rock and a hard place. Green Feather Mountain would make sure that he would regret agreeing to provide any assistance to the clan. What the Cheens now had was a peace that was built on the lives of more than 100 loyal Cheen acolytes and retainers, a price so dear that Cheen Wanli would never forget. If anything, he would rather tell Han Jiyu to just yield and admit defeat, if only she was not giving him such a venomous glare right now. The choice between antagonizing the clan and ensuring the safety of his kinsman was a clear one. The security of his family was paramount. Very well. Han Jiyu broke into a sudden smile with resignation, conceding at last that all hope was lost. All her elaborate planning and preparation in her fearsome duel of wits against Tang Wu had boiled down into such an inglorious and irreversible defeat just because of a simple miscalculation. She shut her eyes and placed her finger on her battlefield imprint. Quietly, she relayed an order. The one order that she would have done anything to prevent sending if she could help it. Almost immediately, the masses of jet black flecks began to swarm away from the hillocks at the front lines, including the ones that were still in fierce combat. More black dots vanished, signifying more casualties. Han Jiyu looked away, fearful that watching how the last of her withdrawing forces were being slaughtered like dogs would send her into such delirium that could compel her to reverse her orders. The last vestiges of her rationale and reason were urging her to cut her losses, or the clan would suffer a ruin far greater and far more detrimental than the one they were in right now. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and his squadmates were just passing another crest on their way back when word came from the field infirmary that the worst was finally over for Tao Tiangang and he was now safe. The glad tidings were greeted with exhalations of relief. The raiders barely knew each other, but having shed blood and sweat together had created a close bond between them all. Xie Jin remained in close contact with the other squads, keeping himself informed about the situation at the front lines, and when he told everyone how the clan was recalling its troops en masse and the Green Feather Mountain forces at the front were giving an all-out push, both Song Xia and Xiao Chao cheered jubilantly. Lu Yi took the time to check on Yi. She was hurt when she tried to distract his target, the enemy 5th Order body-tempering cultivator, and he recognized the wounds she received. They were the same as the time when she was trying to retrieve the barrier-penetrating fruit for him. Her entire form turned so pale and faint that she looked like she was teetering on the edge of complete disintegration, and it took almost a month before she was back to normal. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 130, Premature Conclusion. It took a lengthy examination for Lu Yi to finally confirm that Yi was fine. All she needed was some rest. Only then did he finally breathe easily. With Amber now stronger and more powerful than before, Yi was expected to make a quick recovery. It was well past midnight when Squad Xie Jin made it back to the field infirmary campsite. The people there had been keeping Lu Ye's tent and Mu Ling was already expecting him, who took great care in dealing with his and Amber's wounds. Although Lu Yi fell asleep halfway through her treatment, fighting one battle after another for the past few days had taken quite a toll on him. Lu Yi woke up the next morning to a sunny day with a blanket draped over him. He clambered up and peered around. Amber was nowhere in sight, although he could hear Chow Chow Air's voice outside. "Come try this. It's delicious. Oi, let me go. There's no need to bite even when you're not accepting my favor." Lu Yi quickly dressed up and went outside. There was Amber with his vice-like jaws locked around Chow Chow Air's arm. She was twisting and writhing violently, but she did not dare to pull too hard, culminating in a tug-of-war with her own arm as the rope. Both of them were glaring at each other, totally oblivious to Lu Ye's presence until he finally scowled at them. "What the hell is going on here?" Amber released his hold of her and bounded excitedly over to Lu Ye's side like the oversized but doting cat he was and rubbed his head affectionately on Lu Yi. In Chow Chow Air's grasp was this fresh slab of meat still dripping with juices. She lifted it aloft, yowling indignantly, "I was only trying to feed your tiger something to eat, and here's what I get. Your pet could do with some discipline." Amber groaned like he was being wronged. Lu Yi peered at him before regarding Chow Chow Air crossly. "Or maybe you should not be trying to drug him." "What drug? Who's drugging who?" Xiao Xiao Air retorted blankly, feigning ignorance. But Lu Yi had already gone back inside his tent with Amber padding after him. Xiao Xiao Air looked around to make sure no one was looking before she stowed the meat back into her storage bag. Heavens, just how intelligent is he? She whispered to herself, referring to Amber. Then she trotted away, whistling as if the episode just now hadn't taken place at all. Inside the tent, Amber went to a corner and picked up a storage bag that was lying around with its mouth. Then he placed it beside Lu Yi. That was the reward Green Feather Mountain paid them. Rewards were usually issued during the squad's debriefing whenever they returned after a battle. Xiao Xiao Air and Song Xia had made quite a fortune from their recent sorties. Lu Yi picked up the storage bag and checked its contents. There were at least 180 spirit stones, and by his calculations, it was more than what he earned. Green Feather Mountain must have given him a bonus for his remarkable contributions lately. At the moment, his stores of spirit stones had reached as much as 500 to 600, all of which came from the rewards for his kills and the spoils he got from his slain enemies. Like the Divine Trade Association, Green Feather Mountain had been buying magically sealed storage bags that their cultivators had looted, and that included low-tiered magical weapons and tools as well. These were all divided evenly amongst all members of Squad Xiajin. He examined his battlefield imprint. Name Lu Yi. Identity: Disciple of the Crimson Blood Sect. Cultivation progress: 53 spiritual points unlocked. Location: Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution points: 368. He had reached his 52nd spiritual point when he first arrived at this campsite before he unlocked another point just a few days ago. The recent fights had exhausted him so greatly that Lu Yi had to rely on his pills to refresh himself to be ready for more skirmishes, causing the slight deceleration in his progress. But he had made great progress in his contribution points since leaving Mount Ing. From just 174 points, he had reached 368. That's almost a 200-point increment that indicated how many kills Lu Yi had scored in his recent skirmishes. But there was little to be wondered. He had slain dozens when he first entered the 100 Peaks mountain range. Joining Squad Xiajin yielded even more kills, where he did great work in raking up his tally. In the skirmishes yesterday alone, few enemies had managed to escape his wrath. Then again, the frequent sorties had caused him and Amber enough exhaustion to blaze through his stores of spirit pills. With more than 400 pills when he first arrived here, his pills now numbered just barely 300. But he could not complain, at least not with such rich returns. Participating in this year's Dragon Spring Conference had turned into a bountiful haul after all. Lu Yi finished surveying his possessions before he took a bath and changed into a fresh set of clothing. Next, he brought Amber out on a walk to look for something to eat. The Green Feather Mountain mess staff worked round the clock to provide good food to all Green Feather Mountain personnel. Anyone who felt hungry needed only visit the mess and they would be served their fill. He stumbled into Xiajin halfway, and they talked as they walked together. As it turned out, the multi-pronged assault was a huge success. The Tai Luo clan was forced to give up one hillock after another yesterday, marking a massive cutback in its territories. Out of the 100 hills inside the 100 Peak mountain range that was the battleground for this conference, the Green Feather Mountain forces had raised their tally to a record-breaking 50 occupied hillocks. From the looks of things, the situation of the conference could very well remain so until the end. Both the Qins and the clan lacked the needed men and resources to mount any offensive worthy of the name to capture more hillocks. One might argue that cutting their losses and accepting their defeat might be the more prudent and rational course of action for the two factions. Green Feather Mountain hadn't enjoyed such tremendous success since the Qin's inception into the conference, and Tang Wu was said to be so euphoric that he contacted Xiajin and praised his good work. Lu Yi picked up a juicy piece of meat and deposited it into his mouth. Chewing it, he said, "Does that mean that there's no more fighting?" "I guess so," Xiajin nodded. The skirmishes the previous night had turned out to be a premature conclusion for this year's conference. Lu Yi mulled about the response. That would mean that perhaps it was time he took his leave and continued his journey. Past Dragon Spring conferences usually took a month, but this time, the winner was determined in just a span of a dozen days. Xiajin seemed to have read Lu Ye's mind. He sidled closer and said quietly, "There's no hurry to leave, my friend." Senior brother Tang Wu has explicitly told me that our squad is qualified to enter the Dragon Spring. Lu Ye's brow peaked with interest. Oh. It's all thanks to your heroics that we managed to survive yesterday's battle, Lu Yi, Xie Jin said, beaming very broadly. What's more, Green Feather Mountain has never been stingy in rewarding well-deserved effort. We're not known to be generous to independent cultivators for nothing, you know. You've got to hand it to them. They really are good at wooing fresh talents, Lu Yi observed quietly. In the jade slip that Xie Jin handed him when Lu Yi first met him, the information inside the object did mention that independent cultivators who had proven themselves worthy would be awarded a place to enter the Dragon Spring. In fact, Lu Yi had heard Song Xie and Xiao Chaoer chatting about this once. In all past Dragon Spring conferences, Green Feather Mountain would only allow 1 or 2 independent cultivators the chance to enter the Dragon Spring together with its own acolytes. That 3 were allowed in this time really was a new precedent. It all boiled down to the scarcity of the places themselves. With only limited admissions allowed, the Green Feather Mountain forces would have been more than happy to hoard all the places themselves. But several places might be distributed to other middling sects or powerful militant orders allied with them. With fresh talents and young prodigies of their own, these allied factions had kept abreast of the progress of the conference with great interest, although they would never be involved in the contest due to the sacrosanct covenant of the conference. That would mean that any places that trickled down to any participating independent cultivators came in pitifully rare supply. Stepping into the Dragon Spring was any low-tiered cultivator's ultimate dream, for the cleansing properties of the spring's water were said to be able to temper one's physical constitutions so greatly that no amount of magical pills or herbs could ever compare. Having a strong physical constitution could come in handy to any cultivator no matter what path he or she aspired to devote himself or herself to. Xie Jin placed a hand on Lu Ye's shoulder. Don't worry about it, Lu Yi. It's very likely that this year's conference might end earlier. After all, senior brother Tang Wu's a busy man. He can't be nestling himself up there like he's roosting on an egg to no end. Up at the Great Hall, sitting atop of the centermost summit of the mountain range designated as neutral grounds, Tang Wu crossed his arms as he took one last look at the Shadow Moon Disk's display. Looks like everything's settled. So, how about we call it a day? He asked the others. Qin Wanli shot a look at Han Jiyu, not wanting to speak first. Han Jiyu smirked. The conference is only halfway. What makes you think that we're thinking of calling it a day already? What Tang Wu said was true, and she knew it. The clan could ill afford fielding more assault forces only to add more casualties to their already substantial losses, and to sit on the present status quo until the end of the conference would be nothing but just a complete waste of time. But she was too spiteful and vain to allow Tang Wu to have his way. Oh, so you are all for sitting down here and watching paint dry? Tang Wu hissed placidly. Watching paint dry is interesting enough if you know how to appreciate it. Han Jiyu chuckled flippantly. So long as she could cause even the slightest discomfort and displeasure to Tang Wu, Han Jiyu was game for anything. Just like what Tang Wu said himself not long ago, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You seem to be laboring under the delusion that just because you've withdrawn your defensive line, that would prevent me from trying another attack? Tang Wu asked. I'd love to see you try, Han Jiyu taunted. With their defensive line withdrawn, the Tai Luo clan defenses had grown considerably stronger. On the other hand, the Green Feather Mountain forces were all stretched precariously thin since they had to hold 50 hillocks. It was the vast number of independent cultivators that they managed to recruit for this conference that had kept the Qins and the Tai Luo clan from wanting to try anything funny. Hence Han Jiyu's reasoning that it wouldn't be easy for Green Feather Mountain to muster enough men for another assault without compromising itself. That gave her the courage to openly taunt Tang Wu. Literally, every contesting faction in this conference was already at its bare bones. Tang Wu kept his stare transfixed on Han Jiyu for seconds before he issued a litany of orders. In mere moments, the swarms of blue dots on the display of the Shadow Moon Disk began to roil en masse. Green Feather Mountain defenders holding the hillock at the most front immediately withdrew, leaving the place unoccupied. At the same time, more bluish hordes peeled off from the defensive squads guarding all other nearby hillocks, coalescing into a large group that swamped the foot of the nearest Tai Luo clan hillock. But that was not all. Far away in the glen where the Green Feather Mountain Field Infirmary was situated, A tiny squad of 5 bright bluish dots appeared and began speeding towards the front lines. The edge of Han Zhiyu's eyes throbbed. Tang Wu had summoned forth his best raiding squad, that brat with the white tiger and his squad mates. Hours later, the 5 bluish dots finally converged with the Green Feather Mountain contingent now besieging the Tai Luo clan hillock, making the assault force a provisional but no less formidable vanguard platoon more than 50 men strong. Meanwhile, Han Zhiyu's breathing raced as her chest heaved under her robe, her face now as taut as a clenched fist as she looked at the display of the shadow moon disk. Tang Wu's head swiveled around and he peered at her quietly. Qin Wanli moved not even an inch. Without any desire to get involved in this pantomime, he could barely understand what was going on. Why is Green Feather Mountain giving up one of their hills to attack another one of Tai Luo clans? Silence pervaded the hall for minutes until Han Zhiyu finally let loose a long sigh. She tapped on her battlefield imprint and issued her final order. From another Tai Luo clan hillock nearby, a few raven-black spots extricated themselves from their main group and marched over to the unoccupied hill that the Green Feather Mountain forces just vacated, although the sluggish movements of the spots were sign enough of how reluctant they were to undertake this mission. They hiked up the slopes and stayed there, but Green Feather Mountain made no attempt to attack them. Smart choice, Tang Wu chortled, his lips curling into a wry grin. A resigned Han Zhiyu declared, "I move to end this year's conference now. What do you say, Qin?" Qin Wanli could hardly squeak anything beyond a yes. Only now did he finally understand what was going on. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 131 Winnings. Tang Wu's thorough flurry of troop deployment looked mind-boggling enough at first glance, when he was, in fact, presenting to Han Zhiyu a pair of options. The first was obvious. Green Feather Mountain first surrendered a hill territory to the Tai Luo clan as a gesture of goodwill on the condition that the clan agreed to end the conference. It was a win-win deal for Han Zhiyu, saving everyone the trouble of prolonging what was already a determined victory for Green Feather Mountain. But if Han Zhiyu were to foolishly decline this offer, then the second option would kick in. The hastily assembled vanguard platoon would immediately launch an attack at the Tai Luo clan hill they congregated at. With Squad Xiejin in play, Tang Wu was certain that even if the platoon failed to capture the hill, the defenders would most definitely suffer huge casualties. With less than 20 days before the actual end date of the conference, Tang Wu had complete faith that Green Feather Mountain would be able to maintain its advantage and initiative with the help of Squad Xiejin's invincibility and prowess on the field of battle. Han Zhiyu was no fool, and she knew very well which of the two options was the one she should go for. And in the end, she resigned by sending a few of her men to take the hill. Tang Wu surrendered, indicating her intention to take him up on the offer. Capturing that one hill posed quite a sizable significance to her and the clan. Without that one hill, Green Feather Mountain's dominance in this conference could be viewed as being manifestly smaller with less than half the number of hills in its control. That would at least allow the clan to salvage some of its dignity that has been shredded into tatters during that fateful multi-pronged assault before. By now, Qin Wanli finally understood the euphemistic exchange between the two masterminds before him. He could barely suppress a shudder when the truth kicked in that he would never be on par with them. On the other hand, with a mutual understanding established, all representatives of the three contesting factions announced the end of this year's Dragon Spring Conference. There were mixed feelings amongst the participants from all three factions. The experience had its ups and downs. Green Feather Mountain looked as if it was stripped of its former might and supremacy at first, being placed last when almost 40 of the hillocks it controlled were wrested away with impunity. But it was Tang Wu's strategic wizardry that managed to turn the tables around, leading Green Feather Mountain in a comeback charge that not only saw a reclamation of all lost territories, but also a one-sided beatdown of first the Qins, then a subsequent routing of the Tai Luo clan forces, culminating in their record-breaking performance in the conference's history. With this credit, Tang Wu would undoubtedly enjoy a bright future with more attention and opportunities afforded to him by the Order's upper echelon leadership, so long as he didn't err in his ways. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was meditating inside his tent when he received word from Tang Wu about the early conclusion of the conference, leaving him surprised and impressed at how efficient Green Feather Mountain was. Xiejin was only just telling him about how the conference could be ending prematurely in the morning, and here was everything a done deal come sundown. The Dragon Spring Conference might have arrived at its end, but the excursion into the spring needed to be delayed for one day. This was for the leadership of the Green Feather Mountain forces to come up with a list of names of participants who would be awarded a place of admission, in addition for all other Green Feather Mountain participants to travel and gather here. With no stomach for diplomacy, Lu Yi kept to himself the whole time, staying inside his tent and meditating. He needed power, not the joy and merriment of mingling over liquor and food. Xiejin came again the following day to tell him that the list of names was ready. He came bearing more good news. Apparently, all of Squad Xiejin had been included in the list, and they were to hurry to the centermost peak in the 100 Peaks mountain range to meet up with the rest of the chosen participants to enter the spring. In just minutes, Squad Xiejin rolled out with Xiejin leading the front, riding over hills and valleys as they headed straight for the centermost peak of the range. Unlike their earlier sorties where Squad Xiejin rode in solemn silence, the raiders traveled with garrulous revelry and high spirits. Tao Tiangang was so jubilant that his hearty laughter triggered more pain from his wounds, eliciting groaning and wincing the rest of the way. The raiders' mount did good work in making sure that Squad Xiejin made it to their destination in good time. In barely a half-day's time, they reached the top of the peak where they found themselves staring at the huge gates of an ancient and stately structure. The building looked very, very old, which was expected since the Dragon Spring Conference has been a tradition for more than a century. Scores of Green Feather Mountain acolytes thronged outside the gates, and all of them greeted Xiejin warmly the moment they arrived. The raiders responded to them all with polite nods as they passed by, until they reached the gates where they dismounted. Xiejin led his squad to right before the gates and saluted. Squad Xiejin reporting in, "Senior brother. Do come in." A deep voice boomed from inside. Xiejin and his squad mates stepped into the hall. Lu Ye's gaze immediately fell on the shadow moon disk the moment his eyes got used to the dimness indoors. But before he could observe it better, he immediately felt a sharp, harsh glare on his back. He turned around and found himself looking eye to eye with a mysterious yet jaunty-looking woman who was staring at him with unfriendly eyes. This must be the Ninth Order cultivator of the Tai Luo clan, Lu Yi realized. Feeling tense and wary, he quietly channeled his powers in anticipation of an ambush. He might not be able to best a Ninth Order cultivator in a fair fight, but he would nevertheless do whatever it took to defend himself. What the hell is Tang Wu thinking by calling us here? To shift the hatred of the clan on me? Lu Yi frowned, absolutely displeased. For the past few days, he had been putting Tai Luo clan cultivators to the sword by the tens and hundreds, especially in that last assault when it was he who had almost single-handedly thwarted Han Zhiyu's plan. Of all people, she must be thirsty for his blood the most. Green Feather Mountain had snagged the victory it wanted. Not rubbing it into the faces of the defeated would have been a smarter thing to do. "Don't ogle. You'll frighten the kids," Tang Wu remarked coldly. Yet despite his composed stoicism, he was doubly pleased with himself. He turned to face Lu Yi and said, "Show us your battlefield imprint." Lu Yi did not know what it was for, but he complied nevertheless. He lifted his arm and tapped on his battlefield imprint. The back of his arm shone with bright bluish text. "That's all, thanks," Tang Wu nodded. Squad Xiejin took their leave and went away. Tang Wu said, now satisfied. "What?" Han Zhiyu was still staring at Lu Ye's back with undisguised revulsion and rancor when Tang Wu's question jerked her out of her momentary stupor. Then she realized what he was referring to. "How dare you?" she snarled like a lioness. Tang Wu had been pestering her for the winnings of his wager with her, which she had been avoiding with the pretense that she needed to see the proof with her own eyes. For this reason, Tang Wu summoned Lu Yi here and had him show her his battlefield imprint to prevent her from talking her way out of paying. "Your oath was sworn upon heavens." Tang Wu growled, motioning at her arm. "Fulfill your promise." Han Zhiyu could hardly find the words to retort him. But he was right. The oath of their wager was made upon the divine judgment of heavens, and she needed to do as she promised to. She wiped a hand on her battlefield imprint and a red glowing spot rose from her arm and melted into Tang Wu's. "I hope you choke on these winnings," she cursed viciously. "Good heavens, that's 200 contribution points." Han Zhiyu could barely hide her agony. Tang Wu chuckled with triumph as he watched the reddish speck vanish into his arm. Then he peered at Qin Wanli, growling, "And what are you waiting for?" Me? Uttered Qin Wanli, astounded. I'm just an innocent bystander. I have nothing to do with all this. Don't you dare deny. 20 contribution points. 1 point less and I'll rip your head off with my bare hands. Tang Wu snarled viciously, seeing no reason to be nice to him. Qin Wanli did not know what to say, although he finally realized what it was all about. Han Zhiyu had been the one who suggested a wager as to who Lu Yi was, and he had agreed to a 20 contribution point wager that Lu Yi was not one of the Grand Sky Coalition. But that was originally between him and Han Zhiyu. He did not agree to anything with Tang Wu. One could argue that it was unreasonable for Tang Wu to demand his winnings from him. But Qin Wanli could barely enunciate his complaint out loud. He rubbed at his battlefield imprint and a red glowing speck flew towards Tang Wu. As much as all three of them were peers of the same rank, he could nowhere near claim to be equals in both combatability and guile. The Green Feather Mountain candidates who had been chosen had all arrived. Being just nearby, most of them did not take long to converge on this spot. More people arrived less than 2 hours later, riding up the slopes in large retinues of men. Unlike ordinary Green Feather Mountain cultivators who were dusted with grime and disheveled with weariness, this new group looked like a bunch of privileged rich kids with their handsome-looking mounts and fancy-colored silks. Lu Yi immediately recognized them for who they were. Acolytes or scions of militant sects and orders who were allied with Green Feather Mountain. They had been watching the conference and knew that the entry into the Dragon Spring was nigh. They had ridden all the way here to meet up. The new group numbered at least 30 to 40 men. The imposing cavalcade rumbled past adroitly, attracting envious and admiring looks from many Green Feather Mountain acolytes. Not that there was no reason to. Acolytes belonging to the outer circles of most militant orders and sects did not enjoy the same privilege, treatment, and abundance that inner circle acolytes were blessed with, and the difference was even more in stark contrast, especially between low-tiered cultivators. The newcomers stopped outside the hall and got off their mounts. Despite their different colored garbs, they mingled together and talked like old friends. Lu Yi discovered something strange. "Xie," he asked Xie Jin, "why are there no fifth orders around at all?" None of the newcomers or even Green Feather Mountain candidates were fifth order cultivators. The magical effects of the Dragon Spring do not work well for fifth order cultivators. That is also why only cultivators of the fifth order and below are permitted to participate in the conference. As to why, I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that myself. But we are certain about this restriction. Lu Yi nodded. But what about our mounts when we get in? Xiao Qiao Air voiced another point of concern. With so many spirit beasts around, they might get into a riot and fights that could end up very bloody and awkward for everyone. There's no need to worry about that. Xie Jin smiled. There are stable hands who will take your mounts into temporary safekeeping until we come back. Green Feather Mountain has had numerous experiences in managing the custodial duties of the Dragon Spring conferences in the past, where they have always had staff and infrastructure ready to handle matters such as the care of the participants' mounts. They did not wait long. Stable hands appeared soon enough and they took the mounts away. Lu Yi accompanied Amber to make sure he would be fine. There were more than 100 cages specifically prepared for this purpose, and the caretakers placed Amber inside one of them. The last glimmers of the sun were just peeking over the rims of the mountains in the distance as night slowly descended when a huge rumble came from beneath their feet, followed by ripples of tremors. Just when everyone was reeling with shock at what was going on, Tang Wu appeared, stepping out of the hall. He surveyed the crowd and declared loudly, "The Dragon Spring is open, everyone. Kindly wait for your turn and proceed with order, my friends. The spring will remain open for 9 days, 3 for each faction. Only go as far as you can and don't force yourselves. Remember, Green Feather Mountain will not be responsible for any mishaps that might happen." After Tang Wu's short briefing, everyone began shuffling towards the entrance leading into the hall, beginning with the allied cultivators. Only after they've all gone inside, the Green Feather Mountain cultivators took their turn. Conquering 49 hillocks in the contest had won Green Feather Mountain 98 places, but with more than 30 of these slots allocated to its allies, that would leave Green Feather Mountain with only 60+ places. The number might not seem small, but it really was not enough, considering how many Spirit Creek Realm cultivators Green Feather Mountain had in its ranks. For this reason, Green Feather Mountain, more often than not, found itself hard-pressed to offer any places to independent cultivators. This year, however, was a real anomaly where Green Feather Mountain had given 3 places to the independent cultivators in Squad Siejin. After all, victory would have not been possible without Squad Siejin's crucial, and all too important gallantry and valor in battle. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 132 Enrichment. A hole cracked open right in the middle of the hall, like a tunnel that led down into the center of the mountain. One after another, candidates who were chosen to enter the Dragon Spring stepped into the hole, their footsteps echoing loud and long as they descended deeper inside. The passage spiraled downwards, and it took almost a quarter of an hour before the candidates arrived before a large set of brass-hewn doors. Ponderous and ancient, the heavy-set doors looked like they had survived the washes of time and remained steadfastly enduring. An intricately carved relief depicting a lifelike dragon in all its majestic splendor adorned the center of the doors. Only, the opening of the doors was ajar with a soft red glow, veiled by gossamer mists, pouring from its seams. No one stopped. No one could stop. Everyone who came here, filled with adrenaline and anticipation, immediately mobbed the brass doors and poured into the reddish mists like a stampede, and the scarlet gossamer fog, like a shapeless monster who had been waiting for prey, engulfed everyone into its bowels. Following just behind Siejin, Lu Yi stepped into the red mists too. He was only just inside when a sudden sense of weightlessness assailed him, a fleeting moment when he thought he was falling down an endless abyss. By the time his feet felt firm ground once more, everyone was gone. Siejin was no longer in sight, and so were the thronging cultivators before him. Lu Yi wasn't startled at all. On their way here, Qiao Qiaoer had been peppering Siejin with questions about the Dragon Spring, and their leader had been very frank about what he knew. Although there was little to what he could attest, whatever he knew about the Dragon Spring was confined to the stories and experiences he heard from others. One of the many hearsays he had heard about was about how bizarre the trip here would be. Apparently, everyone who stepped into the red mist would be transported to a separate pocket dimension, where they would be detached from the others. As for why, Siejin did not have the answer to that question either. But maybe the upper echelons, his mentor or the other elders, of Green Feather Mountain might understand the arcane secrets that governed this special location. Lu Yi spun around to survey his surroundings. The scarlet-red gossamer veil was not thick enough to prevent him from discovering where he really was. A room. A small room with a natural spring bubbling with fresh, clean water-like liquid. Although instead of drenching everywhere and creating a flood, the liquid immediately seeped into the earth as soon as it hit ground. The crack in the ground where the water was pouring out from was where the scarlet-red mist was building. Barely 10 by 10 meters in size, the room wasn't spacious at all, although there really was nothing else in this space aside from the effervescent groundwater source. An amazed Lu Yi could barely guess where the others were, but he was sure that they must be somewhere inside a strange little box with strange water-like liquid pouring out of a hole in the ground. Whatever this place was, Lu Yi realized, it must hold some unknown magic. But he was not curious enough to find out more. Whatever secrets that prowled here must have long been unraveled by the factions vying for the full and absolute control of this place. As he was told earlier, time was of the essence. Lu Yi strode to a corner and produced a round cushion. He sat on it and began meditating and assimilating whatever goodness he could detect. Instructions from Siejin told him that he only needed to meditate and his body would automatically assimilate the enriching properties of the pale reddish mist, which would temper and hone his physical constitution. But something told Lu Yi that it might not work with him. His methods of cultivating his powers had never been orthodox, to say the least. He sat there for minutes until he had enough. He was right. Meditating alone would not help. None of the red mist was being consumed by him at all. He needed to be able to absorb the red mist into his body, or he could never enjoy its effects and have his physical strength and abilities enriched. Fortunately, he already had something else prepared. Lu Yi immediately began activating the spiritual pattern, gathering spirits. The spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, could function as a funnel of sorts that would help direct and focus the flow of the red mist on him. If this scarlet-red mist was the same as the spiritual energies that swirled in the atmosphere, then gathering spirits might just be what Lu Yi needed. The spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, quickly took form at his mental command, and as soon as it began functioning, Lu Yi felt completely different. The red mist swirled towards him, passed through what looked like a holographic funnel hanging in midair and flowed into the pores on his skin. If there was any difference between this and ordinary meditation, that would be the prickly sensation as if someone was poking him with a needle when the rich reddish mist swirled into him and filled up his spiritual point. But he was unperturbed by the sensation. Xie Jin had told him about this too, and apparently such sensations were said to be normal. That was the reddish mist doing its work to improve his bodily strength and abilities. This explained what Tang Wu told everyone in his briefing before coming in here, that one should only go as far as one could and not force him or herself beyond the limit. The more gifted a cultivator was, the greater the boon he or she would enjoy in here. But a greater boon would also mean greater pain. The awful throes of pain just kept on going like an army of bees swarming on him as the spiritual pattern gathering spirit never stopped drawing in more red mists for him. Feeling used to the pain, he began constructing a second gathering spirits, then a third, then a fourth. By the time he had constructed his 30th gathering spirits pattern, he was already grunting heavily at the arduous discomfort. The red mist was surging into him at different parts of him, and the pain was only getting clearer than ever. It no longer felt like a pinprick. Instead, it was like having needles piercing into him from all directions. Lu Yi stopped constructing more gathering spirits anymore, and he might just black out from the pain. The agony crescendoed, and it was all he could do to remain conscious. It was as if flames had engulfed him and the fire was trying to peel his skin and his flesh from his bones. His muscles and sinews tensed and flexed like well-chiseled marble, and the veins at his temples never looked so obvious before, while his face contorted and twisted like a grotesque monstrosity. Droplets of sweat mottled his back and his front as he grappled with the torment, soaking his tunic. Then his senses registered a huge difference. The pain was subsiding. It was still there, but to a much lesser extent than before. Lu Yi took a beat to calm himself and began constructing more gathering spirits. The 31st, then the 32nd, until he reached the 40th. That was another threshold. The same level of pain beset him again, followed by the same burning sensation that he had to tolerate until his body got used to it. Only then did he start to construct his third round of gathering spirits. In the end, he had gathering spirits over each and every one of his spiritual points, making the number of activated spiritual patterns he was trying to maintain at the same time 54 in total. Virtually every wisp of the pale rubescent mist whirled around Lu Yi, engulfing him like a tornado because of the collecting drawing force of the multiple gathering spirit, working concurrently. Clenching his fists tightly, he tried to ignore the excruciation, although his body could barely stop shaking. All of a sudden, he thought he saw a gigantic and disembodied pair of eyes staring down at him. Malice, anger, and confusion permeated its gaze, sending ice trickling down Lu Ye's spines. The pair of bulbous and sanguine eyes was there for 1 second. Then it vanished in the next when Lu Yi opened his eyes at once, leaving Lu Yi staring into thin air. Lu Ye's expression turned taut with apprehension. Was that just a delusion? But he was certain that he was being watched. He was certain that he almost heard a deep and ancient voice, saying something unintelligible that he did not manage to catch. But somehow the pangs of agony were gone, now replaced with the pangs of hunger. He felt absolutely ravenous. Poof! Lu Yi turned his head in the direction where he just heard the strange sound. It was coming from the eye of the spring. Something small and flat had just been spewed out of it. He looked at it, wondering if he should pick it up, although his curiosity quickly got the better of him. He clambered up to his feet and strode over. But he only took a few steps when he felt something amiss. His feet were wobbling. He was sure that it was not dizziness or giddiness. It was like he was losing control of his own limbs. He tried to get to the eye of the spring, yet he stumbled past it instead and tottered into a wall, nearly falling. He steadied himself and closed his eyes. Then he began checking himself. His vigor had doubled and his strength greatly enhanced. Just by clenching his fist, he could feel so much power coursing through his veins. His physical constitution really had strengthened, not by a bit but a real spike on a huge scale. So this was why he felt like losing control of himself. The physical enhancements he just experienced had been great and come too quick. His mind needed time to get used to them. He stood there and took a couple of deep breaths. Then he noticed it. Even the flow of the water pouring out from the eye of the spring had slowed. Everything seemed slow. So this is it. The so-called physical enrichment that one could enjoy by using the dragon spring? That's awesome. Lu Yi reeled amazement. Wait. No. That's not right. If this spring could really give anyone who walks in here such substantial enrichment, there would have long been an all-out war to fight for this place. The last thing they'd want would be a silly and jejune tournament every year just to contest for the chance to send their acolytes and students into this place when they could have just conquered this place and hoard its boon for their own consumption. He remembered full well what Xie Jin told him prior to coming here. The physical enrichment that the dragon spring afforded could do much good, but not to the extent of a complete upgrade or transformation. At any rate, the boon of the dragon spring was never expected to really eclipse whatever rare resources that these militant orders and sects had in their private stores. For this reason, the places that Green Feather Mountain had won in every Dragon Spring conference were used mostly as gifts to its allied sects and orders for diplomatic purposes rather than an actual means to strengthen its ranks of acolytes. Then again, Lu Yi was absolutely sure that what he had just experienced was a complete makeover, if not an upgrade of his physical constitution. He exhaled very slowly and regained his composure. Then he wheeled around and started to pace around the tiny room. It was baby steps to begin with. He would stagger around at first, banging into walls and almost crash to the ground. But after ambling around for a few rounds, he finally got used to his new physical condition and everything went more smoothly afterward. Only then did he realize that the red gossamer mist was gone. The spring was still bubbling with water exiting the hole in the ground, but it no longer churned out any more reddish vapors. All that bothered him now was the insatiable appetite, as if he had been famished for days. Lu Yi ignored the flat object that came out of the spring. He continued pacing around the room while he chewed at some dried fruits and meat jerkies that he kept inside his storage bag. He wolfed down almost a stone's worth of food until he finally felt the starvation gradually ebb away. Dale Lidgerkeys. On the off chance that it might be misunderstood, here stone is referring to the unit of measurement for weight still used in the UK. First equals 6. 350 kilograms. Clang. The raspy metallic sound registered clearly in his ears. Lu Yi was surprised at first, but he quickly settled down. Clang. Clang. The sound repeated 2 more times, swift and sharp. 3 bell-like chimes. That was the signal that Xie Jin told him before that it was time to leave. Has it been 3 days already? Lu Yi looked up with bewilderment. It only felt like half a day to him here. As soon as he heard the 3rd chime, he dashed towards the eye of the spring and fished up the flat object, and stuffed it into his storage bag without even examining what it was. The same weightless sensation like when he first stepped into the mist struck him again. With a blurry whirl, he found himself just in front of the brass heavy-set doors once more. And he was no longer alone. Clearly, everyone had been transported here too, along with a sour and odoriferous stench. Even Lu Yi could barely hold back from frowning at the effluvium. It was just too thick and too many to be bearable that many female acolytes squealed with disgust, choking for fresh air. "Get out! Get out! Heavens, the smell!" screamed a voice from the front, leading the way back out the passage. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 133, Farewell. A cultivator's physical body could never avoid the buildup of impurities, as well as poison caused by the overingestion of spirit pills, and the cultivation process of immortal powers. The process of such enrichment would expel these impurities and poison out of a cultivator's body. That was the real reason that Green Feather Mountain's allied militant orders and sects wanted their acolytes to have the chance to step into the Dragon Spring. It was not so much to enrich their physical bodies as to expel the impurities and poison. Hence, many of these acolytes usually devoured as many spirit pills as they could before coming here without worrying about getting poisoned. A visit to the Dragon Spring would see the poison all expelled, making this a quick way to increase their powers. For this reason, cultivators would emerge from their visit to the Dragon Spring malodorous and sticky with sweat-like excretions from their bodies. Put 94 such young men and women together inside a stuffy and suffocating underground cave, And that could really be the worst possible nightmare for any female cultivators finicky about hygiene and cleanliness. Everyone was so enthused with anticipation and leisure on the way in, but now the entire crowd made their way quickly out of the passage like an unruly mob spoiling for a riot. A Green Feather Mountain acolyte was already standing by, waiting for them. He led the crowd to a nearby mountain spring. A bath after a round of enrichment in the Dragon Spring appeared to be the usual custom here, and with many such water sources around, there were amenities well prepared for both male and female segregated baths. Lu Yi finished his bath in an hour and changed into some crisp new clothing, coming out of the facilities refreshed and invigorated. So how was it inside? It was Xie Jin, looking rather cheerful. Fine, I guess. All right. But the potency of the Dragon Spring seems to be waning. I wonder if you noticed. Last I checked, the red mist was noticeably thinner by the second day. When we were leaving, the mist was almost gone. And that's not normal? Lu Yi asked, feeling rather guilty. Well, it's not irregular, but it doesn't really fit what I've been told, said Xie Jin. There's a reason why the Dragon Spring Conference is only held once every 4 years. That is to allow that bloody red mist to accumulate. If the first round had exhausted much of the mist, then people who go in for the second and third rounds would not have much to reap. He paused to smirk, obviously thinking about the Tai Luo clan and the Qins. I bet the clan goons are still none the wiser about what they'll find inside, and they'll be stuck inside there for 3 days with nothing to do and nothing to gain. I dare say they'll come out of that underground cave after 3 days empty-handed. That's too bad. What matters is that we've collected what we wanted, Xie Jin chuckled. Anything beyond that is no concern to Green Feather Mountain. Lu Yi nodded quietly, then he said, as a matter of fact, senior brother Xie, now that everything here has reached a conclusion, I think I'll be taking my leave soon. His time here has been a fruitful endeavor. The physical enrichment he received at the end of the conference alone was too handsome a prize for him, to say nothing about the contribution points and spirit stones that he managed to earn. His journey might have been delayed for at least 10 days, but he could never deny that the stay here had been an immensely rewarding one. It was time he continued his way to the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, and he wasn't in the mood for any more holdups. Xie Jin looked around as if to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Then he said, if you would take my advice, brother, it's not safe for you to leave now. Oh. Because of the clan and the Qins? Lu Yi enunciated aloud his thoughts. You have nothing to worry about the Qins, Xie Jin nodded. It's that Han woman from the Tai Luo clan. You've been nothing but a glimmering star at this conference. And for that she will never forgive you. Senior brother Tang Wu has instructed me to tell you that he will personally see you off once he's finished with his affairs here. He will make sure that you leave this place safe and sound. That came as a relief. That Han woman was exactly the reason he was so anxious to leave. He was sure that the venomous stare she gave him just 3 days ago would continue to torment him for days. His original plan was to leave while the Tai Luo clan acolytes were taking their turn undergoing the enrichment process in the Dragon Spring. Hanji, you must be busy, and Lu Yi thought that this would be the best time to leave. But clearly, Green Feather Mountain had guessed this too, prompting Tang Wu's assurance to Lu Yi via Xie Jin. But what about Xiao Xiao Air and Song Xie? Lu Yi did not forget the other 2 independent cultivators who were also his squadmates with whom he had shed blood and sweat together. Don't worry about them, Xie Jin grinned broadly. Senior brother Tang Wu has received permission from the leadership of our order to offer them the chance to be fully fledged acolytes of Green Feather Mountain. Well played, Green Feather Mountain, Lu Yi mused quietly. By making Song Xie and Xiao Xiao Air its legitimate members, Green Feather Mountain had practically turned the 3 initial Dragon Spring candidacies for independent cultivators into just one him. Xiao Xiao Air and Song Xie, despite being independent cultivators at first, have proven themselves to be on par, if not better than many Green Feather Mountain acolytes. The leadership of the order must have noticed this too, and for better or for worse, at least they would no longer have to scrape a living like they once did before. Then again, that Green Feather Mountain did nothing to offer Lu Yi anything must mean that they believed that Lu Yi could be the student of another great and powerful order out on a trip of pilgrimage. If that were true, there was no reason for Lu Yi to accept their offer, so they might as well just save themselves the embarrassment. Xie Jin and Lu Yi talked while more and more Green Feather Mountain members finished their baths and were gathering together. With this year's Dragon Spring Conference now at its end, it was time for them to return back to their stronghold. Back inside the Great Hall not far away from the mountain spring baths, Han Zhiyu scowled at Tang Wu bitterly. 800 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. This is personal. Qin Wanli peered at his own foot as if he had found a smudge on his shoes, pretending he didn't hear a word. Is this an attempt to insult me, or are you asking for a fight? Tang Wu turned furious before he shot Han Zhiyu a piercing glare. Do that again and you'll have a taste of what I'm capable of. He wheeled around and stormed out of the hall without giving Han Zhiyu the chance to retort. Once outside, he tossed something out of his sleeves. It expanded and grew in size, allowing Tang Wu to step and ride on it. Next, it shot up into the air. Han Zhiyu watched him leave, growling through gnashing teeth. Blasted hell. There was only one reason for such a fat offer. 800 spirit stones and 300 contribution points. That was her price for Lu Ye's head. But Tang Wu blatantly denied it outright. With more Dragon Spring conferences to come in the future, the last thing Green Feather Mountain needed was the ill reputation of being the faction that betrayed its participants, whether they were their own acolytes or not, once they had discharged their purpose. Green Feather Mountain would never be able to recruit any more independent cultivators ever again in the future. The trek from the centermost peak of the 100 Peaks range to the Green Feather Mountain stronghold needed 2 days. It wasn't far by usual standards but not near either. The whole procession walked almost halfway when Xiejin said to Lu Yi suddenly, "Please wait here. Senior brother Tang Wu will be here to rendezvous with you shortly." Lu Yi nodded. It was time for them to say their farewells. Squad Xiejin huddled around. Xiao Qiaoer urged her giant boar closer toward Lu Yi and smiled. "Remember me, and if you ever miss me, you know where to find me." Amber immediately emitted a low growl even before Lu Yi could say anything. Xiao Qiaoer gave him a nasty look and scampered away. Song Xie rode over on his oversized scorpion, forming up just beside Lu Yi. "Farewell, my friend." Lu Yi returned the salute and responded, "Farewell." Xiejin and Tao Tiangang too exchanged their goodbyes with him. The Green Feather Mountain pressed on, passing over another hillock before it was out of sight. Lu Yi remained there with Amber for moments before he spied a spark of light streaking across the sky, approaching his position with the growing presence of a powerful aura. When it got near, Lu Yi saw what it was: a flat Chinese gondola-styled boat. Tang Wu was riding at the bow of the gondola, looking so suave and smart that Lu Yi could not help feeling envious. He called at Lu Yi, his brows angling with mild interest, "Come on up." Lu Yi yelped a quick thanks, and he got up the boat with Amber. "Rise." Tang Wu lifted a hand, his fingers held up in a peculiar hand seal. Rich spiritual power surged from him like a storm, kicking up dust and winds that Amber howled with fright and crouched itself low as the vessel shot up into the air, afraid that it might fall off. Lu Yi ran a hand down the back of his head and neck to comfort him. "So where to, my friend?" Tang Wu asked. "How far can you send me?" Lu Yi nearly asked. If Tang Wu could ferry him all the way to somewhere just nearby the Crimson Blood Sect outpost, that would save him a great deal of time and trouble. But that was just a fanciful pipe dream, as he well knew. The journey from here to the Crimson Blood Sect stronghold was a very, very long one, and Tang Wu was only ferrying him out of courtesy to prevent him from being attacked by Han Zhiyu. Lu Yi understood that he needed to be reasonable. "A moment please, sir." Lu Yi retrieved his 10-point map and pored over it. Tang Wu beamed at him. "I can send you anywhere within a 2-day of journey. I have an appointment after that and I expect to be punctual." He explained so that Lu Yi knew how to make up his mind, sparing him the awkwardness in case he picked a destination that was too far. Lu Yi handed Tang Wu the map. "I'm heading west. Anywhere as far as you can is fine with me." Tang Wu chuckled at his straightforwardness. He checked the map and finally said, "Ian then? What do you think?" Lu Yi took the map from Tang Wu and searched for the city of Ian. He bobbed his head. "That sounds fine, sir. Thank you very much." "No problem." Tang Wu waved his hand gently. Deep inside, he mused with surprise and awe at how Lu Yi must really be a student of distinguished pedigree to be able to own a 10-point map of the Spirit Creek battlefield. Such a meticulously detailed map could fetch up to several hundred spirit stones. Even he had barely enough money to purchase a 3-point map back in the day when he first embarked on his pilgrimage. But he was by no means jealous. He had enough wealth and power to buy himself all the 10-point maps he would ever need. If anything, this gondola itself was many times the price of Lu Ye's map already. Cultivators could still not fly without external assistance in the Spirit Creek realm. Only those in the Cloud River realm could. But cultivators who have reached a certain level of mastery in the Spirit Creek realm could use magical conveyances to fly. This would often involve substantial exhaustion of spiritual powers, but it would save time. Lu Yi had no idea what was the lowest minimum rank for a cultivator to use his or her own magical conveyance, but he knew that it must be at least 8th order or above, for Dong Shuyi was not able to fly, as shown in his earlier pursuit of Lu Yi. The entire journey turned out to be a quiet one, for both of them had not been close before and nor were they loquacious talkers. Lu Yi knew for a fact that Tang Wu would not be expending every bit of his spiritual power to ferry him to Ian, at least not on his account. They were both cultivators fighting for their survival in this dimension called the Spirit Creek battlefield. A world where grueling challenges and brutal perils prowled unseen. No one could tell what could happen, and hence reserving some of one's spiritual power could never be too prudent a thing to do. Lu Yi did not spend his time consuming spiritual pills. It seemed a rude and vulgar thing to do. But at the same time, consuming spirit stones would not do him any good either. Therefore, he spent his time meditating with the spiritual pattern, gathering spirits, activated. A spot of light landed just outside a city 2 days later. They had finally arrived at Ian City. Lu Yi led Amber off the gondola. Then he spun around and saluted politely. "Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate your kind gesture." Tang Wu returned a courteous smile. "Piece of cake, my friend. Farewell, and I hope we meet again." "Farewell." Lu Yi watched as the white speck of light tore into the distance and vanished. If only he could be so smooth and debonair, he mused. But the cultivation of one's immortal powers had always been a lifelong quest, not a 100-meter sprint. Besides, his progress was already incredible enough by usual standards. It had been 5 months since he first made landfall here, and the 54 spiritual points he unlocked would have been an impossible feat for any other novice cultivator. He swiveled around. Right in front of him loomed the gates of a city where its locale and its people were foreign to him. The day was growing dark and he should be looking for a place to stay the night. Additionally, it was time he replenished some of his supplies. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 134. All roads lead to Ian. Ian really was a big and bustling city. Lu Yi had no idea as to who were the founders of this vast city, but he could see that the activity here was not what the usual hamlets and towns that he ventured to before could compare with. Sitting inside walls more than 50 meters tall, the main gates of the city, there were 12 in total, each large enough for carriages to pass through, towered over 2 or 3 times his height, and it was the southeastern gate from whence Lu Yi arrived. The threshold of the gates was wide enough for several coaches to pass through at the same time, and the passages that led to roads stretching far into the city were flanked with rows and rows of shops and other commercial establishments, each peddling all kinds of wares and services. Pedestrians swarmed the road, weaving to and fro as they hurried about their lives, their shoulders rubbing against one another while they jostled through the crowd. The darkness of night had already descended over Ian, but the cityscape remained brightly lit like day, a night which was still very clearly young for all of Ian. Lu Yu walked through the streets, feasting his eyes on various sights and scenes that he had never seen before in all his life. At the same time, he noticed something peculiar. Most of the people in this city seemed to be ordinary humans. In the beginning, he wondered if the people swarming around the city were using some magical technique or instruments that could help mask the aura of their powers. Then he knew that was impossible. Not everyone possessed such wherewithal, at least not in a city with so many people. Until he stumbled upon a drunkard who crashed to the ground, utterly knocked out by the intoxication, and only then did Lu Yi realize that most of the people here were not cultivators at all, but ordinary common folk. But how could there be common folk in the Spirit Creek battlefield? But if Lu Yi were to think closely, he would know better. Cultivators who were members of militant sects and orders were able to rely on the divine opportunity columns at the outposts of their native orders and sects to return to the world of Jojo freely. But the same could not be said about independent cultivators. Using the divine opportunity columns too flippantly might only incur the ire of the sect that the columns belonged to, making life more difficult for themselves. For this reason, most, if not all, independent cultivators who entered the battlefield never chose to go back to the world of Jojo. They would intermingle and marry, then usher in their offspring, which not all of them would have the potential to be cultivators. Through time, more and more progenies of former and old independent cultivators teamed the battlefield, causing quite a sizable population of ordinary common folk. In fact, it was not uncommon for ordinary common folk to rediscover the natural gifts that their forebears were once bestowed to be cultivators. The immensely rich natural energies that pullulated the battlefield made the chance that an ordinary person here could unlock his or her spiritual points possible, making it also a regular occurrence that militant sects and orders often recruited new members into their ranks of fresh acolytes and initiates from dwellers of this world. But unseen dangers and perils posed by wild spirit beasts abounded the battlefield, and impromptu fights often broke out between overeager and irascible cultivators. That contributed to the reason why ordinary common folk often kept to large cities, large human settlements with better defensive infrastructure governed by proper law and order, and not the usual villages and towns that Lu Yi had seen before. A river passed through the city, basking in the soft gossamer illumination of the silvery orb shining in the dark sky above. Tiny little boats waddled idly in the casual and lazy flow of the water with mostly young men and women on board. Lu Yi walked around the city for more than 2 hours, enjoying the sights while he replenished his supplies. Most of what he bought was food and clothing. The first was self-explanatory since both he and Amber were rapacious eaters with gluttonous appetites. Every meal meant meat of at least 3 to 4 pounds, but he did not have to buy much since his storage bag was already filled with quite a lot of spirit beast flesh. Fresh meat he acquired from the carcasses of spirit beasts mauled to death by Amber when they were fighting in the Dragon Spring Conference. Spirit beast flesh was Lu Yi and Amber's absolute favorite, and compared to the flesh of ordinary animals, it provided far more nutrients and nourishment, most notably the flesh of serpent-type spirit beasts, which tasted extraordinarily succulent. It was a shame that Lu Yi might never be able to enjoy that flavor ever again since he left Green Cloud Mountain. As for fresh clothing, that had turned out to be a necessity after each fight. It was either his blood or his enemy's blood, and washing the blood and stench away from any soiled clothes was almost a nigh impossible task. Lu Yi asked around for directions. Then he rode Amber towards the local branch of the Divine Trade Association. Doubtless, there must be taverns and inns that he could put up for the night, but Lu Yi felt more accustomed to the lodgings of the Divine Trade Association. At any rate, he felt safer there, especially since he now had enough spirit stones to make himself comfortable. A female scream pierced the blazing city lights overhead that watched over the busy and energetic nighttime landscape below. It came from a woman who was desperately trying to readjust her dress as tears swirled in her eyes. Apparently, she was fondled by a young man in rich silks when she was strolling the streets. His appearance instantly reflected how privileged he must be. But no amount of flamboyant bespoke couture and shiny, dazzling jewelry could do much to hide his crude and savage predatory lust for women as he raised his hand and sniffed with a lascivious look of wanton hunger. Delicious. The woman's husband immediately stormed forward to demand an apology, but all he got in return was a huge round of whacking courtesy of the rich young man's retainers that left him groaning as he rolled on the ground with pain. A few heroic cultivators thought that this rich young bully could do with some discipline. One of them stood out and challenged him. That was when everyone noticed that one of the retainers looked unusual. One look at that glowing and vibrant aura was enough to show that this retainer was a 6th-order cultivator. Few 6th-order cultivators ever roamed the outskirts of the battlefield. Even more so, one who would serve as a glorified bodyguard for a rich and hedonistic young man. The cultivator who stood out wanted to be the one to dole out the beatings, not receive them. Seeing a superior foe immediately extinguished any passion to exact justice in him. A weaker 3rd-order cultivator. Revolting behavior. He scowled bitterly and turned around to leave. He might be a helpful good Samaritan, but not to the extent of risking his own hide. That's enough, the pampered young playboy called to his men. The retainers withdrew as they were told. Heads began shaking morosely. Almost everyone who lived in these parts knew what a big bully this rich playboy was. The woman whom he molested threw herself at her semi-conscious husband and wailed. With his enthusiasm sapped away by the sight, the rich young man turned around, patting on his sixth-order retainer as he sighed. What a put-down ding-dong. Did he just call me ding-dong in front of everybody? The sixth-order cultivator could feel the corners of his eyes throbbing with barely suppressed annoyance. He looked up at the vast blue skies overhead, hoping to find some solace and peace. What in heaven's name have I gotten myself into? He had deserted his former order, suffering a deterioration in the levels of his cultivation in the process, and fled for his life. Through day and night, he journeyed all the way here, thinking that this place would be far enough to escape his former comrades turned bitter enemies, where he relied on some of his old friendships to gain himself employment with a wealthy and powerful family. As a sixth-order cultivator, he thought that he might at least be able to scrape himself a decent and respectable position, even if he had yet to prove himself useful. With few cultivators of similar or superior ranks in this vicinity, he thought that he might at least be made a minor captain of the local guards. After all, he once enjoyed a similar position and responsibilities. His former experiences and power would have made him a good fit. The family that took him in gave him a warm welcome when he first arrived. But only after he had pledged his loyalty to them, did he realize that all the friendly and cordial hospitality was just a charade. He was made a lowly bodyguard of the young and pampered son of the family. Never in his life. A lowly bodyguard. I, a sixth-order cultivator, now serving as a glorified bodyguard for an ordinary and useless man. Thinking about the notion itself could make his face melt with rage. But he urged himself to be patient. This was a test, he told himself. Trials and tribulations that he needed to navigate to prove himself worthy again. And he should be grateful that anyone was willing to give a deserter like him, who had gone rogue against his former order, a second chance. Like all other self-indulgent rich kids, his ward liked to strut around the city with his cadre of trusted lackeys accompanying him, making life hell for anyone unfortunate enough to enter his sights. Apparently, he was once beaten up before for the troubles he had caused, although the near-fatal lesson did not seem to have been enough to make him a changed man. The young man was an ordinary person who enjoyed little love from his father, the patriarch of the family, but from his mother, a racy vamp who had the patriarch eating out of her hand. He received so much that she literally spoiled him. It was she who cajoled his father into making this newcomer her dotted son's bodyguard to keep him safe from harm. It has been days since his guard dog duty job began, and he had been liking it not one bit at all. The indolent and good-for-nothing man-child was just the very devil who loved conjuring up havoc everywhere, even if he wasn't anywhere near to being wantonly wicked yet. For one, he just loved molesting women. Not a day went by without him having 8 to 10 women fondled by him, and most of these poor ladies could do nothing but swallow the shame and indignity that he had inflicted upon them with impunity. Still, it was amazing enough that this young brat had the sense to never antagonize any cultivators, demonstrating a certain flair for selecting his prey well and picking out cultivators. One could argue that those seemed to be his only gifts. Besides that, he had always been careful to not cause any loss of life. The husband of the woman he just fondled was only able to survive because this rich sybaritic brat was cautious enough to not let things escalate. Perhaps that could be the reason why he still lived, in addition to the aegis of protection that the power and wealth of his family afforded him. "Let's go, ding-dong," the young man called and led his lackeys away. Ding-dong glumly kept up, feeling very gloomy about his future prospects. Somewhere near the southeastern gate of the city, a horse-drawn carriage eased to a stop and another young man stepped down, leading 2 more people out. The other passengers of the carriage disembarked and marveled at the splendor of the huge and busy city. The young man who brought them here was a fifth-order cultivator, while his fellow travelers, another young man and a woman, were both second orders. "It's crowded here. So stick together. It'll be hell finding each other if we get separated," warned the leading young man. The young lass responded obediently with a wordless mutter, but the younger boy remarked slyly, "Senior brother's just pulling our legs. We can still easily find each other using our battlefield imprints." "Oh, you're right," the girl yelped with a dawning look. Then she looked at their senior hard with anticipation and pleading in her eyes. The elder young man sighed in resignation. "Oh, all right. Go have fun. But remember, I'll be at the Divine Trade Association. We'll stay a night here and continue our way tomorrow." "Understood." The girl leaped with joy and dove into the crowd with the younger boy. The Fifth Order cultivator exhaled heavily before he turned around and began walking toward the Ian City Divine Trade Association branch. Inside one of the third-floor rooms of the Trade Association, Lu Yi was in a seated position, meditating. With the help of the spiritual pattern gathering spirit, working on all 54 of his spiritual points, he was now ravenously consuming every iota of spiritual chi that he could gather from his surroundings. There was no need to hurry. There was still something that he needed to wrap his head around. He reached his hand into his storage bag and felt his fingers grasping something flat and thin. The object that came out of the water in the dragon spring. He had not had the chance to examine it then and during his journey here. He did not want to take it out with Tang Wu around. "Oh!" He took it out of his bag and Amber howled and crouched with a fearful but no less furious glare at the object in his hand. Amber was showing an extreme loathing and dislike for whatever it was. Puzzled, Lu Yi looked at Yi and nudged with his chin. Yi quickly tried to calm Amber down before she communicated with him. Then she came over. Amber's not sure of what's going on either. It's just an instinctive reaction when he saw that thing. Instinctive reaction? Yeah, Yi nodded. Lu Ye's gaze panned down at the object. The slightly acorn-shaped object, barely the size of his hand, looked like the scale of some animal. A fish? Nah, doesn't look like it. How about a snake? Then Lu Yi recalled the low-relief carving of a dragon flying in the air on the big brass doors leading into the dragon spring. Something told him that the scales of the dragon bore an uncanny resemblance to the object in his hand. Surely not. A dragon scale. But how? A dragon scale that spouted out of one of the spring's eyes? He had never heard of Xie Jin saying anything like this before. If anything like this had happened before, then it would have long been news to virtually every ear near the 100 Peaks mountain range. Green Feather Mountain was not the only faction to enter the dragon spring. Then he remembered the large pair of eyes that appeared in his mind. The pair of crimson-red eyes that were glaring at him when he was undergoing the physical reconditioning of his body. What was that thing and what's this really? He asked himself. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 135 An Ironic Place. Was it just a coincidence that this object came to him? Lu Yi reckoned not. As far as he could remember, it was after he had his 54th spiritual pattern gathering spirit, constructed and activated upon his 54th spiritual point when those huge red eyes appeared. Then there was an old and ancient voice that echoed in his head, saying some sort of gibberish that he did not manage to pick up. That was when this object came out of the spring's eye. It did not seem like a coincidence at all. If anything, it rather felt like some unknown and supernatural force or being had deliberately handed this dragon scale to him. Whatever it was, it only meant one thing. There was more to the dragon spring than met the eye. Secrets pertaining to the spring that not even Green Feather Mountain and the Tai Luo clan were aware of. But Lu Yi did not see any need to trouble himself by overthinking it. At any rate, he needed to grow stronger before he could start thinking about the spring. He peered at the dragon scale. Red in color, it looked as if there was a cavity inside the scale and blood was swirling in it. From within the object itself, he could sense a familiar aura, one that reminded him very strongly of the pale red-colored mist wafted over the dragon spring's spout. The dragon spring could enrich a cultivator's physical constitution, only because of that pale red mist. Cultivators would only need to meditate and allow themselves to breathe in the vapors of the mist, and the vapors would do their job. So what if this dragon scale is actually? He wondered quietly. Then it dawned upon Lu Yi. Well, if this is what I think this is, then this dragon scale is a priceless treasure indeed. The dragon spring was a fixed location that functioned only once every 3 years. An entry into the spring needed to be earned through gauntlets of life and death, and a messy lot of fighting and violence. Whereas he could carry this dragon scale anywhere, and use it any time he wished to. As to how it should be used, that would be a question that Lu Yi needed to seek out himself. It was the many spiritual patterns that he conjured over his spiritual points that helped him to consume all the red mist to enrich his body. So if the mist was a form of energy made air like how dragons were fire made flesh, Then this dragon scale must be energy made solid. The spiritual pattern gathering spirits would be useless in such an instance, or he would already be able to notice any difference since he already had 54 of his spiritual points assisted with gathering spirits at the moment. Just when he was still wondering what to do, Amber came over and bent down, shoving its head towards the dragon scale, and drew in a long drag of air. Thin tendril-like lines as red as blood rose like spiderwebs from the dragon's scale and entered its nostrils before the giant white tiger fidgeted like it was having a stroke, then it froze before crashing to the floor. "Amber!" cried Yi. Lu Yi got up at once to check on him too. Moments later, both man and apparition traded quiet looks. At least they could calm down for now. Amber appeared to be absolutely fine, although it was now in a deep and peaceful slumber. Maybe not so peaceful. Amber never stopped groaning even as he slept, to say nothing of the soft pulsing glow of red now enveloping its entire body. "Lu Yi, do you think Amber's fine?" Yi whimpered again, still visibly concerned. "Should be," said Lu Yi, recalling his own experience of having his body reconditioned the same way. "I think he's just had too much of whatever it is and it's too powerful a kick for him. That's why he's fainted." He could still remember the gnawing pain that battered at his will, and resolved to go on, and that was just from the pale red mist he breathed in. But what Amber consumed was a deep red line of whatever it was, and Lu Yi knew without a doubt that it must definitely be more concentrated and more potent than the mist. Both were energies given different forms, but they worked just the same. Energies that could enrich one's physical properties at a cost, terrible pain. That was what knocked Amber out. The pulsing glow must mean that it was working. With Amber's accidental demonstration, Lu Yi did not want to pull off the same stunt himself. If he wanted to use the miraculous energies inside this dragon scale, then he would need to come up with a viable method. Lu Yi stowed away the dragon scale. Yi and he both sat together for the better part of the afternoon to make sure Amber was fine. Yi relied on her spiritual link with Amber to keep a close watch, but she could positively sense his vigor growing stronger, and his physical body turning more robust very rapidly. It was exactly what Lu Yi had guessed. Whatever object this scale was, whether it was really a scale that came off a true dragon or not, it really was a valuable treasure. He made sure that the dragon scale was kept safely inside his storage bag. Then he had something to eat before he got up to practice with his saber. Practicing for the first time since the dragon spring's enrichment of his physical body was unlike any time he had before. He felt stronger. His strokes were faster and the force of every blow felt noticeably more powerful by at least threefold. Such a major enhancement to his physical attributes easily made him a formidable enemy for anyone foolish enough to cross him. He doubted anyone had ever had as huge a degree of enhancement as his. But he wasn't complaining. He had consumed so much of the vapor from the pale red mist that barely anything was left by the time he left that tiny room-like dimension in the dragon spring. All of a sudden, his mind wandered to Wuxia. He had the strange feeling of thinking if she might suspect him of having chosen to become a body-tempering cultivator if she could see him now. Even the fifth-order body-tempering cultivator, whom the Tai Luo clan had specifically sent to terminate him during the Dragon Spring Conference, could barely compare to Lu Ye's present physical strength and vigor. For the rest of the night, Lu Yi did not meditate. He spent the whole time training his skills with the saber so that he could quickly acclimatize himself with his new physical attributes. The morning sun was just making its climb up a softly lit pearl gray sky when Amber finally woke up. He immediately examined him to make sure he was all right. Which he was, plus a great increase in his bodily dynamism and a fresh, never-before-seen luster on his fur. The shop adjacent to the one directly facing the Ian City Divine Trade Association was a pleasure house where the girls that worked there were not only ordinary common folk but also independent cultivators with little power that somehow contributed to their roaring trade. After a whole night's worth of exertion, a vigor-sapped young man, the very same hedonistic young bully, trudged out the doors of the pleasure house with only his underclothes on. Ding Dong was waiting outside, albeit stiffly. He had been standing there all night, as steadfast as a retainer bodyguard ever could, using the time to derive rest and peace of mind. He had been very dedicated to his job and was thankful enough to have not been ordered to stand guard beside his ward's bed all night. "We're leaving, Ding Dong," the wretched young prodigal strutted away, still licking his lips at the pleasures he had enjoyed all night and feeling carnally satiated. Most men would have shown more, if not greater respect to cultivators. But he was not most men. One other reason that he had not sexually assaulted an ordinary woman was because of his exotic tastes for female cultivators. Being able to dominate women with power and strength that easily exceeded most men turned out to be exceedingly gratifying to him, and this particular entertainment establishment has just what he desired. So what if these whores are cultivators? Dangle some spirit stones in front of their faces, and they couldn't get out of their dresses quickly enough for me. The madam of the pleasure house personally came out to see off the young man who swaggered his way down the street with Ding Dong dutifully shadowing him from behind. He was all that was left of the whole retinue. The playboy had sent them away last night. Two individuals were hurrying as quickly as they could towards the Ian City Divine Trade Association building. The young male of the pair wore such a sour look as if he had just had cowpat smashed into his face. Although the girl behind him looked no better. So absorbed were they in their tour of a city of such wondrous and endless delights that they had forgotten the time. In fact, they would still be caught up inside this dreamlike wonderland of dazzling sights and scenes if their senior brother's message did not arrive, urging them to rendezvous with him quickly, and that cut short their sightseeing. Apprehensive, both the young acolytes dreaded the stern admonishment that awaited them. "We're here," gasped the panting boy as they finally drew near to the doors of the trade association. There was no time for respite and his hand groped for the handle. The door swung open before his fingers grazed anything and the giant head of a tiger came face to face with the girl, who yelped with fright. The boy leaped to her aid, shielding her from what was just a harmless encounter as the tiger merely snorted and padded past them both. The girl patted her own chest to calm herself down, realizing that they were not in the wilderness but in a developed and bustling city. Cultivators with tamed beasts were not an uncommon sight here in this city, even though such a handsome tamed beast was one. The boy stared at the snowy white tiger with envy and admiration too, until his gaze swept upwards to look at the cultivator walking beside it. He gasped. Then his eyes shot wide and blinked twice as if to make sure that his sight wasn't failing him. Just as he was sure that he saw the right person, he scampered after the tiger and stood in the way of the cultivator. He thrust a finger at the young man as he struggled to recall a name distant and far in his memories. "Why you're..." Lu Ye's hand gripped the hilt of his saber before he even started to think, while his eyes squinted to scan the young man who might be a potential foe. Spiritual powers focused around his eyes as he studied the young man. Second order of the Spirit Creek realm. That's a piece of cake. Wait a minute. He looks oddly familiar. Not far away, at a roadside stall near the pleasure house, the hedonistic prodigal was chomping down on a delicious bowl of wontons and broth when he spied the white tiger outside the Divine Trade Association building. Heavens, what a beautiful animal! Ding Dong, go speak to that man and ask his price. I want to buy that animal. Ding Dong swiveled around to hide his face that was darkening with mounting rage from the brat calling him out in public. But when he saw the tiger, his pupils enlarged with disbelief. Did he just see a ghost? No, that was that boy. The boy that he thought he had killed. How could this be? The changes to his contribution points tally were correct, and he was positive that he saw a body inside the pond and blood spreading on its surface. Wait a second, he mused. He was in a hurry to rush back to his stronghold and neglected to make sure that his target was dead. What if that was another third-order cultivator instead? Could such a coincidence be true? But the world had always been an ironic place, one filled with inconceivable and outlandish coincidences, like how Dong Ding Dong Shuyi was here having breakfast with his ward who just happened to catch sight of the oversized white tiger Amber, and like how the young boy who was beginning to recognize Lu Yi. "You're Lu Yi," the young man remembered at last. It had been months since that day, but he could never forget that Lu Yi nickname. Lu Ye's face contorted into a frown, for he too recognized the young man. He was one of his fellow slave miners who was rescued by the Grand Sky Coalition a few months ago. Lu Yi had been a loner who kept himself only to himself, and this young man arrived relatively late, so they had barely seen each other at all, let alone spoken. Why in heaven's name is this fellow here? Lu Yi was not liking this one bit at all. Of all places, why the hell is he here? "It's me, Wu Hua. I was accepted into Burning Moon Mountain back then, remember?" said Wu Hua, brimming over with bonhomie. He looked very happy to find a friendly face here. I think you've got the wrong person. Lu Yi responded with cold placidness. He vaulted himself up amber and left. The wrong person? Wu Hua uttered incredulously. That's impossible. He was about to chase after Lu Yi when a voice called from behind. What in heaven's name is going on here? Wu Hua and the young girl stiffened. They turned around to find their senior glaring at them sternly. Senior brother. The pair greeted him with a crisp salute. Realizing that the senior was about to lose his temper, the young girl immediately quipped. Brother Wu here stumbled upon someone he knew. Wu Hua was blank at first. Then he bobbed his head vigorously. Yeah, right? That's the one. The one riding away on that big white tiger. He aimed a finger at Lu Ye's back. The senior gazed into the distance and saw Lu Yi melting into the mob of swarming pedestrians. But that brief look was enough for him to read the aura radiating off Lu Ye's back and discern his rank. But he said that I've got the wrong person. Wu Hua muttered morosely. But I was sure. He must be that Lu Yi I knew. Lu Yi? What a strange name, quipped the girl, hoping that the conversation might distract their senior from his wrath. His real name is Lu Yi. But during the entrance assessment, it was found that he only had the potential of one leaf. That is why people called him Yi. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 136. Dong Shuye's coming for us again. Someone you knew from Evil Moon Valley? Asked Wu Hua's senior, knowing full well the story of how Wu Hua came to join his order. That was how he knew Lu Yi must be someone from the very same slave mines the Grand Sky Coalition assaulted months ago. Yeah, Wu Hua nodded. I was lucky enough to be accepted. As for him, his potential was so poor that almost no one wanted him. Somehow he managed to enter the Crimson Blood sect. But it's been months since I last saw him and he's clearly changed a lot. He would have missed Lu Yi just now, if not for the big white tiger. Back in the days when they were still slaves, everyone looked almost the same. Disheveled, haggard, and their faces caked with grime and dirt. But now that they had become cultivators, their appearances had all changed, and that was why he nearly missed Lu Yi and vice versa. You said he only had the potential of one leaf? Asked Wu Hua's senior brother. What rank was he at that time? That took seconds before Wu Hua could finally answer. I think he had only just unlocked his first spiritual point. Then I dare say you've got the wrong man, said his senior. The man with the white tiger just now is at least a fourth-order cultivator. What? Gasped Wu Hua. In his haste, he did not have the time to read Lu Ye's rank, but he believed what his senior said. Impossible. How could Lu Yi ever manage to reach the fourth order with that one leaf worth of potential? Never. Not when I am only still in the second order myself, and I was slated to have greater potential than him. So I really was mistaken just now. Wu Hua wondered quietly to himself, scratching the back of his head dubiously. He and his fellow Burning Moon Mountain acolytes did not notice a stranger drifting past them with a sharp and piercing glare at the crowd where Lu Yi disappeared. Crimson Blood Sect, Lu Yi. That trespasser, Yi. They share the same name. There must be no mistaking it then, and I wasn't wrong. It really is him. But what happened to him that he managed to improve from just a novice cultivator into the seasoned fourth order today? But here are people saying that he has only the potential of one leaf. Whatever the answers were, there was one thing that Dong Shuyi was certain of. Lu Yi had improved by leaps and bounds. He was still in the third order when they last met, and here he was, just fresh after a few months, a fourth order cultivator. Whatever he is, Lu Yi is definitely more than just a one-leaf potential weakling. Not that it mattered much. He had allowed Lu Yi to slip past his fingers once, and he was determined to not allow that blunder to repeat, whether Lu Yi is a third order or a fourth order cultivator. As far as Dong Shuyi was concerned, every iota of suffering and indignity that he has been enduring lately was all Lu Yi's fault. If he had not slain the heir to the 9-star clan, then the clan would not have accepted the Mystic Sect's challenge. That would have spared the clan a hell lot of losses, and he would not have to personally abandon his post to give chase, since his subsequent absence was the very reason that the enemy dared to mount an attack on his outpost. If only he did not try to pursue Lu Yi back then, Wang Yang would never dare to attack him. This is all Lu Yi's fault, and for that, he must pay, thought Dong Shuyi bitterly. And that name, the Crimson Blood Sect. I know that name. A well-known militant order of Bingzhou. While younger members of the Grand Sky Coalition might not recognize that name, we of the Thousand Demon Ridge grew up listening to tales of the elders who witnessed the Crimson Blood Sect's once glorious past with their own eyes, and it was because of these accounts that the even recent generations of the Thousand Demon Ridge knew something that you Grand Sky Coalition pups know nothing about. What's wrong with you? Who insulted your mother? The rich and pampered prodigal stared at the ding-dong when he trotted back to the roadside stall with a bitter look on his face. What about the tiger I wanted? Dong Shuyi turned and faced his young employer. Are you certain that you want that tiger? He asked with a grin as a plan hatched in his mind. Of course. Is he refusing to sell? Well, if you want it, then let's take it from him. The young brat stared at Dong Shai blankly for seconds before he cracked into a sly grin himself. Heavens, ding-dong, you read my mind. Taking it would give me more satisfaction than just buying it. Good idea. Let's go. No, you're staying here, Dong Shuyi shook his head. I can handle this alone. Now that's a no-no, ding-dong. This is a show I'm gonna want to witness with my own eyes. If you're leaving me here, ding-dong, you can bet your arse that I'll make sure my mother hears about this. I know what you want to do, but if you wish to make a name for yourself in these parts, you're not going to do so without the help of my mother. Dong Shuyi held his young employer in a transfixed stare that lasted for seconds. Placidly, he observed, "You're not just a profligate and pampered hedonist, are you? I lack only the gifts to become a cultivator, or I would have already been wreaking havoc here and there." The young prodigal chuckled proudly. I might look like a rich good-for-nothing ding-dong, but I'm definitely not a fool. So get me the tiger and I will put in a good word to my mother for you. Very well, sir, if that's what you wish, muttered Dong Shuyi as he got up and he left. The young brat sprang to his feet, not forgetting to leave a spirit stone on the table as payment for the breakfast. Then he ran after Dong Shuyi with the same excitement as a child expecting his birthday present. He had never witnessed a cultivator's duel before in his life, and this could seem like the field trip that he had been waiting for all his life. He was not at all worried about his own safety, for his mother had told him about how powerful Dong Shuyi really was, the kind of cultivators who could basically rule a city with absolute supremacy. To that end, she had always been reminding him to be nice and courteous to Dong Shuyi, and how he could one day be useful. Lu Yi and Amber rode out of Ian and continued their way. Tang Wu took 2 days to send him here, but that actually saved him a month's worth of journey. That was just how fast Tang Wu and his little magical boat were. Pity he couldn't take him further. But Lu Yi was thankful enough. The Crimson Blood Sect outpost here in the battlefield was still a long way ahead, but now as a fourth-order cultivator of the Spirit Creek realm, he no longer had to be as anxious and fearful as he once was. At last, he had the means to keep himself safe. So long as he could steer clear of any mishaps, his journey ahead in the outer peripherals of the battlefield should be expectedly safer than before. Lu Yi felt more comfortable with more than enough supplies to keep himself sustained for his passage. A quick calculation yielded the possibility that he might be able to reach somewhere between 8th or 9th order by the time he reached the outpost, assuming he had enough spirit pills to keep his progress steady. All of a sudden, just when he thought things were progressing just a little too smoothly, he felt as if he was being watched. He knew that feeling. He had it before, right when Dong Shuyi was hot on his heels. The same prickly sensation on his back that could strike the fear of heavens into him. Is it the clan? Have Tai Luo clan cultivators arrived here to exact their vengeance upon me? That was the first thing Lu Yi could think off the top of his head. He looked around anxiously, but there was no one, and nothing appeared amiss. Then he heard it. He positively heard it. From somewhere far behind, he could hear cries and whoops, and whoever or whatever it was, the stranger was coming at him, fast. Lu Yi quickly focused his spiritual powers around his eyes and he looked hard. But what, or rather who he saw was enough to petrify him into stone. Dong Shuyi. Why the hell is he here? Lu Yi could barely forget the last time they walked into each other at Tassel City. He had to take Amber away and run for his life and avoid leading him to Hua Xi and her friends. But meeting him here and now was the last thing he expected to happen, and the sight of Dong Shuyi chasing after him was a real déjà vu moment. Lu Ye's mood plummeted into the depths of an abyss. If only he knew Dong Shuyi was here, then he would have avoided coming here at all. And from the looks of things, Dong Shuyi must have caught sight of him earlier, and here he came now. Amber was too handsome a spirit beast for anyone to not look at and ignore. Even the average stranger would stare and admire his beauty. Never mind a Dong Shuyi who had a vendetta against both Amber and him. But Lu Yi was even more amazed that Dong Shuyi did not come alone. He was holding someone by the scruff of his neck, and the screaming and yowling were coming from him. But Lu Yi definitely wasn't in the mood to dwell on that particular subject. He patted Amber's back and said, "Run, Amber. It's Dong Shuyi. He's coming after us again." As he spoke, he slapped a move with the wind talisman on the tiger's back. The last move with the wind talisman, one of the few talismans his mentor left him prior to sending him into the battlefield, was used up the last time he tried to run from Dong Shuyi. This one was freshly purchased just not long ago at the cost of 25 spirit stones apiece, a price that was not at all cheap by usual talisman standards. Offensive talismans often cost the least, followed by defensive talismans. That made utility talismans the most expensive of the three types, and the move with the wind talisman was one of the most expensive utility talismans ever sold. Fortunately, he now had enough spirit stones to call himself affluent, so he had already bought a total of 3 move with the winds this morning. Only he did not expect that he would be using them so soon. The screaming from behind never stopped, and Dong Shuyi could have sworn that his ears were ringing from the noise ever since he began gliding in the air to catch up to Lu Yi. Finally, he could tolerate no more and he growled, "Shut up, you! This is fun, ding dong." The boy might be yowling like a pig on the way to slaughter, but he was actually enjoying the thrill and exhilaration from the up and down motion. Never had he experienced anything like this before with any of his former cultivator bodyguards. Growing fonder of ding dong, he craned his neck so that he could yell into Dong Shuyi's ears, "More! I want more!" That was the last straw for Dong Shuyi, who felt as if someone had whacked the side of his head with a sledgehammer. He withdrew the cocoon of energy that he initially employed to protect his young ward from the strong and vicious winds in the air. Without the protection of the energy cocoon, the skin and flesh on the face of the young prodigal were buffeted so furiously by the winds that his features looked grotesquely distorted, snapping like a flag in the wind. 3 seconds. That was all it took, and the boy fainted. Only then did Dong Shuyi restore the energy cocoon. He was already regretting his choice of allowing the boy to come. The kid was just too noisy. Too late to complain, Dong Shuyi knew. Not that he could leave the boy anywhere now. It was dangerous out here in the wilderness, and if anything, any harm or danger, were to befall his ward, he would never be able to explain himself to his new master and mistress. To say nothing about how that bloody white tiger seemed to be stronger and faster now compared to the last time. He could remember vividly how easy the chase was 2 months ago, even though Lu Yi was also using talismans then. Catching up to Lu Yi was not just difficult this time. It was nigh impossible, especially since he could only make sure that he was not being shaken off even though he was already gliding as quickly as he could. He could only think of 2 reasons. 1. His powers had taken a plunge when he was injured by his former comrades at his old order. The next would be the undeniable truth of Lu Ye's improvements. It didn't take long before the young brat regained his consciousness and the discordant chorus of excited shrieks began once more. Suppressing the urge to knock out his young ward with his own hand, Dong Shuyi had to quietly withdraw the magical cocoon again. The young prodigal blacked out once more. Both the hunter and the hunted gradually traveled further and further away from Ian. This could not go on, Dong Shuyi surmised. All he could do was glide while his quarry could rely on his mount, and heaven knew how many talismans he still had. Gliding itself was taking quite a toll on him, and if his quarry had more than a few move with the wind talismans, it was only just a matter of time before they could shake him off for good. He looked ahead of Lu Yi in the direction he was fleeing, and an idea came up. Unbeknownst to Lu Yi, he was riding straight into lands that belonged to Dong Shuyi's benefactor. Maybe I can get some help from the rest of the family's retainers in the young boy's name, he mused quietly. He placed a finger on his battlefield imprint and delivered a message. In the meantime, Lu Yi was not feeling as anxious as he was earlier. He and Amber had come a long way since their last encounter with Dong Shuyi. The physical enrichment Amber had received from the dragon scale just last night was showing. He was running very much faster than before. If this status quo could be maintained, then they might have a chance to shake Dong Shuyi off their tail, assuming they had enough move with the wind talismans, for it was the one thing that was giving Amber the much-needed burst of speed. But Lu Yi could see that Dong Shuyi was exhausting himself as well by trying to keep up, and he wondered if his senses were wrong, but it felt as if Dong Shuyi no longer was a 7th-order cultivator. He looked rather like a 6th-order instead, for the natural radiation of spiritual powers coming off him had become relatively weaker. But they were quite a distance away from each other and Lu Yi could be mistaken, although he did not want to find out. The last time he had a fight with Dong Shuyi, it didn't turn out well, and he would give anything to avoid a rematch. He looked up. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead as thunder groaned sonorously. Damn it you, Dong Shuyi! Why does my greatest nemesis have to be a spell cultivator? Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 137, Skirmish in the Rain. Rain began pouring down in a terrible deluge with lightning flashing intermittently across the darkened sky. Amber flitted swiftly like a white apparition over the marshlands. Both he and Lu Yi each radiated a pale glow that hugged their skin. A thin layer of spiritual power just over their epidermis. The layer could not fully keep them dry from the rain, but it did manage to help keep the rain away from their eyes, allowing them to see better despite the torrential downpour. Right behind them, Dong Shuyi was still doggedly maintaining his pursuit. He had managed to close the distance bit by bit, just like a wolf on the scent of blood as he swore to not let Lu Yi slip past his fingers this time. It was the terrain that had helped his cause greatly. The waterlogged soil was making it very difficult for Amber to travel fast. In fact, the tiger would have got himself stuck if he had not leapt out of the sinking soil that was trying to devour him fast enough. It was that, plus the unfriendly landscape that allowed Dong Shuyi to catch up. At the same time, Lu Yi could see that the effect of his first move with the wind talisman was weakening. He was about to take out another one when he sensed the emanation of spiritual powers coming from somewhere ahead of him. A pair of shadowed figures leaped into the air, casting a huge net over him and Amber. The webbing of the net gave off a shiny shimmer and Lu Yi immediately realized what it was. A spirit artifact. One that was especially used to ensnare spirit beasts. Amphibian and reptile-type spirit beasts inhabited these marshlands, lands which were part of Dong Shuyi's master's estate. That made the animals partly the master's properties, in a manner of speaking. Hence servants or employees would come and hunt for game, which contributed handsomely to the family's income. These two retainer cultivators were sent here to hunt for crocodiles when they received Dong Shuyi's message to set up an ambush for Lu Yi, and they were just in time to cast the net. Amber was only just clearing a jump over a pond when the net whacked right into him. Without any footholds mid-air, the net wrapped all over him, causing him to lose his balance and land with a crash. We did it! The pair of cultivators were elated. We've got the tiger that young master wanted. The mistress would surely reward us generously. In their joy and exuberance, they did not notice a figure lunging at them under the cover of the thick rainfall with his saber bared and ready to attack. Lu Yi clambered up and used Amber's wide back as a springboard when he saw the net coming so that he could attack one of the cultivators before they could get ready. He did not know if a blow with his saber might work against the net or not. Being a spiritual artifact, it might have strength and sturdiness that outstripped his expectations. Failure would mean that both Amber and he were trapped. Therefore, the safest bet would be to separate temporarily to prevent them both from being incapacitated together. The blow came swift and sure, but Lu Yi's quarry was just in time to see him coming. As a 4th-order cultivator himself, he was surprised, but not at all nervous. Dong Shuyi had told him about Lu Yi's rank earlier, and knowing that he had the same rank as Lu Yi was what kept him cool. Besides, he was not alone and the odds really were stacking against Lu Yi since Dong Shuyi would be arriving any time now. All he needed to do was stall. The clang of his weapon gnashing against the glinting saber of his assailant jerked him back to reality, and his weapon, which he had raised just in time to deflect Lu Yi's blow, was knocked out of his grasp by the sheer force of the attack. His right hand throbbed uncontrollably with soreness while he faltered unsteadily as the bashing force nearly tossed him backward. What kind of ungodly strength is this? The Fourth Order retainer gasped. He had felt such strength before, not from Fourth Orders but rather Fifth Orders instead. But before he could react, another steely glimmer came flashing dangerously close at him. Blood shot into the air, coalescing with the droplets of rain as the man staggered with his final ounce of defiance. Then his knees buckled and he crashed face first into the mud. Lu Yi felt his equally ranked enemy before shifting his attention to the next one without a moment of respite. The second cultivator was just hurrying over to help his colleague only to witness his grisly death at Lu Ye's hand, which left him somewhat stupefied. He managed to regain his senses quickly, but it was too late. Lu Yi was already upon him, and all that filled his sight was the metallic gleam of the saber boring down on his head. A litany of harsh and sharp clangs of steel bashing on steel resounded. The second cultivator managed to defend himself against the first 3 blows of Lu Ye's onslaught, but not the fourth. Since his physical enrichment, Lu Ye's speed and raw strength had risen many-fold. His cultivation rank might not have risen much since the conference, but his physical constitution had evolved greatly. The fourth blow came cleaving down the man's chest. He was fast enough to take a step backward, or the blow itself would have hacked his brain into halves already. His protective aura, the energy shield of spiritual power similar to Lu Ye's and Amber's, could do nothing at all. Where Lu Ye's saber came down, the edge easily cracked through the shield like a hammer smashing through glass, allowing the blade to tear open his chest from top to bottom. Then Lu Yi twisted around and gave him a roundhouse kick into his foe as a final touch. The cultivator crashed to the ground with a painful grunt and he blacked out. A pair of red glowing orbs padded closer to him. Lu Yi hurried towards Amber and ripped the magical net off him. They needed to leave quickly before their pursuer caught up. Then his movements froze. It was too late. With a deafening bang that left Lu Yi wondering if some asteroid had just crashed just nearby, spattering mud and slime everywhere. Then he saw a figure standing not more than 100 meters away. His eyes flaring with intense rage at Lu Yi. Even through the thick veil of rain that separated him now from his nemesis, Lu Yi could almost feel the heat from the hateful glare. Dong Shuyi. He's here. Lu Yi felt his fingers grasp on his weapon tighten involuntarily. The last few months of surviving on the battlefield had taught him enough to know that fleeing with his back exposed to a spell cultivator at such close distances was tantamount to suicide. There was one and only one way to survive: fight. 3 minor tiers stood between the 4th and 7th orders, the difference between their respective unlocked spiritual points somewhere between 50 to 60. That would mean that Dong Shuyi has almost twice as many the number of unlocked spiritual points as Lu Yi had. Then Lu Yi spied something else. Dong Shuyi was holding an ordinary person by the back of his clothes like he was an oversized bag. Lu Yi gave one curt look and dismissed it. It looked odd, but Lu Yi could care less about that. He was more worried about his own safety. Heavens, it's freezing here. The young prodigal rubbed his arms to make himself warm while his teeth chattered uncontrollably. But that did little to extinguish his desire to take Amber for himself. He craned his neck up to shout at Lu Yi, "Oi you! My idea was to make an offer for your tiger, but ding dong, here was the one who suggested that we should just kill you and take your tiger instead. So if you're gonna blame anyone, that person's not me, alright?" He wriggled himself free and stood a good distance away behind Dong Shuyi. "Go ding dong. Take him down. As your young master, I'm rooting for you." Knowing that he could contribute nothing to a fight between cultivators, he decided that he should at least keep himself at a safe distance to not be a nuisance. Who the hell is he? Lu Yi stared at him blankly, failing to make heads or tails of what was going on. But that somehow reminded him of the heir of the 9-star, whom he had slain months ago. Young master? That makes him almost like that fellow I killed that time. Only, that was a cultivator while this bloke's an ordinary person. What the hell is between me and all these rich and privileged fellows? You should be 6 feet in the ground. Dong Shuyi broke into a wicked grin. Perhaps I should return you to where you belong. Lu Yi refused to respond. Instead, his eyes squinted as he quickly made plans. Dong Shuyi was about 70 meters away. If he had another hidden ace, a head-on charge could be dangerous if not risky. Lu Yi exhaled grimly and gripped his weapon more firmly. He bent his knee and readied himself to charge nevertheless. The ground beneath him sank as he mustered his spiritual powers, and right in front of him, his protective aura kept the rain away from him. With a kick, he launched himself straight at Dong Shuyi, barreling through the rain and parting it like a bullet tunneling through water. Amber did not move. Instead, at Yi's directions, the white tiger retreated slowly away and melted into the thick curtains of the heavy downpour. Dong Shuyi was none too amused at Lu Yi choosing to wrestle for the initiative. That explosiveness that Lu Yi displayed was well beyond what a regular 4th Order cultivator should possess. But as a former 7th Order spell cultivator with vast experiences in battle, he knew better than to allow Lu Yi the chance to undo his main advantage. He did not even think of moving. Instead, his hands rose up swiftly and a golden crescent-shaped energy bolt fired from his hand and raced straight for Lu Ye's face. He had no intention to use any fire-based elemental magic like the last time because of the rain. To attempt using flame elemental magic in such a wet condition was laughable even to him. The bolt wheezed at an incredible speed, reaching Lu Yi even when it barely finished taking its shape. In the meantime, Lu Yi had concentrated his spiritual powers in his eyes the moment he saw Dong Shuyi fire his shot. He wanted to see where the blow would hit so that he could activate his spiritual pattern protection in time. Just when he looked hard with his spiritual power-imbued sight, everything around him became slow as if time itself had suddenly decided to switch gears. Oh! He could see what was the supposed line of where the energy bolt would travel, allowing him for the first time the ability to evade the blow. He lowered himself quickly, letting his body acclimatize to the heightened sense of perception his newfound vision afforded him. Lo and behold, as soon as he crouched, something fast swept over his head, the deadly force slashing through the rain and slicing a few strands of his hair. It worked! But there was no time to celebrate. A second blow came screaming through the air at him. This time Lu Yi saw where it was coming and swung his saber with all his weight behind it. The second golden scythe-like bolt collided hard against the steel, and erupted into a minor explosion that tossed Lu Yi backward. He managed to remain standing despite staggering unsteadily at first, but his wrist felt painfully sore. Then came a third. Resolved to settle this once and for all, Dong Shuyi was giving it his all to make sure that Lu Yi would never be walking out of these marshlands alive. This time he withdrew and stood straight, and the third attack hissed past his nose harmlessly. He knew what was going on. The physical enrichment he experienced at the Dragon Spring had not only made him stronger where he could fight faster and deal harder and heavier blows, it even enhanced his reaction speed and granted him incredible clarity of perception, allowing his eyes to capture things that he could not before. That was why he felt as if the world around him had slowed down. This was a much welcomed variable, one that truly convinced him that he might survive another encounter with Dong Shuyi yet again. His initial plan was to soak up whatever damage Dong Shuyi hurled at him by relying on spiritual pattern protection. But that could result in a huge exhaustion of his spiritual powers, not to mention the amount of strain and internal injuries that he might still collect. Inch after inch he pressed closer toward Dong Shuyi. Whatever attacks Dong Shuyi fired at him, he would just employ whatever evasive maneuvers to keep himself unharmed while maintaining his pace as much as he could, slashing and hacking at some with his saber. Those that he could not dodge nor destroy, he would just absorb using the spiritual pattern protection. A few of the blows did manage to throw him backward, but he was, beyond any doubt, drawing nearer and nearer towards Dong Shuyi. Dong Shuyi wasn't pleased. Not one bit at all. If anyone had told him that a 4th Order cultivator would weather an endless barrage of attacks from him while closing the distance between them, he would have only dismissed the notion as a mere figment of a phantasmal delusion. Being in the 6th Order where some of his spiritual points were too damaged to construct microcosmic orbits, he might still retain the experience of what the 7th Order felt like, but his powers had nevertheless taken a dip. Even so, that did not change the fact that dealing with 4th Order cultivators should have been a cakewalk for him. Yet right here, right now, the very thing that he could have flippantly and easily dismissed as impossible was unfolding right before his eyes. To say nothing that it was being accomplished by the one person whom he held the most hatred and loathing for. Frustrated, Dong Shuyi snarled. He mustered more spiritual power and condensed them into a fixed point. Slowly, the churning magical energies began to take on form and mass, slowly turning into first a pole and then a spear. At Dong Shuye's control, it shot into the air and streaked straight at Lu Yi like a golden thunderclap. Lu Yi did not need to be told how dangerous this attack must be. His senses, both physical and mental, were tingling like mad. But the spear forged of magical energies was just too fast and just too powerful for him to evade or endure. Spiritual pattern protection just won't cut it, he thought at that moment. But just when he thought all was lost, the round runic circular sigil of spiritual pattern protection, this time as large as the size of a gong, materialized right in front of him, glowing and blazing in full splendor. With a resounding bang that could shake even the entire marshland forest, the energy-forged spear smashed into the runic round shield of energy protecting Lu Yi, eliciting a shockwave that rippled in all directions. Lu Yi crouched to lower his center of mass, but it was no use. The waves of shock, steam, and dirt nearly knocked him off his feet, and it was all he could do to not fall while his entire body slid backward. The energy-forged spear and the circular shield of glyphs slowly ebbed into the air, dissipating like dust and ashes. Dong Shuyi fired another shot at Lu Yi that missed abysmally. Lu Yi saw his chance and dashed forward before his adversary could attack again. Humanity's Great Sage. Chapter 138. Dong Shuyi Deranged and Mad. Lu Yi could feel all four of his microcosmic orbits spiraling quickly in resonance with the spiritual power swirling in his spiritual points as he charged. He was getting closer to his adversary. 33 meters. 30-27. Then an attack slammed into him, blasting him backward. He reeled back, but he immediately recollected himself and pressed on, undaunted and undeterred. Blood trickled out the corners of his mouth while his chest ached with pangs of soreness from the blast. If Lu Yi had thought that closing his distance with Dong Shuyi would improve things, he was sorely mistaken. Being closer made it more difficult for him to evade the spells Dong Shuyi fired his way. He could evade most spells that his sight managed to catch at more than 30 meters away, but any less than that the feat was proving nigh impossible to repeat. He would have been defeated if not for his repeated use of spiritual pattern protection. 30 meters. That would have to do for now, he thought. He made another attempt to get closer, and as soon as he reached the 30-meter mark, he yelled Amber. Roar! Amber, who had vanished out of sight since the skirmish in the rain began, appeared behind Dong Shuyi all of a sudden. But Dong Shuyi was prepared. Right when he heard Amber's roar, he was already spinning on his heels like he knew Amber was there all along, firing a golden crescent-shaped bolt even before the roar was over. The shiny energy scythe split the rivulets of rain that showered from the boughs overhead and missed. All thanks to his predatory instincts, Amber had the sense of switching positions as soon as he made himself known. Dong Shuyi did not allow himself to be distracted. He could almost read Lu Ye's plan now. It must be for the spirit beast to nab his ward and use him as a bargaining chip. But Dong Shuyi was confident that the plan wouldn't work. Come any nearer and he could easily slay the beast anywhere within 30 meters. The spirit beast could not employ any magical means to protect itself, and with his ward just 10 meters behind him, Dong Shuyi was certain that he could deal with Lu Yi and safeguard his ward at the same time. Therefore, he immediately returned his focus to Lu Yi as soon as he forced Amber away. He could not afford to take his eyes off the main quandary at hand, but before he could fire any more spells, he sensed the signature of spiritual powers drawing close quickly. His gaze panned up just in time to see a gigantic bell shimmering with a magical luminescence slamming down on him and trapping him inside before everything went dark. Damn it, the Mystic Spirit Bell. He of all people should recognize the Mystic Spirit Bell, the iconic spirit artifact that belonged to the heir of the Nine-Star clan. But having missed the best window to dodge it, he now found himself trapped inside, all alone in the dark within such a tight space. He had been careless, he groaned at himself. That was why Lu Yi was trying to get close to him. It was not so that he could turn this skirmish into a melee, but because he needed to make sure that the Mystic Spirit Bell would work. Too far away and his plan might fail terribly. The Mystic Spirit Bell was designed mainly for defensive purposes, but it could also be used to temporarily restrain one's opponent, although it wouldn't work so well. Dong Shuyi, who knew more about the bell than Lu Yi, was aware of this very well. He was about to fire some spells to break open the bell when it rose up into the air all of a sudden, freeing him out of the temporary trap. He traced the bell to where it flew, and what his eyes saw left him seething with stifled indignation. Lu Yi had a hand holding a knife up at his young ward's throat. The large blade of the saber gleamed dangerously with its edge just grazing by his artery, while Lu Yi kept himself fully shielded behind with only one eye exposed to keep Dong Shuyi in sight. Lu Yi had never once thought of gambling with whether he could kill Dong Shuyi because of the vast difference in their ranks. He had his fair share of slaying enough Fifth Orders during the conference, but he wasn't going to let his hubris get the better of him. Of all his enemies, he knew how he would regret underestimating Dong Shuyi, who clearly was far better and far deadlier than ordinary Fifth Orders, and the skirmish up until now, where he could not even get within 30 meters of him, was proof enough of that. To that end, Lu Yi did not want to put stock in the improbable or let alone the impossible. He could never succeed in turning this fight into a close combat melee. He could never expect the fiery plump bird-like spell of his to work, not in such damp conditions. Hence, his motive had been clear right from the start. If Dong Shuyi had any weaknesses, that would only be his young ward. He did not know who the ordinary man was at first, but the tone he used when he was addressing Dong Shuyi showed that he must be someone important, and he could very well be the best leverage Lu Yi could ever depend on to defeat Dong Shuyi. Lu Yi and Amber's perfect cohesion in this tag team was all because of Yi's instrumental involvement. There was no time at all to discuss any plans, yet still he could guess Lu Ye's thoughts like they were reading each other's minds. Amber's earlier roar was exactly the distraction that Lu Yi needed to cast the mystic spirit bell. Right now Lu Ye's gaze met Dong Shuyi. He could see the burning anger raging inside the latter, while the latter could see that Lu Yi meant business. The young prodigal was dripping snot and spit because of the cold, and having a steely blade now held up his throat certainly did nothing to improve things. Nervously he gasped, "Come on. You two were fighting, so why the hell am I being dragged into this?" As the hedonistic scion of the local mercantile plutocrat, the boy had barely any respect for cultivators, whether they earned it or not. With the wealth and influence that his family commanded, he could do almost anything, so long as he had the sense of keeping it from going overboard and get away with it. Even the most beautiful female cultivator could become a mere plaything to him. For this reason, he never once feared the powers that cultivators wielded at their fingertips, powers that could allow them to rule any ordinary human's life and death with ease. Until now, for the first time, he felt the fear of mortal danger with the chilly sensation of steel being held up his throat. The feeling of its sharp edge pricking his skin could almost make him wet his pants as he whimpered, "Save me, ding dong." Dong Shuyi eyed Lu Yi with the blaze inside his glare growing stronger and wilder by the second. "Ask him to walk away or you'll die." Lu Yi growled from behind Dong Shuyi's young ward. "Careful, man. It hurts. Get him to bloody leave." Okay. Go away, ding dong. Go. If I'm gone, then you really are dead, you fool." "Oh heavens, you're right," the young prodigal gasped with dawning realization. "Get him to bloody leave or you'll die now. If he leaves, I'll let you go. I swear." "You swear?" "I so swear, now get on with it." The stinging pain coming from his throat and the sensation of something warm flowing from there were compelling reasons enough for the rich brat to not prolong the argument. "Just go, ding dong. Just go and I'll be safe." Dong Shuyi stared at Lu Yi, desperately forcing himself to swallow all the frustration, resentment, and anger that he had been enduring because of Lu Yi. How he would relish killing Lu Yi with his own hands. But he restrained himself and snarled, "Swear it. Swear upon heavens that you are a man of your word. Swear it and I'll let you go." Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi's glare fixated upon each other for seconds before the former finally broke his silence. "I will do nothing to harm this ordinary person if Dong Shuyi will do me no harm. In 3 days I'll set him free. This I swear in heaven's name." Everyone present could feel the same surrealistic tingle of heaven, acknowledging the oath. Dong Shuyi's resentment reduced not one bit, but he had to concede that this was the only possible course of action at the moment. He held Lu Yi in a long and deep stare, full of enmity and unresolved rage. "You do well to remember your oath." He stepped back into the heavy deluge and retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then he stopped suddenly. He gazed up into the sky and felt the raindrops beating on his face. Then he smirked at himself. Pathetic. He was a proud and illustrious seventh-order cultivator, a highly ranked and immensely respected member within his order. Then a certain third-order trespasser came into his life 2 months ago, marking the start of the terrible change in his life. He failed his mission to slay that trespasser, and for that, here he was 2 months later, now relegated to the 6th order while the trespasser had risen to the 4th. His spiritual points were damaged and as a result, his powers waned. His future prospects were all in tatters as he was forced to desert his former order and become a rogue. And just when he thought he found a place where he could start anew, he was made a simple bodyguard of an ordinary human. Whereas his nemesis was making progress by leaps and bounds. Dong Shuyi wondered if he would ever get another chance to slay and defeat him in the future? No. His nemesis was growing just too fast while he was falling further into ruin and squalor. The gap between them was growing smaller, and it wouldn't be long before he surpassed Dong Shuyi, and Dong Shuyi knew who to blame for this. No, he could never let this slight pass. In just the blink of an eye, his aura burgeoned as the radiation of spiritual powers from him intensified. Without warning, his hand came up and he fired a golden energy scythe at Lu Yi. Lu Yi knew something was wrong the moment he saw Dong Shuyi halted. Then when he saw his nemesis reneging on his promise and attacking him, he grabbed his hostage and dashed forward. In a mere few steps, he covered almost a couple dozen meters until he felt it was enough for him to cast the mystic spirit bell that he had been holding with his other hand all along. The golden crescent of death hit the poor young hostage in the chest, ripping it open and splattering his blood everywhere on the mud-sodden soil, before barreling out his back and smashing into the runic shield of spiritual pattern protection, shattering the round shield forged of pure energy and sending Lu Yi hurtling through the air before he crashed down. The mystic spirit bell bore down on Dong Shuyi just in time before he could ramp up another attack, trapping him inside once more. But the outer surface of the bell began to glow vividly with a fiery assortment of colors, signs of the bell being vehemently attacked from the inside. Roar! Amber bounded out from nowhere, stopping just in front of Lu Yi, who vaulted himself up on his back while he quickly slapped his second move with the wind talisman on the tiger's strong and stout girth. Let's go! Dong Shuyi has gone deranged and mad. Lu Yi never knew that young prodigal. But his being able to give Dong Shuyi orders must mean that he wielded influence and privilege enough for Dong Shuyi to be worried about his well-being to agree to a parley at first. But what had possessed Dong Shuyi into breaking the promise, Lu Yi did not know. He could only chalk it up to a sudden streak of madness that he dared to risk, and eventually killed with his own hands, the one person he was obviously supposed to defend. Nevertheless, that impressed upon Lu Yi Dong Shuyi's overzealous and rabid resolve to kill him. That was why he needed to run. He had exhausted much of his spiritual powers in this skirmish, and he had collected too many wounds to continue any longer. Fleeing was the only option and there was no time to retrieve the bell, not without letting Dong Shuyi out. Amber carried Lu Yi on his back and bolted. Seconds barely ticked by when the bell exploded. Dong Shuyi emerged amid the fumes and steam, looking slightly charred and bedraggled but free. He looked around and found Amber's tracks and took to the air once more to give chase. Without his ward this time, the speed of his gliding was considerably faster. The rain was showing signs of subsiding until it finally stopped 2 hours later. A beautiful rainbow arched across the sky like a bridge. Squads of cultivators arrived at the scene of the skirmish just now and discovered 3 bodies and the signs of a battle. When the cultivators recognized one of the bodies, all of them stood around it grimly with dreadful trepidation. The son and heir of their master, lying dead in the mud like some mongrel dog. It did not take long for the family to put a bounty on Dong Shuyi's head. But Dong Shuyi was long gone, still hot on Lu Ye's heels miles and miles away. Night slowly set in as Amber galloped swiftly, flitting through a rocky wilderness where towering high-rise columns of rock and granite almost 70 meters tall sprawled across a flat meadow otherwise densely filled with craggy hills. Amber was beginning to show signs of tiring, and they had used up all 3 of Lu Ye's move with the wind talismans. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi appeared to have abandoned his chase somewhere more than an hour ago. Lu Yi could only assume that his nemesis must be at his limits too. The fight and the chase had been for so long, and Dong Shuyi, even with his vast supply of spiritual powers, still needed as much rest and recuperation as they did. In contrast, Lu Yi was able to recover some of his spiritual powers during the journey, all thanks to Amber. Lu Yi knew that Dong Shuyi might have abandoned the chase for now, but he would never abandon his quest for vengeance. Lu Yi would have wanted to put as much distance as possible between them and their hunter, but Amber was too tired to go on. Using Move with the Wind talismans could increase one's fleetness of foot, but it also caused a lot of strain and exertion. Lu Yi did not need to rest, but Amber most definitely did. But the rocky wilderness afforded them a lot of cover. Yi found a hidden and secluded spot and led Amber there. The tiger plopped to the ground with a heavy thud as soon as he reached the spot, his furry chest heaving and his tongue hanging out like a tired and thirsty dog. It pained Yi to watch him like that, and she delved into a long litany of curses directed at Dong Shuyi while she fed Amber water and food. In the meantime, Lu Yi examined his own injuries. There was nothing serious aside from the concussions to his torso and head from the blasts Dong Shuyi fired at him. His abdomen carried several heavy bruises too, but nothing a healing pill couldn't solve quickly. Lu Yi did not need to be told that Dong Shuye's behavior earlier indicated his dogged determination to see Lu Yi dead with his own eyes and by his own hands. He did not like this at all, but for the moment trying to fight Dong Shuyi as a fourth-order cultivator was asking too much. If he could ascend to the fifth order quickly, then he might be able to triumph just yet. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 139. I Need a Room. It was not hubris. Since he left Green Cloud Mountain, Lu Yi had managed to slay cultivators well beyond his rank with relative regularity, killing at least 5 fifth-order enemies in the Dragon Spring Conference alone. It was the spiritual patterns, protection, and sharp edge that had given him enhancements to both his defense and offense, allowing him to even the odds against superior enemies. Hence, fighting against enemies beyond his rank wasn't really fighting against enemies beyond his rank actually. At any rate, this recent encounter with Dong Shuyi had given Lu Yi one crucial piece of information. Something must have happened to Dong Shuyi, and he had now fallen to the sixth order. His powers had plummeted noticeably since the last time they met 2 months ago. If the opponent he was fighting just now was the Dong Shuyi from 2 months ago, then Lu Yi would never have felt that defeating Dong Shuyi was possible at all, physical enrichment or not. But it was rare for a cultivator to fall down the ranks of their cultivation, and this left Lu Yi wondering if Dong Shuyi had had some of his spiritual points damaged. The rankings of cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm were simple enough. The number of microcosmic orbits a cultivator had inside his or her body denoted how far up the ladder one was. Any damaged spiritual points would mean a dissolution to the orbits they were part of, and the rest of the spiritual points would be no use at all other than just increasing the capacity of the cultivator's spiritual power reserves. So what really happened to Dong Shuyi? Was it the mystic sect? Lu Yi could barely profess any knowledge about how Dong Shuyi could fall in rank, but whatever it was, it must have had something to do with the mystic sect invasion of the 9-star clan stronghold back then. If that were true, then it would be his fault, since his intrusion was what caused the all-out war between both factions to take place. That would explain Dong Shuye's obsession with him. Anyone would be. Anyone in Dong Shuye's shoes. In fact, it would not be far off to say that anyone in Dong Shuye's position would have the utmost hatred for Lu Yi. Nevertheless, it was glad tidings to Lu Yi. He would never survive against a 7th-order Dong Shuyi, never mind defeat him. The mere notion itself was unimaginable. But since he had now fallen to the 6th order, this really pointed to a plausible chance of defeating him. But to do that, Lu Yi would first need to reach the 5th order. He now had 54 spiritual points unlocked, 9 more, and he would have all the spiritual points he needed to reach the 5th order. If he could focus all his time and effort on meditating, that would take no more than 20 days. But he could not. Being out here in the wilderness, there was no telling if Dong Shuyi might renew his pursuit of Lu Yi or not. Without any baggage this time, Dong Shuyi would be faster, and he was out of Move with the Wind talismans, which would make fleeing from Dong Shuyi a near impossible task. Hence, the first order of business was to look for somewhere safe and secure. Somewhere where he could concentrate on meditating without being bothered. Now that he had a plan, Lu Yi took out his map to look for a suitable spot. He swallowed a spirit pill and tried to unlock his 55th spiritual point. And indeed, just before midnight, Dong Shuyi came looking for him. Not wanting a fight yet, Lu Yi rode on Amber and they fled. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi did not have enough time to recover. Hence he was not able to glide at full speed, and that gave Lu Yi the chance to give him the slip once again. But that went on and on, with both sides stopping to rest before the hunt resumed until 2 days later. Lu Yi and Amber finally arrived at a small town where they managed to locate the local Divine Trade Association branch just in time to rush inside with Dong Shuyi hot on their heels. The moment Dong Shuyi stormed inside right after them made many heads turn. Even more appalling was the thick miasma of malice that radiated off Dong Shuyi, making his eyes bloodshot with rage and rancor. One of the stewards of the branch, a cultivator of the Third Order, meandered near to them and squeaked fearfully, "No fighting in the Divine Trade Association's premises. Whatever it is between you, please take it outside." "I want a room," Lu Yi demanded at once. The steward did not know what to say. Dong Shuyi shot him a glare so scathing as if he was saying, "Give him a room and you'll never see daylight ever again." And it was making the steward more nervous. All of a sudden, spiritual power ripples so huge that they swept through the whole building and took everyone by surprise. Every head in the foyer panned towards the stairs, and they saw an elderly man in his 60s descending the final flight, feigning a light cough every now and then. Despite having a crooked back that made him look frail and weak, his skin glowed with a luster brighter than even Dong Shuyi's in his best days. Lu Yi knew what it was. This old man's at least a Spirit Creek realm cultivator of the Eighth Order. And seeing him filled Lu Yi with relief. As a regular patron of the Divine Trade Association, Lu Yi understood just how rich and how powerful the trade organization was. More so, for an organization that had the intrepidity and gumption to use divine in its name, it showed just how confident the organization was. The floor staff of the Divine Trade Organization might not be powerful cultivators in their own right. At least Lu Yi had yet to meet any one of their staff who had very high rankings, but he knew that the Divine Trade Association would not enjoy such a great prestige in the battlefield without having a few champions in their payroll. How else would the Divine Trade Association ward off potential robbers or pilfers? The battlefield teemed with no shortage of reckless scoundrels, daring enough to try and challenge anything, and many would have been coveting the riches and valuables that the Divine Trade Association hoarded in its vaults. Like how militant orders needed champions to watch their strongholds and guard their wealth, so did the Divine Trade Association. Which was why he chose to come here. The Divine Trade Association was a place to conduct business, therefore it would never allow any form of violence to take place within its walls. It was a gambit that paid off. As expected by Lu Yi, there really were champions hired to keep every branch of the Divine Trade Association safe, although they would never show themselves until the moment called for them. Dong Shuyi was well beyond what the usual floor staff could handle when he barged in, thinking that he could kill Lu Yi then and there, and that called for the intervention of the branch's resident champion. Meanwhile, the elderly man paced slowly towards them. Dong Shuyi could feel his hair standing. He knew better than Lu Yi just how powerful the Divine Trade Association was, or he would have already dealt the killing blow as soon as he clapped eyes on Lu Yi. The last thing he would have wanted to do was to waste time glaring at his quarry. "Peace, gentlemen." The old man ambled in his slow but steady approach towards them. With a jovial facade he said, "Nothing good comes out of violence." He stopped a few paces away from Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi, and tapped the well-polished floor with his staff. From the very spot where the staff struck the floor, a burst of spiritual power, a very highly concentrated and potent burst, swept forth in waves in all directions. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched involuntarily. Surprised, he did not expect the old man to wield powers and strength comparable to those of Tang Wu. At any rate, it worked. Dong Shuyi ceased at once the aura of malice and rage that was being emanated by him and saluted the elderly man. "My apologies for causing trouble. Please forgive me." Lu Yi was somewhat amused by the quick shift in stance. In fact, he was enjoying every second of it, albeit quietly. "And what about you, my young friend?" The elderly man turned his attention this time to Lu Yi. "I'm here to seek accommodations." "Why, welcome." The elderly man beamed broadly at him, which left an even sourer taste in Dong Shuyi's mouth. Immediately, the elderly man barked at the steward, Arrange a room for this young gentleman. 10 spirit stones a night. Hold it right there. Lu Yi snapped. 10 spirit stones a night. For one moment there, it was either the old man who had been mistaken or his ears were deceiving him. The elderly man flashed a cheery grin at him and repeated very clearly, 10 spirit stones. Wait a minute. All of your other branches only charge 1 spirit stone a night. Lu Yi was beginning to wonder if he had just walked into a scam. Meanwhile, Dong Shuyi was beginning to enjoy this show. The smile faded from the elderly man's face as his voice turned stony. You might be welcomed here, but you do well to bear in mind that all Divine Trade Association outlets are places to conduct business. We are not a shelter that provides protection. Anyone who comes here with the intent of abusing our policy of having zero violence on our premises will face the consequences. He paused for one beat as if to let that sink in before he finally asked, Are we clear, young friend? He was right. The elderly man owed Lu Yi nothing, and there was no obligation for him to defend him from Dong Shuyi. At the same time, he was trying to impress upon Lu Yi the truth that he could have easily tossed both Lu Yi and Dong Shuyi out the doors, so that they could settle their differences outside if he was not adhering to the Divine Trade Association's strict policy to remain neutral towards whatever squabbles or conflicts. Very well, Lu Yi conceded. All that mattered was finding a safe place to get to the Fifth Order as soon as possible. He rummaged in his storage bag for quite some time until he finally dug out a sack that he tossed at the steward. I'm staying then. 10 days. The elderly man was flabbergasted and so was Dong Shuyi. 100 spirit stones. That was definitely not what the wealth that Fourth Order cultivators were supposed to be able to fork out that easily. The steward cradled the sack full of spirit stones and peered at the elderly man, tacitly requesting instructions. The same smile as before once again formed on the wrinkled face of the elderly man. Get this young gentleman our best and biggest sweet. Yes, sir. The steward responded like a soldier fresh out of boot camp. This way please, sir. Lu Yi and Amber followed the steward up the stairs to the next floor. What about you, sir? The elderly man cast a look at Dong Shuyi. How about a room too? 10 spirit stones a night? Asked Dong Shuyi. Naturally, the Divine Trade Association aspires to be fair and just to all its patrons. Forget it then. Dong Shuyi scowled. Last he checked, he was still much too sane to let himself spend 10 spirit stones for a room. He knew where Lu Yi was, so there was no need for him to be afraid of Lu Yi slipping out of his clutches this time. He paused to think. Then he left the Divine Trade Association and found a shop just opposite where he stood outside, keeping a close watch on the entrance to make sure Lu Yi wouldn't get out. In his grasp he held a pair of spirit stones, absorbing the energy from within to replenish his powers. There is no way Lu Yi could go on paying 10 spirit stones every night. It was a spacious suite, bigger and wider than all the rooms that Lu Yi had rented before in the past, and the furnishing inside was comfortable. But what truly amazed Lu Yi was how thick and rich the spiritual qi inside the suite was compared to the atmosphere outside. Some form of enchantment must have been conjured in the suites, something that functioned like spiritual pattern gathering spirit, and that would be very useful to his meditation. To top it all off, the suite even came with an en-suite bathroom, suiting Lu Yi's needs perfectly. Fatigued and weary from their long flight from Dong Shuyi, Amber and Lu Yi first had a good meal before they took a bath. Only after that did his meditation begin. He needed to use his time here as efficiently as he could, more so, since the price of this accommodation wasn't cheap at all. Even with his present affluence, he could ill afford spending so profligately on a regular basis. Lu Yi first started by constructing copies of spiritual pattern gathering spirit all over his spiritual points. He instantly felt the difference. With the dense concentration of spiritual qi inside the suite, using gathering spirits was making his assimilation of the natural energies more potent and effective. Spiritual points began unlocking one after another at every quarter of every hour. Lu Yi maintained his meditation. 56th point, then the 57th, then the 58th. Finally, when he got too tired, Lu Yi decided to take a rest. He had been sitting for so long that his legs were growing numb. To shake off the stupefaction, he decided on a change of palette and switched to training with the saber to stretch his legs. Lu Yi had been tirelessly training and cultivating his skill, strength, and powers ever since he stepped into the battlefield. But never had he yearned to progress fast so greatly before. The thirst and the hunger for power were never this strong before. Ironically, it had nothing to do with wanting to defeat Dong Shuyi but rather because of the cost of staying here. Every second he spent in this sweet cost money. Hard-earned money. It was Lu Ye's fourth night in the Divine Trade Association branch when a female steward with a lithe and petite figure went up to the fifth floor. She gave the elderly man, clearly a manager or someone with authority at the branch, the sales report of the day, and before she reached halfway, the old man teetered on the brink of dozing off. The female steward ignored the elderly man's shenanigans like she had grown accustomed to them, droning on until she reached the end of her report where she added, "There is one more thing of note, sir." "Oh, just speak up, for heaven's sake." "Our enchantments, the ones conjured for the amassment of spiritual qi, have been depleting 3 or 4 more spirit stones recently." "And where did this problem come from?" asked the elderly man, opening his eyes at last, feeling puzzled and intrigued. "Premium suite number 3. Humanity's Great Sage, Chapter 140, To Lay One's Bones. Premium suite number 3. That was the suite Lu Yi was staying in. Such potential. The elderly man mused aloud. That's very rare. The higher one's potential was, the more spiritual qi one could assimilate. The Divine Trade Association's premium-level suites were all, just as Lu Yi guessed, fitted with enchantments to amass spiritual qi, and that explained why the suites were all pullulating with such rich natural energies. But at the same time, the functioning of these enchantments required the sustenance of spirit stones. The more the enchantments functioned, the more spirit stones would be depleted. The elderly overseer had seen his fair share of gifted cultivators. Cultivators whose potential could easily engender an excess cost of 3 to 4 spirit stones to upkeep the enchantments visited the Divine Trade Association branches on a regular basis, but the elderly overseer could have sworn that he could count with one hand the number of fourth-order cultivators who could do the same. "Should we evict him?" asked the steward. "Can we?" "He's a paying patron, not a pest, and nothing in the deal stated that he needs to pay us anything for the spirit stones. We're doing business, my dear, so we need to be fair to all our patrons. We do not make decisions based on our whims and fancies." "Understood, sir." "Off you go then." The elderly man waved her away. The female steward politely took her leave and walked away, leaving the aged overseer in his chair, pondering quietly on his own while he shook his head. A student or acolyte from one of the greater militant orders on a trip of pilgrimage, I suppose, although few ever venture so far to the outer peripherals of the battlefield. But he might not survive though, with that sixth-order cultivator trying to hunt him down. Pity. On the 6th day of their stay, Lu Yi was taking a short break from training when Amber padded up to him and nudged him with his muzzle. "What does Amber want?" Lu Yi peered at Yi quizzically. Yi communicated with the tiger before she said to Lu Yi, "He wants that dragon scale you showed him last time." A dawning look spread upon Lu Ye's face. He quickly took out the dragon scale and held it out for Amber, who came closer and inhaled a long drag of air, drawing in a thin red, bloody line from within the dragon scale. The oversized tiger staggered unsteadily as if he was drunk. Like the last time, he tottered around, swaying off balance until he crashed to the ground, unconscious while his entire body pulsed with a crimson glow. The unknown substance must be enriching his physical constitution again, like the last time. Lu Yi wasn't at all interested in emulating Amber. The substance inside the dragon scale looked like it packed quite a punch that not even a spirit beast as strong as Amber could withstand its effects. If anything, Lu Yi was afraid that effects might do him more harm than good. Nevertheless, there was no denying the good that the substance had done. Amber had gained much physically since his last enrichment, and Lu Yi was anxious to see what other benefits Amber could glean this time. Meanwhile, Lu Yi would carry on with the pace of his meditation. One by one, spiritual points in him unlocked piecemeal. By the 15th day of Lu Ye's stay, the barrier of the 63rd spiritual point was showing signs of giving way after his unflagging and relentless attempts of weakening it. But just before the barrier came down, Lu Yi stopped abruptly. He got to his feet and examined himself. Everything appeared fine. He felt strong and his vigor replenished. His 63rd spiritual point was just on the verge of being unlocked, and it was time to set his plan into motion. He went downstairs and found a steward and made a purchase of several talismans. That would bring his present amount of spirit stones down to just 200 to 300 plus. He had spent the most on his accommodations, a whopping 150 spirit stones, but it was worth it. The extraordinary efficiency because of the enchantments inside the suite turned what he initially thought as a 20-day plan to reach the 5th order into just 15 days. The amount of time saved was especially valuable to him. He checked his stores of spiritual pills and found that there were just a few shy of 100. It did not take long for him to make up his mind before spending another 200 spirit stones on spiritual pills, leaving just the last 30 or so spirit stones as reserves. With everything ready, Lu Yi clambered onto Amber's back, and they left the Divine Trade Association branch together. As soon as they were outside, a pair of piercing keen eyes homed in on them. As expected, Dong Shuyi was there waiting for them. Apparently he had been there the whole time. Lu Ye's eyes met Dong Shuyi's. The former looked as if he had seen a ghost, and that pleased Dong Shuyi immensely, who gobbled down the last piece of meat jerky he was holding hungrily, absolutely on tenterhooks to exact his vengeance. At long last. There was no longer any need to think. Lu Yi immediately slapped a move with the wind talisman on Amber, who identified the best direction to run, and he bolted. Dong Shuyi shot up into the sky and glided after them. Down on the ground at the shop where Dong Shuyi had been maintaining his half-month-long vigil, the proprietor of the store was only too happy to see Dong Shuyi leaving that he was practically in tears of joy. For half a month, Dong Shuyi's threatening presence had turned his roaring business down into the gutters that barely any of his regulars wanted to come again. Hardly anyone would enjoy visiting when a dangerous-looking 6th-order cultivator lurked outside like a robber waiting to jump on any unsuspecting prey that happened to pass by. The proprietor could not afford to antagonize Dong Shuyi, not when he was only a 3rd-order independent cultivator. At long last, finally, that crook and his plague-like miasma are gone. The proprietor reminisced how he had endured the past 15 days with frustration and agony, and tears once again streamed down his face. Amber's speed was manifestly faster than before, and it was all because of the enrichment last night. Coupled with the effects of the move with the wind talisman, Dong Shuyi was having difficulty keeping up with Amber, and this infuriated him. But Dong Shuyi wasn't a fool either. He stuffed a spirit pill into his mouth to restore his spiritual powers while he grasped a spirit stone in each of his hands, absorbing the spiritual chi from the stones while he maintained his pursuit. It was like the last time. The chase included numerous forays into hidden corners of the wilderness where both sides would stop for a break. Amber's speed was gradually lessening with the effects of the talismans wearing off, and he needed rest badly. Fortunately for them, Dong Shuyi was having the very same predicament. Even with his constant ingestion of spiritual pills and the assimilation of spiritual chi through the stones he grasped, they were just not fast enough against the rapid depletion of his spiritual powers. As if they were reading each other's minds, they would stop at regular intervals before Lu Yi and Amber continued their hasty absconding, and Dong Shuyi would have to get up quickly to keep up with them. The pursuit lasted a day, and finally, Dong Shuyi found himself staring at the yawning entrance of a cave, frowning with hesitation. He could have sworn that he positively saw Lu Yi, and that white tiger of his bounding into the cave, and that puzzled him. Running into a cave was tantamount to putting himself into a corner, making Lu Yi's choice to do so very odd and bizarre to Dong Shuyi. But there was one other possibility, that the cave had another exit somewhere. This cave could be part of a system that led to somewhere else, and Lu Yi was thinking of using it as cover to escape, therefore nullifying Dong Shuyi's aerial advantage. Realizing this, Dong Shuyi knew that he couldn't dawdle anymore. He needed to keep up or he might lose them, but he knew that he needed to be careful. This might be Lu Yi trying to set up an ambush for him. He smacked a golden body talisman on himself before stepping inside. That way, he would still have enough time to react if Lu Yi really was skulking about in the darkness inside. To his surprise, the cave was damp and cold, but he was even more amazed to find that this was not a trap. Lu Yi was gone. As he ventured deeper inside, the cave gradually widened into a larger stone passage, until he finally walked into a cavernous rock chamber formed in the soluble rock limestone that spanned almost 1/3 of an acre wide and tens of meters high. Icicle-like stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave with water dripping off their pointed tips, filling the whole chamber with the intermittent drip-drop noises that echoed everywhere. The place was barely lit, but Dong Shuyi almost immediately spied Lu Yi in the deepest parts of the chamber, sitting cross-legged as if he was meditating, with his entire self emanating a roiling effluence of spiritual qi. By now, Dong Shuyi was certain that Lu Yi must be up to no good. There was no other way out of this cave other than the stone passage he just came in with. All he needed to do was to seal off this exit, and his quarry would be trapped in here. Finally, I caught him, he mused with anticipation. Lu Yi could dish out whatever tricks hidden up his sleeves and nothing would trump his superior powers, or so he thought. He inhaled lightly, his face cracking into a smirk. So this is where you choose to lay your bones. Those words barely escaped his lips when the aura of churning spiritual qi coming from Lu Yi suddenly turned up several notches, becoming a huge storm of tossing natural energies, while Lu Ye's very person began to glow brilliantly. The fifth order of the Spirit Creek realm. Dong Shuyi could not believe it. Lu Yi was still very much in the fourth order the last time he checked just moments ago outside. Yet here he was, ascending into the fifth order right before his eyes. That could mean only one thing. Lu Yi had been intentionally delaying his ascension and had been specifically waiting for this moment. What incredible progress! Dong Shuyi thought with disbelief. Just 2 months ago, this boy was just a third-order cultivator, and finding him already in the fourth order 15 days ago was already surprising enough for Dong Shuyi. Although he quickly dismissed it, thinking that Lu Yi must have been stuck in the third order for quite some time prior to their initial encounter months ago, and a one-level ascension should be nothing he needed to be worried about. But now that Lu Yi had risen to the fifth order right before his eyes, there was no denying just how incredible Lu Ye's progress had been. From the third order to the fifth in just 2.5 months? That was as impossible and as rare a feat as finding a unicorn. For what it's worth, Dong Shuyi was rather pleased to have made the correct choice. He would never be able to exact vengeance if he allowed Lu Yi to slip by his fingers this time. Give him time and he would be far stronger and deadlier than Dong Shuyi. The hunter would become the hunted and vice versa. While Dong Shuyi was being taken by surprise, he sensed the signature of spiritual qi behind him. Without even thinking, he fired a blast in that direction. A shadow flitted past him, avoiding the blast completely, followed by an explosion at the entrance into this rock chamber, which was caused by a detonation-type talisman. That, plus the death ray Dong Shuyi just fired, caused the structure of the cave around the entrance to cave in. Rocks and boulders smashed into one another at the entrance, keeping the passage tightly shut, closing them off from the outside world. Only then did Dong Shuyi realize what he had done. The talisman was not intended for him, but rather to seal off the exit to make sure no one else got in or out. His spiritual senses immediately picked up another signature, one strong and robust, racing towards him. Dong Shuyi wheeled around at once, tearing his gaze off the sealed entrance frantically to look back to the front, and there was Lu Yi blitzing at him like a bull on a rampage. Lu Yi no longer wore that forlorn and dismal mask that he did when he saw Dong Shuyi outside the Divine Trade Association building yesterday. Confident and sure, he charged straight at Dong Shuyi, avoiding an aureate energy scythe that came screaming past him with a deft twist of his body. This really was a perfect spot to lay one's bones, but in this case, Lu Yi has every intention of laying Dong Shuyi's bones here for good. Yi was already scouting the terrain, reconnoitering for suitable spots like this rock chamber when they were running from Dong Shuyi. One of Lu Ye's chief considerations for his plan to work was Dong Shuyi's ability to glide in the air. The sixth-order cultivator could easily take into the air and withdraw if he realized that the tables had turned him. To that end, Lu Yi needed Yi to find a spot that would afford him the geographical advantage to prevent just that. That was when Yi discovered this cave. A rock chamber that was neither too vast nor cramped, but narrowly fitted Lu Ye's requirements. For this reason, Yi was given the task to detonate the magical talisman to elicit the explosion that sealed off the exit. That was to prevent Dong Shuyi from fleeing. With the cave now fully cut off from the world outside, there could only be one survivor of this showdown, and that person would be walking out of here alive. Reaching the fifth order created another microcosmic orbit system inside Lu Yi, which greatly enhanced his explosiveness and speed. Now all he needed to do was to make this fight a close-quarter melee to ensure his victory. Spell cultivators were one of the deadliest brands of cultivators skilled in different kinds of powerful and potent spells, but they were also known by another name in the world of cultivators. Lu Yi had once heard Wuxia mention this before during one of their little chats. If body-tempering cultivators were colloquially known as tanks and combat cultivators were known as berserkers, then spell cultivators were nothing more than a bunch of squishies. To body-tempering and combat cultivators of the same rank, spell cultivators possess the weakest physical strength and endurance. Their long years of rubbing their noses into tomes and scriptures to study magic and hone their spell-slinging prowess had deprived them of the time and attention to strengthen their physical bodies. Even ghost cultivators who spent more time in the shadows than in the light could easily best spell cultivators when it came to a close combat fisticuff. In duels between low-tiered cultivators, distance was a spell cultivator's greatest ally. But if the distance was closed, the spell cultivator would find his or herself facing very difficult odds. Lu Yi was still in the 4th order when he and Dong Shuyi last fought half a month ago, and he managed to get almost within 30 meters of Dong Shuyi back then. But now that he has reached the 5th order, he was absolutely certain that he could get past Dong Shuyi's defenses and attack him from point-blank range. Lu Yi flitted and darted about erratically while he maintained his pace, dodging one death ray after another, steadily closing the gap. In the meantime, Dong Shuyi's face was illuminated by the very spells he fired at his opponent, and he wasn't looking pleased at all. He looked nervous. "You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."